this next podcast.
Watch out.
Finally got Todd to come through.
It's been a long time.
Yes, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, man.
And of course, I have Omar in the switcher this time.
Buddy.
Thank you,
It's me.
Omar, for
There he
coming
is.
through. Of course, Omar is a good friend of mine. And of course, you guys have seen him on the last two podcasts.
That's right.
Yeah, the longest podcast that I've had so far.
I was like, who's this cat, man? He's
Yeah.
like special guest or
This
something. Keep
guy
showing up.
loves
I just like to
talking.
talk. That's all
He
it is.
loves
He's got like a
talking.
series, right?
Hey, I got good views for a 3-hour podcast.
3 hours. Holy
People
Brutus.
watch that 3-hour podcast. I was looking at the viewership. I was like, who'd want to watch this? Maybe 10 people. And like, no. People watch that podcast. I'm like, I was amazed.
That's crazy. That's
It was-
awesome.
Bro, I was like, I swear no one's going to watch this.
No, it was a good podcast. It was a good podcast. It was a good back and forth of, it was not an argument. I wouldn't say we have arguments. We have disagreements. And I think
Gotcha.
it's a healthy way of actually having a conversation with friends and stuff. If you have anything, a disagreement, as far as like if he doesn't agree with something, doesn't mean that I'm going to dislike Omar. I'm not
Right.
going to have him around.
That's right.
It's basically just a dynamic that we have. Like, I understand and I respect what he believes, vice versa, you know?
Right. That's how it was when we grew up, right? Like I grew up in Arleta, a white boy in a brown neighborhood, right? And like all my friends were of different races and ethnicities and different beliefs. We all thought we knew better than the next one, but we always had each other's back.
Mm-hmm.
Today, right, it's hard to find if you're able to have a conversation with
Yes.
somebody that may have a different point of view, be able to digest what they're saying without just being like, screw this person.
Yeah.
Get them out of a,
Yeah, getting offended in any way. It's just
Yeah.
it's one of those or it's a topic that we had in the last conversation as far as
Absolutely.
like how far could you take a conversation with a friend now and how deep could you go into the conversation within the conversation
Right.
and then from there building that healthy relationship as far as like within friends or within anything, colleagues or even if you're dating somebody, boyfriend and girlfriend, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm glad I've been married for 20 years
there you
because
go.
like she just looks at me. I'm like, I told her the other day, I said, look, man, there's a lot of things that I'm working on. Trust me, I am. I said, but at this point, 20 years in, like, you just got to let me work through some of these things. I'm stubborn. I'm still hard-hearted on many topics and issues, but I'm working on it.
There you go. And of course, we just kind of jumped into the conversation, which I love, but I want to give you a small chance to actually give yourself an introduction.
Okay.
I already know who you are, but those that are actually watching and listening will have no idea who I'm talking to.
Right.
As far as on my behalf, you're a really good friend of mine.
Cool.
Of course, I know your nephew. That's kind of how we met.
Right.
But from there, I kind of want to give you the introduction or the privilege to introduce yourself.
I knew he was going to say that, and I was like, I better have this thing rehearsed, right?
There you go.
That's right.
Todd
on the mic, everyone.
Kind of nervous now, right? Who am I? What am I
Yeah.
about? What do I stand for, right? The elevator pitch. So I'm Todd Graves. First and foremost, I'm a man of God. I've been married for 20 years. Thank God. I'm blessed on that. I have 4 children.
There you go.
2 that were planned, and then we adopted 2, right? We can talk about that later if it comes up.
Yeah, no.
And we own 2 little businesses, right? So we own Solarcleann. It's a solar servicing company.
Yep.
And then we just opened last year Mr. Clean Turf, right? Cleaning turf. Who would have thought you would need to clean turf? Now I see some of the folks that do the turf installation. It's like almost maintenance free, where last year they were like maintenance free, right? So that's me in a nutshell. Just an average Joe that knows the man behind the mic here.
That's right. A round of applause for that guy.
Thank you.
Urban giving everybody a platform to speak on.
Yeah,
There you
buddy.
go. The AV.
I don't know if this will ever get out with some of the views that I've got, but that's okay. We'll have a good debate on that, right?
No, we get views. I get surprised. I get really surprised as far as like people actually listening and watching my podcast.
Right.
I think I had a conversation also with my friend Ramses. He has his own podcast, and we're like, if only 10 people viewed our podcast,
Right.
it's 10 people. Like 10 people is 10 people.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm getting a little bit more over than 10 people, which I get surprised because, like
Get
I
like
said,
12, 15.
the last one was 3 hours and I got over 80 views.
Dang.
I saw
Let's
that,
go.
bro, and I was like, whoa, really?
Yeah,
80,
of
80
course.
views?
Yeah,
Man.
80 views. And of course, we
cool.
got little haters here and there commenting,
of
but it
course,
was
right.
fine. I loved it. I'm like, keep commenting. The algorithm will take it through.
Bro, I was going to say, bad publicity is still good publicity.
yeah,
so
yeah.
please,
Yeah, right.
There you
hate
go.
comments. Give them to
keep
me.
commenting. I love it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. And as far as if you could, before I actually start asking you questions, I want to keep having you, if there's anything else that you want to pitch in as far as
Right,
for
right.
your introduction.
Yeah, introduction. I think we'll find out who Todd is as we go through the conversation.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I wore the lumberjack outfit here, so that way there'll be more lumberjacks turning in. They'll say, hey, there's a guy that looks like me, big, bald, ugly guy, right? What's he doing on there? Who's he? What's he about, right? Maybe, I don't know. Or is he interviewing like a prison, from, what is it, like Love After Prison or something?
No.
Right? I don't know what people will think.
I love it. I love it, Todd. Keep it up.
Yeah. So as far as like how I met you was via Danny.
Yep.
Danny is another content creator, and I had met him via his brother when I was teaching guitar. And then from there, I got to meet Danny because I needed a photographer. From there, I became a photographer. And now because of the whole commonality of actually being a creative as far as like within the photography, videography space, me and Danny got really close via me after playing music. And of course, during that time, I actually got introduced via Danny to you because he is your nephew. And of course, you already spoken about your solar cleaning company. And then at the time you were looking to get some sort of montage or commercial going for your company to promote it. And I think I had 4 years in of actually doing videography at the time. So I was still within the middle and beginner stages. I would say I wasn't too...
Well, you killed it. This guy got up on the roof with all this expensive equipment. I'm like, man, new hires don't even get on the roof on the first day. I'm like, oh, where'd you come from, dude?
It was scary. I'm not gonna lie.
How'd you get up there?
That was your first job, huh?
It was one of my first jobs. I would say
first job on the roof.
First job on the roof for sure.
Holy
first job. The ladder that he has too. It's not like the sturdiest either. And it was like one of those big 2-story houses. And I wouldn't even say like a normal 2-story house.
No, yeah.
It's like closer to like a 3-story house.
Yeah,
like the court sale houses, the nice houses.
The ladder was fully extended.
Yeah, it was a very nice big 2-story house, and I had my little gimbal and the ladder, shaking. Like, oh yes, this is where it all ends.
I've never heard that story.
Yeah.
I'm like, he never showed up. I don't know where he's at. Buried him out in the back somewhere,
Yeah, but after a while, I got used to the whole being up on the roof. I think it was more of the idea of I didn't know how well my shoes were going to grip. Onto the roof, but then I think I had seen you guys with Vans on.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think Vans had much grip.
I'll tell you what, you get some water on the roof with some pigeon poop. Oh man, you're sliding. So I was like, dude, just be careful where you go. You're a tiny guy, man. You're light. You'll slide right off. You might bounce back though. Get up and be back up on the roof. That was crazy.
But overall the experience was good. Working with Todd was fairly easy as far as like we had a brief conversation at your house as far as like what you were wanting the video to look like, and of course I already have the shots planned out. So getting to the job, it was like, okay, just do what you need to do. I already have everything lined up in my head. The shots were already made, and then of course you gave me a little bit of guidance because you do know your process better than I do. I'm just a videographer, the technical side of the camera, and then you're more of the visionary, and you're the client, of course. And I think
it's hard to find somebody that, like, when you're going into a project trying to control costs, because I was like, this stuff could be pretty expensive, right? And like the funny thing was, like, you didn't even really talk about the costs, which made me really nervous because I'm like, this dude's gonna hit me with a couple G's, right? I'm like, better, in 2018 probably than today. I got the good rates, but the great thing about it was like just 2 conversations, like an initial kickoff, and it took forever for me to like jump and go, and that was more of me being afraid of committing to a whole process and how's it going to go? This guy's going to be on the roof, the safety issues, just sketchy. But when that thing came to me, man, I was like, damn, like I'm official, like I'm like I could be branded. The video came together so good, and even the old guy, call Solarcleann now. Call the Birdman. That guy. I was like, where do you find that old guy in a bar somewhere? Right? But I was like, call Solarcleann now. But it was like, I looked at that thing, like when you work with people, like sometimes I'm like I was in corporate America for 25 years, and we would build systems and how I would want it. They would walk away, and maybe they would get directions from their bosses, and they'd say, hey, I know Todd wants it this way, but we want it this way. And I'd get it back, and I'd be like, what the hell is this? This is not what I want. And I was afraid because you gave me such a great price on it that I would give you a little bit of ideas, and I'm like, I don't know how skilled this guy is. But when I saw the product, you're like, hey, here's the first snapshot at it. I was like, that was it. It was done. I was like, damn, this dude's good. Like, so hats off to you on that. I still see that video, and I'm like,
that's right, Irvin. Woo.
Yeah, thank you.
It was tight, man. I think I don't know, did I post it recently? I was going through pictures and I said, "Oh, Dan, I sent you a snapshot. Man, that was way back in 2018."
Yeah, I had reposted it too on my stories. And
That's right.
Put the date on it, because 2018, that's a long time ago.
It is.
It's like, what, 5 years ago?
Yeah, especially when you're working on the roof.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people get into the industry and they fade out quick. You know, in summertime, I think you were there. I don't remember what month it was. It was still decent, but it could get pretty toasty up there.
It wasn't that hot that day, but we did it in the morning too.
Yeah. Early in the morning. Get on and get off.
Yeah, that was the first one. But it was the summer, because you guys were, or I think it was your nephew.
Yeah.
He was wearing a hat.
Yep.
Yeah,
he had a big old hat from like Mexico. This thing was huge. I'm like,
Yeah.
"Dude, what are you doing?
Nice.
That thing's going to catch the wind. You're going to fly off the damn roof." It looked cool though.
Going back to as far as like just the Solarcleann, if you could kind of give us a brief story as far as like how you came up with the idea, and then of course like just how you implemented it, and then maybe how you pushed through the process, because anything that is new, you have to kind of learn by experience, and of course learning by experience, and of course you're a family man.
Yep.
That's a cost.
Yeah. It was crazy, because after 25 years in the corporate, like I was very successful at that. But when that ended and life took a 180 shift, and we could talk about what sort of changed in our life and our perspective, I was actually selling solar for Solar City.
Okay.
And I had met somebody on the soccer field. I saw this guy there all the time, and I'm like, "Look at this dude, man. He's got a company car. He's out here like running the teams around, whatever." So I talked to him. He got me in. He was a sales guy or whatever the case, real cool cat. And so as I was working there, figuring out the ins and the outs, and when you go from, like, I was the top dog, like I was the first vice president, I had a lot of people that I had the ideas, the strategies, but they would execute them. So I had a lot of strong worker bees underneath me that they like to put things together. I had the ideas, they put it together. So when I was going through the whole sales process, I liked the interactions with the people. I didn't really like the salesy side of it, because I just felt kind of sleazy, because solar was just taking off, and people are like, do I trust this big bald guy with a beard, right? It looks like he's got tattoos and stuff. And
Do you have any tattoos?
maybe a couple. Got a lot of free ones when I was locked up.
Don't forget to change your camera angle.
Oh, that's right. You guys haven't seen me once,
I was
bro.
like, bro, like this guy's talking, and
like,
they're
who's
just
this
looking
guy,
at Todd.
I was like, there's a ghost in the corner.
There's a ghost. It's me. Ooh.
It's Omar.
That was Todd back in the day when I had hair.
That's
There he
definitely
is.
like
Hold on. I was looking for the eerie.
There
There you go. Ooh, I'm a ghost.
Yeah. So like anything, like you're working in an industry, and trust me, when you drive the freeways for 25 years, hour to 2 hours each way, you think of everything. We thought of T-shirt lines. We thought of like gym towels and things to leave your spot that, hey, I'm still working. We thought of all kinds of crazy ideas. Auto detail. I love detailing cars. I'm into that stuff. My son likes that stuff. Danny, Andy, all those guys love that stuff. So you're always thinking, right? But then when you look at, I'm making X amount of money, right? And it's kind of that, what I tell my kids today, as I said, you want to try to figure out to the best of your abilities today what you want to be. And that could change, right? Like one of my boys wants to be a tattoo artist, right? And so he's working through that. And I said, but the odds today of you to be a successful tattoo artist from high school within the tolerance amount of years that I'm going to let you live at the house free doing this, right? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, it's tough. So let's focus on a career that you could build, and you'll have health insurance benefits, 401ks, and all of that stuff. And you continue your craft, right? So then if you make enough to go out on your own, then go out on your own. Or maybe you got a great solid job maybe at Northrop, and then you're doing tattooing on the side, and you have a couple of shops or something like that. So I got stuck in corporate America, where when I would do the math, say on auto detailing, like $40 a car, like, you know how many cars I'd have to do. And then you got the naysayers and the haters, dude, you got to get insurance on that. Antelope Valley's cheap, you know? I don't think so. I live on the east side of Palmdale.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I'm
Everything got expensive.
I'm hood rich, man. You go into my driveway, it
Yeah.
looks like I've got money, but I just got payments, right?
That's right.
But you know, when I was working at Solar City, I'm just like, man, somebody's got to service these things, right? And all of training is like maintenance free. You set it and forget it, kind of like a George Foreman grill, right? And I'm like, nothing is maintenance free, right? And so I was doing my research, and there was really not a lot out there. They really kept this stuff under wraps, that you didn't need to maintain them, clean them, whatever. And so I was talking to the wife, and when you go from corporate America to like solid income, solid savings, you've got toys, through this process of getting into solar and starting Solarcleann, we liquidated like all of the good stuff, the the 53 F100, our wave runners, trailers, just to survive. So we really went in the valleys, and I'll tell you about my wife and her support in a minute. It's kind of funny. But I said, somebody's got to do this. And one of the girls knew a printer that made cards. And I said, make me some cards, right? And I still have them. They're ugly looking. Just like horrible, right? So made cards. And then I looked up all the equipment. They weren't making solar equipment, like purifying tanks and things like that, right? So I was looking in window cleaning equipment. And so I ended up finding a cart and brushes. And I told my wife, I said, hey, I think this solar cleaning, like there's solar everywhere. Nobody up here is doing it, right? Nobody's washing. Nobody wants to get on a roof. And at the time, I was petrified of heights. Like when I was a kid, I'd go on the school roof and run around like crazy. But that ladder that you went up, I was shaking just as bad as you when I first started.
And you're a big guy. You're a big guy. It's a skinny ladder, too. It's not a wide ladder.
We still have it.
It's a skinny ladder. Just gets skinnier and skinnier. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's horrible because it's old fiberglass, and when you go up it, you end up itching all day and everything. But yeah, I used to literally, my brother-in-law, Bill, I would call him and say, hey, what are your days off? I got some cleanings, but I need you to hold the ladder. I wouldn't go up that ladder unless somebody was going to hold it.
But Aaron was like, on that ladder.
I'm like, dude, I'm shaking, man. You know what I mean? I'm like, and then I've got a brush and everything. So anyway, so I got the equipment, and my boy Devin, there we were. He was probably 16 at the time. I said, we got business cards. We've got the equipment. I had a lifted F-150, right? So we would throw the ladder in that thing. It looked like a circus going down the street, right? And we knew where the solar was because I used to go out and sell it, right? So I knew pockets. And we just started knocking doors. And it's crazy because the first response is it's maintenance free. My sales guy says, I just set them up there and they're going to produce. And I'm like, all right, well, I didn't have anything that I could say, well, here's a study that shows you whatever, other than like giving them like life experience. I said, well, let's look at your panels. See how they're all spotted up. They're dusty. They're dirty. You're on K8 on the east side where the desert next to you is dirty. I said, it's just like your car. So I'd have to go into like these little analogies and try to help them understand that it needed to be clean. And just even that first time we went out, me and my son, there was a hallway going to his door, and when I rang the bell, I read the sign that said no soliciting. To me, I'm like, whatever, I can't read, right?
I'm a big guy.
I'm not going to walk.
Mules.
In the old days when there was no like ring doorbell catching you, right? The big old bald dude with sunglasses goes up to your door, and then he turns around. You're going to be on next door the next day. Like, who the hell's this guy? Anybody know him, right? So I rang the bell, and these death dogs were like, roar, 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 roar. And I was like, oh, crap, do I get out of here?
Yeah.
And so I was kind of trying to walk out of that little corridor, and this dude comes out. He was rude as can be. He was younger. I could have took him, dude, and I just wanted to beat him down. Dude. I hope he sees this.
That's right. That's right.
I'll rip this shirt open right now and show him what's up.
Show him, lumberjack.
Right? I'll be like, oh, get him, boy. I got my hatchet right here. But my son's 16, so that adds to the fire. I'm like, you're going to disrespect me in front of my son? But I'm like, oh, I'm asking this guy for money, and he's like, don't you see the sign? Like, can't you read? And I'm like, not really, but anyway, that's a disability, fool. But he like, my son was like, I don't know how you can do this. Yeah. And that really like, where's that effect? Oh, there it is, right? I was like down on my luck, right? And that really sucked because I didn't want to go on no more, but I've got my son there, and I'm like, this is kind of like a life lesson.
Yeah.
You know.
That's right.
I was talking him and the old lady up like, dude, we're gonna be rich. Look at all these solar panels, right? Yeah. And so we got into it by just seeing a need, and I guess just taking the steps that everybody looks at, hey man, maybe I should do something, or maybe I should, auto detailing or whatever, but they're in I don't want to say a dead end job, but they're paying their bills. So a lot of people are just scared to jump, right? And so I was still working at Solar City and trying to sell on the side. And then I would use that because I couldn't adjust pricing. So I'm like, if I can't adjust pricing to close this deal, what do I have? And then I'd be like, all right, Irving, I have a solar cleaning company. I'm going to take care of you. If you close with me, I'm going to take care of you on the low. And then they're like, wait, I thought it was maintenance free. And I'm like, oh, shoot, lose another deal, right? And my boss he was kind of like, I think I was 45 or something at the time, and he was in his 30s. I've been there, done that like 10 times where he's at, but respect the guy. He was a nice guy. And it came to the point where he said, hey, we need you in the stores if you're not in an appointment. And I'm like, well, if I'm not in an appointment, I'm hustling my business. So they were like, well, you've got a choice. And it was like December. And I said, I'm out. And my wife was like, what? You know what I mean?
No, that's, hey, bro, you know what I mean? The best decision you could have ever made.
I think it was an emotional decision, right?
Still the best decision you've ever made.
I thought I was like, I wasn't that good of a salesperson, but I thought I was, right? And I thought with my past management experience, I should be a regional sales manager. Why am I doing this peasant type of work? I've already done that for 25. I was doing that when you're in diapers, but back to the wife, which is funny, like 2 years later, we're coming back from church and the message hit her, and I don't know what the message was, but it resonated. And she said, she goes, I got to tell you, the message today took me back to like, take a look at where we were when you started that business. And I got to tell you, like, I didn't believe in the vision. I didn't see it. I thought you were crazy. I thought we were going to be homeless. But I let you roll with it. And then I was like, ta-da, right? Like,
there you go.
So,
yeah,
beautiful. No, genuinely beautiful.
Applauds everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But I just jumped. I saw an opportunity. I always wanted to be like my own boss, right? But there's so many naysayers in it that I know that's the long version. If you can't tell by now, I'm
no. I love it.
I love it too, man. I like to talk, and I'm all about that.
No, I love it. I think this is one of the topics that keeps coming up onto this podcast. It's either on purpose or it just happens.
It just happens.
And I think a lot of young guys are coming through on my podcast or around my age.
Right.
And of course, I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm an entrepreneur by necessity.
Right.
No necessity as far as like I was born in Mexico.
Right.
And of course, I didn't have the option to actually have a corporate job after high school because I didn't have a social security number.
Right.
I didn't have a work permit. Right. So every job that I had.
Do you need one of those?
I got you, fool. I got you, fool. Don't worry.
We got everything you need.
Yeah. So after high school, of course, I had to have money.
Yeah.
And I started creating my own little jobs, which the one job that was consistent was me teaching guitar. Nice. And that's how it started. It was like, there's a necessity there. So you have to do it. And I don't have that experience of actually knowing how to charge. I don't know the experience of actually talking to a client, but the necessity made me that person as far as like, you just do it and that's it. It's not a want, it's a need now. And of course, hearing the stories as far as like, you have to jump in because you wanted to get out of the 9-to-5 and you knew you could do it. But of course, you do hear the whole negativity side as far as like, oh, there's the safety net's not there if you do it on yourself. Right. And like I said, I like hearing those stories because it's one of those things that I know if I could do it, I could have my friends hear it out loud.
Yep.
If it's not for me, it's from other people. Right. Right now, Omar's jumping into his own business right now, which I applaud him on that as well. And we had spoken about that on the last podcast, just because a lot of people they get stuck in that comfort zone of like, oh, I'm just going to work. It's the pay is okay, but yet I'm not happy. I'm not fulfilling myself. But yet I don't want to jump into the uncomfortable side of like, I don't know what's out there. And what if I fail? And what if I do go homeless or bankrupt or whatever? I think that's what a lot of people fall into the idea when they go into the whole, I want to do it and I want to see how it goes. And I think for you, it must have been even deeper because you're already in a family.
Yeah, it's like we were broke. I get a little emotional, so
no, I love it.
I'll try not to get emotional. My kids are probably when they see this, they're gonna be like, "When's he gonna start crying?"
Yeah,
right?
we got
Just don't play the national anthem because he cries every time, right?
Oh man, I wish I had this on the button.
Oh, we'll play on the guitar.
Right? Like I get choked up quite a bit. Like people see, that's sad, right?
No, bro. Listen, I'm emotional too, man.
Yeah, he's an emotional guy.
We talked about this on the last podcast, so don't worry about it. You're good, man.
It's like my wife's like my kids are kind of like, what's that look you're going for? And I'm like, I've always had this look. Right? I was just a little scrawny white boy. Like, I lived in Arleta. It was a very nice neighborhood. It was west of Pacoima. But as you grow older, you get into devious types of things, right? And
especially in Pacoima.
Yeah, hey, I was watching a TikTok or whatever, the TikTok today. this dude was popping and it said Pacoima across his chest. So I was like, hey, that's a tight shirt, right? Like tight sweater.
Richie
and then
right
I was like, do I know that dude? And I was looking at him, and my wife's like hitting the door to get in. She was at Trader Joe's. I'm like, oh, you want in? Like I saw something. But I think, not to go too deep, but society's not set up that way, right? And my wife's Mexican. Her parents came from Michoacan. They came over, like, you know, however they got here. Back in the day, like, the mother-in-law would, like, drive across the border. Like, things were different, and they had their struggles. But when they got here, they put in work, right? My mom came from Scotland, and it's like one of those stories, you know, I walked to school uphill in snow, and then on the way home, I walked uphill. I'm like, did you have a different house or what? But, like, the people in that are American or born here, I think, you know, those podcasts that I see, they say, you know, like a strong man makes a weak man and things like that. I just don't think society's set up to favor entrepreneurship, and I don't know why. It's like, when I was in school, there was welding, there was auto shop, there was wood crafting, maybe because people were making pipes and getting high in the bathroom. I don't know. That was in Sun Valley, right? But there was career pathing, right? Yeah. And like my dad, he was a disabled vet, but before that, he was a farmer from Nebraska. You know, he went to the service because back in the day, you didn't want to be a farmer. You wanted to make it. So people that come over to the United States that weren't born here, I think they're just built differently, and I may get some comments on that. I'm a proud American. Don't get it twisted.
That's right.
But I think people, you know, the way it's set up is, like, I was talking to a customer the other day, and he goes, "You got to be kidding! My daughter's going to Liberty University. It's a private Christian school. $38,000.
Wow.
1 year."
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, could you go to like ABC? I think it's free, right? Free sounds better, and you're gonna be here. I can't imagine her. She's gonna go to Virginia.
Wow.
Right. So that's gonna make me cry like a
Oh
baby.
man,
You know
no,
what I
I'm
mean?
sorry about that.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's your baby, huh?
Yeah. And that's $38,000. But here's the cool thing: she doesn't have an athletic bone in her body except for her brain. She got $28,000 in scholarships.
Nice.
I was like, start taking the payments now.
Yeah.
I got 10 G's to cover.
Right.
I could do that in a year. I hope, right?
Yeah.
That's your 401k right there, bro.
401k left with Countrywide. Yeah, we'll talk about that too, right? But I don't think the system's set up that way. Like I see so many people, even my son, I said sometimes, he's 21 this year, and I said, I keep telling him, like, he's like, how do you know all this stuff, right? Like, kind of like you're saying, you started, I got a guitar, I know how to play it, I'm patient, right? Because you're a patient person. Don't know how to charge, but I'm going to go for it, right? Taking those steps, right? And I'm like, I had two great brothers that taught me, like, I'm the baby, so I was spoiled. I didn't have to do anything. My sister used to beat up the people that beat me up. Like, she's a beast, right? She's still a beast today. You mess with me, dude. You're going to be looking for a guy to come and get you. My sister's going to beat you down, right? She's crazy big. Right. But not in a bad way, Brenda. Don't trip out. I'm not calling you fat. But anyway,
Oh, no.
No, I love my sister. But my brothers, they babied me, but I watched them, and they showed me how to do things. And when they weren't around, you had to do things, right? And so, like I tell my son, I said, it's just time in the seat, right? And I think the older you get, the more you pay attention to, I hate to say it, politics and what people's agendas are, and you do get a little more callous and all of that. But the I don't know, I don't want to get into like a government topics and stuff like that.
Get it, boy. I'm about it. Go.
I'm a bald white guy. Whatever I say is going to be racist. You're going to have people out. Well, we won't tell them what you're at.
We're both two browns. Two brown people.
You got an immigrant here. How much diversity do you need?
Right here,
My parents are immigrants. There you go. You're good, man.
Right.
We're solid.
It's like when you look at the system, I'm afraid with my son working with me, like he does 90% of what I do. So when I send him out, they used to see some young kid and they were like, I'm going to pay you $3,000 to do this work. You look like you're still in high school. Right. So that's why I got him in the gym, giving him a little testosterone so you get a little bigger, get a little mustache.
That's right.
Right. But I fear for his future on making sure that, you know, being an entrepreneur is not for everybody. Right. But you're either going to go to college, and that's where I was going. I get sidetracked. Sorry. One of my customers says, he went to UCLA for 3 Gs. He's about my age, 53. So somebody could fact check that back in whenever that was. But he goes, I thought that was like crazy money. Now you're telling me it's like $35,000, $40,000 if you're going, there's obviously California state has, you know, better programs because you're a native, but they just don't support it. And it's like, you got to get a job. And the way I heard this thing the other day, this lady was like, it was one of those TikToks. I guess I'm like at night, I'm just like, bro, like,
I love TikTok, man. No, you're good, man.
I call it TikTok just to piss people off. Right? I'm like, I'm not the cool guy that knows everything. But she was like, the largest store doesn't own a store. It's Amazon. The largest movie producer or productions or whatever the case is doesn't own a theater. That's Netflix. And she was talking about, in the end, it was a pitch to be self-employed and work from home and whatever, and I moved on. But the world's evolved so much, it's crazy how much is left behind. So people that come here, they don't have a choice. Like you said, it's out of necessity. I went from a 6-figure job, comfortable, controlled office. I thought I was Chief Kamehameha, and when that ended, it was like, holy burritos, right? I'm making $13 an hour selling solar, and this 30-year-old's telling me like, oh, you could do it, man. You could make 100,000. I'm like, 100,000 divided by 13 an hour. I'm gonna work a lot of hours. You know what I mean? Like, it just wasn't in it. But like, the system's not set up anymore to support it. Like, my son or my daughter, like, she's going to college. My other son, he'll be graduating next year. There's no like career pathing. There's no conversation. They have like a career center in the high school, but like going through all of the hoops that I had to jump through with my daughter and trying to figure out how to apply for grants and things like that and get it done right. Like, that should be something in school. And I think at some point they should sort of assess you and say, you know what, Todd, you want to be an engineer, but you suck at math.
Yeah.
So, here's some jobs that better line. I don't know if that's communism or whatever the case is. Somebody will tell me in the comments, right? But at some point, you got to tap somebody on the shoulder and say, hey, what you're strong at, and these are the jobs that have potential, right? You could be an engineer, but this is what it's going to take. And let's hold you accountable to that. The problem is the schools, I don't know. I knew teachers that love being teachers. I now know teachers that hate being teachers.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%.
You know what I mean? So the long story is, I just don't think society's set up for people to be that hungry. And like my daughter, I know my son's he'll be like, oh, that's cringe, whatever. But my daughter that's going to college is like, you've got it good because dad's already established this. If you take this over and you do it right, you're set. But if he doesn't do it right, he's going to be a 35-year-old that's been self-employed his whole life, and he's going to be out of work if he screws it up, or the economy changes and they go away from solar and somebody gets rid of pigeons or turf or whatever we get into. But if he doesn't find that entrepreneurial spirit, and he's got a lot of ideas on things that he wants to do that are different than what we're doing today, I don't want him to be screwed because he helped me fulfill my dreams. He made great money, but then something changed, right? So I always work with him to be diversified on his thinking, his researching. But my daughter, she clearly will tell him, because she's just like that. You're comfortable and you had it good because dad built this thing. And now, even though you're kind of running it, what did you have to do for it?
Damn.
But the thing that I tell my son is, I said, all my brother, Roger, right? Roger and my other brother-in-law, Bobby Jones. What's up, Bobby Jones? Yeah. But they all have opinions. Yeah. Right? And that's, one of my other brother-in-laws, Roger's brother, Frank, he'll say, so you still paying for your kid's car? And I said, I never paid for that car. He says, he works for you? And I say, yeah, but he works. Well, you're paying him, and he's paying the car, but
he's working.
You're paying his car, right? I'm like, he's paying his car. So family is still kind of critical, like, oh, you got hooked up because Todd, went out and did this. But I tell my son, I said, you need to be able to understand where it's at today. Where do you want it to go? So that way you could counterattack your uncles and your cousins and things like that. And say, yeah, when I started doing this, cleanings were $50,000 a year. Currently we're at $150,000. And that's because I did A, B, C, D. So that's where he tells me, like, where do you come up with all these ideas and things like that? But out of necessity, you figure it out, right? Like probably when you started, like you didn't know nobody doing guitar and structure and pay scale, just like this. Like, was there somebody to hold your hand the whole time?
Nope.
You started off with what? A Polaroid? Or am I going back too far?
Too far. That's your era.
Flip phone?
That's your era.
I was telling my wife.
It's already digital.
I told my wife, I said, remember on the flip phones? We were talking about our friend, and we always tried to hook her up with somebody. And I go, yeah, when I flipped open my flip phone, I sent her a picture, and the picture was probably like that big.
It's all pixelated.
Yeah, I'll go out with him, set it up, you know what I mean? But like, you know, it's steps that are uncertain. Like people get comfortable. And I hate to say it, like if somebody like Dr. Phil really broke down somebody that's in a career or whatever the case is, have they ever thought about doing their own thing? Because misery loves company. And when you're miserable and you got a long commute, or your boss is a Yahoo, and you go home and your old man and he might have a couple beers and you got a couple beers, it's nothing's there to, not to get into the family, but to keep the family dynamics together, right? Like people are miserable. And I'm not saying, oh, go out and be an entrepreneur, you're going to be happy, because I'll tell you what, from October till now, like this is our first month since October that we're positive. And that's when you go back 5 years and you've been increasing, doubling your business for the last 5 years, and then all of a sudden you're living off your savings. First of all, thank God I had the money to live off my savings. But you get in some dark places, and you're like, then you start thinking, was that by chance? Was it by luck? You know, and I tell my wife and my son, I said, all of our marketing strategies, we got to be in tune with that. We got to keep posting. We got to keep with Google. We got to keep doing the door hangers. We got to, if you stay true to it, right, and you have strong faith, and believe me, my wife's much stronger in faith than me. Like I'm over there depressed, crying, sleeping in, right? And she's like, get up, you lazy bum, right? Well, why don't you try to read your Bible or something, you know what I mean? But
hey, that's a great woman right there.
Yeah, she's awesome. Yeah. She's the rock.
Very supportive.
I'm like 20 years, she's going to have a meltdown at some point. She'd be taking care of this family for so long, dude. But it's hard to like think about that. You know, you got, my niece went to one of these medical assistant schools. I said, how many people like are in your class? She's like, oh, there's like 100 and something or whatever it was. It was a crazy number. I said, think of that. How long's the course? She told me. I was like, so do the math on that. Those places pump out medical assistants. And what do they get? They get filing clerk type of jobs. They're working in doctor's office. You think those doctors are going to pay them scale or what they pay in Beverly Hills or something? They treat them like crap, right? Because they know they can. And the people are miserable. So unless they're going to further their medical careers, the only ones really making money and laughing all the way to the bank are those little facilities. Because once they get the government loan, you could bankrupt everything else, but you can't bankrupt a government student loan, right? So the long story is, I'm sure people think about it, but they just, you know, I don't want to say like sheep, right? But they keep their heads down, they keep on going. So maybe with more, you know, folks talking about jumping because of necessity or
I think fulfilling your purpose. I think that's another topic that we were talking about on the last two podcasts, is understanding your purpose and understanding your why. Like you're saying, a lot of people are just kind of with their heads kind of down and just kind of navigating life just to kind of live that day, but literally just kind of wanting the day to be over.
Right.
And then I'm like, oh, I just want it to be over and I want to go to sleep again. And literally just woke up.
Yeah.
That kind of is a big tell as far as like how people are living their lives now. And of course, what we're talking about, comfortability, when we're talking about technology.
Yeah.
I think that announcement as far as like how people navigate life and how people aren't even having to go out of their way to have some sort of entertainment because we have the entertainment in our hands. That's a big it's a big factor as far as like why people don't go out and actually use their brain anymore, because back in the day, even when you're saying you're having to make the long commutes, you're having to think for those hours. And then of course having your imagination run, that's where your brain is now kind of going into the critical thinking side of like imagination. And what if I do this? What if I do that? And of course, these 1 or 2 ideas come to place and you're like, okay, this is the time.
Right.
But those ideas came in when you were bored.
Yep.
We're not bored anymore.
Right.
We're so comfortable with the idea. I'm like, oh, if I'm bored, I'm just going to watch a movie, or if I'm bored, I'm going to just stream something on YouTube, or if not, there's endless amount of music.
Yeah.
Now we don't have to go to the store. We don't have to go to the record store. We don't have to do anything. No research as far as like actually physical research has to be done.
Yeah.
As far as like having to get entertainment, it's already in our pockets.
Yep.
So from there, I think a lot of the now generation, I'm not even saying just my generation, maybe just your generation too.
Getting old when you say that. Well, in the younger generation.
The guys that could have done what you're doing currently now, maybe they got stuck because at the time we were already getting, like entertainment in our houses, like the DVDs or whatever.
Yeah.
So the movie theaters weren't as filled, or back when I started playing music, the whole live music wasn't in anymore.
Right.
So it was so hard to get people to go to my shows.
Everybody already out on YouTube?
Yeah, everybody was already now going onto YouTube, and everything was digitalized, where music was almost seen, or live music was almost seen like, oh, I have to go out and get dressed, I have to put my shoes on. So that idea of having to do something physical, I think it's something that we are kind of taking away from ourselves. And I think that idea of just the body movement is very important. And of course, we before we started the podcast, we were talking about how we see each other at the gym in the morning.
Right.
Of course, you go more often than I do because my schedule is very very random. As far as
excuses.
Right.
That's what I was waiting for.
Right.
I was like, I'm just going to say it.
I saw it a little earlier sometimes. That's why.
That's what I say in summer, right? People are like, hey, I haven't seen you in the gym. I'm like, I've been there, dude. What time did you go? They're like 6. I'm like, well, I went at like 8.
Yeah.
There you go.
I say the same thing. It's like in the summer, if we're not on the roof by 7.
Yeah. So
It's
if I don't
hard.
go in the morning, I go in the evening times. So if I don't see you in the in the morning times, more than likely I will go in the evening.
I don't
times.
think anybody over 50 is at the gym after 6 o'clock.
Right? No, I don't see anybody. If they're all high school kids too.
they're
They're
all
all high
young,
school, and they're all talking. I'm like, come on, what are you doing here? Are you talking, or are you gonna actually work out?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's our routine as far as like having to move our bodies is very important.
It is.
Getting that stimulus as far as like actually just doing something that's physical. And like I said, we have it so comfortably now, not just in the West, it's kind of growing everywhere.
It is. I think you lose. I was talking to the wife about I tell my wife, I said, she goes, where do you come up with these thoughts? I said, I don't know. They just do. But kind of right exactly what you're saying. I was talking about something today and losing something. I said, as good as the cassette was, you lost the vinyl. There was like there was nostalgia there. There was something, right? Like my son has the NWA like single that came out.
Hell yeah!
I stole from this guy Brian, right? He was the other white guy in our leader, right? That listened to rap music. I ended up stealing it from him and saying I didn't do it. So if you're still alive, Brian, if you didn't OD, our leader was tough. Right?
Our leader was tough. Hey boy, yeah. You don't go to Pacheco. That's right.
Yeah, right. But he has it like I gave my youngest daughter. She's really like. She's into that. Like we call her Y2K because she likes the old thrift store stuff. And like but what you lose is like with a CD, like the cassette, and then when the CD came out, you lose that. There's something you lose each time, like Tower Records and what was it called? Something else. There used to be. They're back now, but they're probably like $50 for an LP, right?
Yeah, they're about $30.
Yeah, I used to go to like Tower Records and used to thumb through them, and you'd be like, you would literally like hold like
something physical.
And be like, dude, as soon as I get $7, right, I'm gonna buy this thing.
Yeah.
Right, and then when the cassettes came out, this is when we got smart. Remember pull-out stereos?
What about the 8-tracks? You forgot 8-tracks.
8-tracks, that was my brother's. That's when he was wearing gas shoes from Kenny's.
Gas shoes from Kenny's.
And the G was on the ball of your foot, so when it wore out, it said ass on it.
You know what? It's funny.
Sorry
Nobody ever talks about 8-track. I noticed everybody always skips it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
I'm like, dude,
what happened to 8-track?
We literally like my parents had that big old thing and that was all wood, right? Back in the day, and he opened it up and it had the turntable and stuff.
Nice.
My brother had like one of those old big old wood things in the garage, and they were into the Commodores, all of the old school stuff, right? And they'd be in there like acting like they could dance and sing. So it was kind of comical as the young kid because I was the young. I'm 53 this year, and I think he's gonna be 60 this year. I think so. But there's a big gap, right? But yeah, the 8-track, you lose a little something each time you go. But where was I going with my daughter being like, the NWA album, right? Like, I gave her all my albums that I still had, and there's ska music. There's like I don't know.
Some punk. You look like a punk rocker.
Probably. There was. I'll see. I look like punk. Just because right? But there's ska. Like there's punk. There's old like Stevie B, dude. Like old. What was his name? Make It Last Forever. Keith Sweat, man.
Ooh.
So you download a song today and you put it on your phone and the lights are dim and you're with your chick and you're like, hold on, let me play it on my phone. That's nothing like hearing the.
Yeah.
You hear the rain. Let's go outside in the rain or go out in the rain. Like that nostalgia, you lose it. So every time we advance, it's great, but you lose it. There's no Tower Records. Everything's downloaded, like you're saying. Like
you don't own anything.
No, like I used to go to concerts and seriously, we would go in the trunk of people's cars all the way to Long Beach, right? And you would see like 15 bands. I still have No Doubt's. I keep like everything.
The Stubs.
No Doubt the Stub before Gwen Stefani was the lead singer. They were playing with like the Jaywalkers or something like that. So I still had
wow.
One of my buddies was like, I'll buy it from you. I said, don't mean no. What are you going to buy it for?
Yeah.
Right? You weren't there, bro. You can't tell the story. You know what I mean?
I like that.
I don't remember it too well because we were into some things back then. But
That's right.
I remember a trunk full of people going down all the way to Long Beach, right? So you do lose something in the comforts of life that makes it too easy for people.
Ooh,
right?
there you go.
And as much as people think like I walk in here, I'm blown away. I'm like, this stuff is confusing. I would never start this because I'm like, that's expensive. But that's why I was joking. Like you started with a Polaroid. You started with one. I remember I was so proud to show him and when he came to my house, I said, oh, I'm one of those guys. I got to have it. So one of these Christmases, I was like, well, I got to have a camera. Right? I love taking pictures. I've got all the pictures of the family. They always ask me for the pictures. So my wife buys me a camera, and it's probably like this much of dust on it. I've never used it, right? I show it to him. He's like, oh, yeah. like
it's nothing.
Yeah.
Dude, same situation. I think I remember going to one of like Irvin's photography get-togethers. I'm talking about
a while ago.
That was a long time ago. And I remember I had just bought a camera.
You thought he was in, huh?
No. I was just talking to somebody about how like, oh yeah, I'm just kind of getting into it, and they just kind of looked at me like, oh, you're just getting into it. You're just gonna do this now, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, right.
Safe to say, I never went back to another one.
Right, yeah, you're like, okay, I'll wait.
I'll wait. You know what? And mine's collecting dust too. So
yeah, it's crazy. I would walk in here and I watch your stuff now, and then I saw that like you're doing like family stories. I'm all. Almost got me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, how dope is that?
Yeah.
Like, where'd you come up with that? Don't tell me, but like, I don't want other people, you know?
Yeah. No, trademark secret.
How cool is that? You know what I mean? Like nobody does that. Like, that's the sad thing about digital. Like, if I piss Google off, they take away all my pictures. Or if I forget a password or if I die or something, I still have boxes of, like, when I met my wife, like, I had a camera, like, and taking pictures. Like, we had something. I was just showing my daughter. I don't know how it came out. We're in the office the other day, and she goes, oh, I've never seen a picture of your dad. And it's like, I don't have a lot of pictures of him. But I do have this box of, I don't know what they're called, but they're negatives. And Kodak used to put them together, and you had this little projector, this little white thing, and you would put the negative in there, and it would show on the screen.
I've seen those before.
It would light up, right?
Okay.
And you could see it.
Yeah.
And he was in Johnson Island in the Air Force, and like he had a beard like mine. And I was like, that's a cool beard. Now I know where I got it, right?
That's
like,
right.
But
look at that beard.
His wasn't like,
Santa
Claus.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Santa Claus. I thought you saw that Santa little
Right? Crack
Hallmark
that Santa,
card.
right? Yeah, I'm like, but that I'm like, that stuff's just gone. Like, if you want to share pictures, you know, when somebody passes today, you're like, oh, I've got to go order the pictures to put in there. But you lose a little something when you advance. And I think back to the society, I think the way I'm big on family, like big time, like mom and dad in the house. Obviously, if there's issues that can't be reconciled, you know, things happen.
Oh, well.
Right?
Oh, well.
Things
That's
happen.
right. Yeah, things do
But
happen.
the dad has to be involved. Like I'm stern on that. Like, right?
Another topic that we were literally talking on the last podcast, I think it's very important, family values and morals, and I think that's something that we're missing right now in our society. We kind of went through this whole conversation with me and Omar, of course, before that podcast. We also spoke about it as well. But I think it's one of those things that I think it's very important that we kind of understand these things as far as like communication within the family, and of course the necessity of actually having a father figure or someone to mentor the young men of now, because everyone's kind of confused as far as like how to navigate, and they don't have a compass anymore. Me, myself, I am now having guys come through around my age, or if not a little bit younger, asking me questions. And I always kind of look at it as where like, okay, I understand that I have built certain things as far as like, because they see the items that I have, it's almost like, oh, I see it. So whatever you say must be true. But I kind of go off of the idea. I'm like, no, it's like, kind of take it off grain of salt, because I do make mistakes. I make mistakes on a daily as well. I seek advice from older men as well, like mentors, or if I see someone with value, I'll go up to them and ask for advice. I always go up to the older gentlemen as far as like those that I kind of see, okay, you have morals and values that I kind of want to kind of pick at, so I could then grab for myself. My dad's very hardworking. Unfortunately, being in the Hispanic family, we do not communicate. For whatever reason, if we're mad at each other, we don't talk. You know, it's unfortunate. That's what it is. You know, it's either the ego or it's I don't know what it is, but it's ingrained in the Hispanic culture, and it's unfortunate because there's a lot of young men that are within my culture, and I see it. I'm like, oh, you're lost. You don't know how to actually announce your emotions if you're mad or if you're angry, if you're happy. You're kind of stuck in this bubble of like, okay, this is how I should act. And I understand being stoic is one thing. Understanding your emotions is one thing. Being stoic is basically, if you're angry, control that anger, but don't just bottle it in. That's the opposite of being stoic. And I think that's the one thing that we're kind of being confused as far as like being emotional and then being stoic. And I think it's very important that young men understand that it's okay to talk, but it's okay to talk to someone that actually knows what they're talking about. And I think that's where we're confused right now, because what you're talking about also, when you had said misery kind of like wants to keep its company. I think that's what a lot of people do. Like they seek other people's commonalities in their misery. And they just want to hear what they want to hear. So they go after that same type of trait so that they could kind of cycle the same thing, and they don't have to basically analyze what they're actually doing, either mentally or physically. And I think it's easier for people to just say like, hey, I just want to go after somebody that kind of like will tell me, oh, you're not really doing it wrong. You're just kind of, this is life. I'm like, no, you are doing it wrong. Be direct. But like, once again, it's very important. I think it's very important. Like when it comes to the family values, I 100% agree. It's something that we're missing right now. I think the communication skills right now, I think it's something that's also missing right now. I think it's one of the things that I do like about this podcast for myself, and then for others that are coming in, that one, I am actually learning how to communicate a lot better, how to enunciate what I'm actually trying to say a lot better. And of course, like our last podcast, me and Omar are kind of going back and forth, which I liked. Of course, my friends on the phone, they're like, oh, you guys were bantering back and forth. Like, bro, I loved it. I literally loved it.
Bro, I was about it, man. Let's keep having more of those.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. I would rather have a disagreement than rather having, oh yeah, it's always an agreement on everything. It's so boring.
That's right.
Why am I going to agree with everything on the same topics?
Or why would I want to talk to you if you're just going to say, yeah, you're completely right. Everything you're saying is correct.
Exactly. I would have a disagreement because you're going to learn from that disagreement.
Absolutely.
And then I'll go home and I'll like, oh, maybe he was right, or maybe I was a little hard, or maybe,
or he's just fucking dumb.
Maybe I was right. Maybe I was right, and he's just not listening.
but think about, like, you're hitting it so hard on the point of losing things, right? Like, before I lose this train of thought, like, where do people like me go? I mean, I could go to Bible study and I could go to church things and things like that, but there's a lost community everybody in my neighborhood, when they moved in and they were all brand new houses, they came from different places. Some were from here, LA, the Valley, wherever, other states, because they're working for Northrop or Edwards or whatever. They literally would pull up, hit the garage door opener, park their car, and hit it. There was no sense of community, right? So the older you get, the more, I don't know, you could tell me what you think on this. I'm looking at my life. I work on the roofs, or I work on the yards, turf, or whatever. I have great interactions with the customer for short periods of time. But other than that, I'm in my own world working. My son is on the roof. He's doing pressure washing, cleaning, all of this stuff. And then, you know, I think today people are alone a lot more. There's no community. Like when we get together, that's one of the things I told my wife. I said, when you look over, now I've got a potty mouth that I need to fix, right? And I think I've been pretty good this whole time. I haven't said a cuss word.
I haven't heard you say one thing.
Joel, you hear that? I didn't say one bit. Well, one
not yet. Not
yet.
They're like, you cannot be around Roger, because I said, look, if you're over here and we're over there and we're laughing and we're having a good time, and might not be the choicest words coming out of that little group, if we're having a good time, I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
Just be happy, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Right? But community today, right? Like, how do you? So I guess as you get older, you could be more stuck in your ways. And then depending what news channel you watch, right? So then when you do come across somebody that has a different opinion and they're younger, there's been no interaction in community with those types of people, meaning just different ages, different thoughts. So you end up, screw you, it's my way, and you're wrong. And the younger generation is like, you're just an old man stuck in, wanting to talk about 8-tracks.
That's right.
That was him,
That's
not
right.
me. I was on.
It was me.
No,
I was at least on LPs. Right? But the people are alone a lot more today. And like you said, the convenience is there, right? So it creates a lot less opportunities to learn and to grow. Believe it or not, like, people will probably think, oh, this guy don't shut up, man. Like that's
no,
true.
Bro, I love it. I love it.
I don't shut up.
Hey,
You
man.
get me going. Like sometimes the
Never
customers
shut
are
up.
Like, they're like this. Like, I gotta go, bro. I got a meeting, right? But I used to be petrified of speaking to people.
Look at that.
interesting.
Look
Very
at that
interesting.
though. I would not have I would not have guessed it. You said that you were kind of nervous when you first walked in. I was like,
Yeah, you
where
don't see
is
it.
it?
You don't see it, huh?
Where
But
is
I'm
it?
still focusing, because like you're saying, like you could have that with a friend. You could banter back and forth, and you're not listening to. You're hearing what they're saying, but you're not listening because you're getting. It's like a fight. It's like, I'm coming back on that one. Oh hell no. Okay, you done talking now? So let me tell you how it is.
Yeah.
Right. It's just gone. So something's missing. So I think community is like an issue. Like people don't get together. Like when our family gets together, like I tell my wife, I said, Devin, my soon to be 21-year-old, when he's around his cousins and he's around his uncles and stuff like that, he's a different person. He's wide open. At the house, he's kind of quiet. He just listens to his YouTubes, plays his games, does whatever. But when he's around, he thrives. Like his knowledge on cars and BMWs specifically is just like crazy. I'm like, I wish you would put that much energy into business, because we'd be rich than stupid seats in a BMW, right? But when you get together in a family, and that kind of takes me back to like 2020 when COVID hit, right? Like when it was hard for me, when we had no money, right? Don't want to get emotional. I'm gonna check
get
that.
it, man. That's
but
all right.
her dad said, if you trust in God, you'll never have a need. And he was always there for us. And then, get the clap to get me off the emotional
hey
stuff.
man, I feel that, man.
Don't wanna go too deep.
Give thanks.
People are going to be like,
Yeah.
fast forward to like 15 minutes and watch this big guy cry.
Nah, man. Honestly, like that's good, because
Yeah.
again, that's gratitude.
Yeah, it's
and I
gratitude.
think gratitude's
It's a
important.
good song, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Wait.
it's a good song.
Bye.
Brandon Lake. Brandon Lake's coming up with
Sorry, my
gratitude.
age is showing. I apologize.
That's
I
an
don't know
Christian
that
thing, right? It's one of those ones where even the tough guys are lifting their hands and crying in church, right? But like my sister stepped in and she took care of, like, she'd bring us bread and milk. It's like we were broke when I got out of the mortgage and got into solar. And when 2020 hit, it was like Roger has a ranch and Veto loves doing all her agricultural stuff and chickens and all that stuff. I said, back in the day, think about it, probably where your family lived and where my wife's family in Michoacan lived, your uncles and your aunts, they lived relatively close, and people worked close. They lived close to where they work. I'm on 65th Street East. Just to get to my warehouse on 3rd Street, it's a drive. I couldn't walk there like the old days. So the older generation, I said, we've lost the sense of family. Like, we've siloed ourselves into our own little me. Now that I got my business, now I'm making the money that I want. I'm going to go camping, and I think what's good for me should be good for you. Like I was telling you, Roger don't like to go nowhere. But I'm like, dude, you got to go to the river, dude. We're tearing up the wave runners. And he's like, it looks like fun, but that ain't him. He likes to chill at the house or whatever the case is. But when COVID and all that hit, it's like you lost that family, that core. When you don't have toilet paper, come on. When like eggs are $49 right now, I told Beto, you need to get more chickens over here because we're gonna start killing some of these things and eating off the ranch.
Yeah.
But all of the families as we grew up, it's when you have babies and you're going to barbecues and things like that, it was involved. But now the kids have kids. Right, like my little nieces and nephews, they have kids, and so the generations have spread. So it's very rare. I mean, we try to get together quite often, and we do, and usually it's at Roger's house because he's got the bigger playground in the background. Yeah. But like COVID really made it like sink in. Like, wow, we're in our own little silo, right? If we needed something, who's there? If you don't have family. And that's what I say back in the day, like, my mom and all her relatives lived in the same neighborhood. And people will say, well, why do immigrants migrate to certain areas? Because they have that mentality that together, what do they say? It takes like a tribe to raise a kid or something like that.
That's right.
Some kind of thing like that, right?
Yeah.
One of those TikTok things, but we
Good old
lost
Tic-Tac.
that. Yeah, Tic-Tac, right? Like, think of it. Like you were saying, your dad, I'll tell you what, Maribel's dad probably... I don't know. He wasn't the loving, nurturing, caring. And when he was older, loving, caring, nurturing, but he wouldn't say, like, I love you and things like that. It just wasn't his culture. It was like he worked and worked and worked. And I think some of my brother-in-laws have that mentality too, is they worked and they worked and they worked. They have everything, but did they miss opportunities? And Roger, he'll always like sort of give a disclaimer. I know you say live for today because you're out about this, but when I was crying about how slow it's been in business, he's like, well, this big old trailer and this big old truck you got, right? Damn. And I said, well, when things are good, right? That's not even a thought, right? But at the end of the day, like the lack of the family and those generations, like your dad and maybe your mom, that their parents. Think about it. Maribel's dad used to roll cows through the neighborhood and go sell the milk and all of that stuff and go out to pasture. Do you think like back in that day, like he almost made 90 before he passed away a couple years ago?
Yeah, I got to meet him.
Yeah, cool cat. But you think his dad told him I love you? It was like, get up and get out there and get those cows. What you doing sleeping till 9? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. There was no love. There was no love. Well, because again, necessity, it was work.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, it's a necessity. And this is a conversation that I had with Danny, actually. And
that's what happens when you have a bunch of podcasts. And you're like, go to podcast 37.
No. I literally
refer to podcast 2.
Like I said, a lot of Danny, he's a close friend of mine. So I always have the guys come through. And if they need to talk, they talk to me. Yeah. And of course, they love talking to me because I have answers as far as like, I know how to actually announce
That's right.
my opinions rather than keeping them in. And I'm always honest with everybody too. If they know that I disagree with them, I'll literally have them have it like direct. I'm not going to just walk around your feelings. I'm like, no, you're being lazy or you're being this or you're being that. And I think the conversation came down because he's a podcaster, he's a content creator, but once again, he's coming in from a different experience as far as like he came in from his dad working really hard and giving him the things that he has now. And of course, the options that he's taken have kind of pushed him a little bit backwards as far as like where he wants to be in his life. And I know I'm kind of putting his story on my podcast right now, but it's okay, Danny.
You'll get credit.
You talk about Danny. I'm going to talk about Danny.
Okay. And as far as like I had told Danny, I'm like, the things that you were kind of talking about as far as like what we understand, it's similar to, it's almost a copycat because Danny's very hardworking. But he's hardworking as just moving his body. He's always go. But then again, we're never taught how to really start thinking about how to work smarter.
Right.
Because all we really see is the body as far as like what we see present. His dad's very hardworking. I see him working consistently.
He ain't worked lately.
right. But yeah, his dad has been always working as far as like when I first met that family, he's consistently working. And I told Danny, same thing with my dad. I've always seen my dad work labor jobs. Right. So in my head, okay, that's kind of what you do for the rest of your life. But then again,
tough life, yeah.
But then again, you're not really understanding, hey, there is also the better way of using your mind as well. Like, okay, we were taught to work every day, nonstop. But then again, there has to be a foundation where your dad gave you options as far as like, okay, he built a foundation as far as like, here's the house, here's the option to go to school or not go to school. We decided not to go to school. We decided to go content creator. Danny decided to kind of do what his dad's doing while doing the content creating. Right. And then now his content creating kind of is like a little bit backwards because, you know, he decided to go into the labor job, but now he's going into, so he's kind of like a little bit all over the place right now. And I had to tell him like, look, you have to sacrifice certain priorities. You either do one thing or the other. You can't do both. Yeah. And if you're going to do both, understand it's just going to take a lot longer to get wherever you want to get to. And I told him, you're learning from your dad as far as like being hardworking, but he gave you the option to actually do the things you wanted to do when you were younger. Unfortunately, you decided to do certain things that made you go backwards, like having a nice car at a very young age, having certain bills that you weren't supposed to have, but those options were given, you took those options.
My son's done the same thing.
Now you're having to go into the realm of creativity where I'm at now, and he sees what I have, and I'm like, you can't compare me to you because I didn't have those options. Course, I would have maybe taken those same options that you took in as far as like gotten the credit card and got the nice car and then had to pay that car payment and the insurance rather than saying, hey, maybe I just have one guitar. Let's go get that money and that's going to pay for my gas that month or it's going to pay for my cell phone that month.
Right.
There was no option to actually get a nice car back then. There was no option to get a nice cell phone. There was no option to actually do anything extravagant to make me go backwards or have me stuck in a position where as an adult, you could make it because you're making a sufficient amount of money and it was a necessity because you need a nice car to travel far or whatever. But at that age, if you're at your house, what's the point of having that type of car and then paying that amount of money when you could be spending that money and investing that money, or if not putting it in a savings account or putting it in a stock or literally pushing it to be smarter so it could grow. But at that age, we don't think that far. And that's the going back to what I was talking about with Danny, I'm like, you're a very hardworking person because we saw it in your dad. But unfortunately, what you didn't get from your dad is what we didn't get to see as far as like the announcement. Now your dad gave you that foundation, you have something to go off of. Right. The next generation understand your son needs that communication that you didn't get from your dad because your dad gave you the hardworking, the skills as far as like how to do it. You have that. Understand your next skill to then go to the next generation is communication. Right. So you have now hardworking. You now need to ingrain the communication into the next generation because you were taught as an American, you have it easy here. Yeah. There's nothing to complain, but for some reason we always have something to complain about. Right. Let's take that out of that equation now. Yeah. Because that's what I don't want to hear. I want to hear solutions, not problems. Yeah. So when I talked to him, we're basically kind of coming up with a timeline and also, okay, this is what you could do. This is what you could also do. But I understand if you do this, it's going to take a little bit longer. So this is why these guys are talking to me because I'm coming up with these little solutions because once again, out of necessity, I had to come up with these solutions. Now school, like you're saying, it's a system that we kind of get into that we think we're being educated, but unfortunately we're being educated to technically whatever just going into to 9 to 5. Okay, you're going to follow this lesson plan. Right. If you get an A in this lesson plan, congratulations. But in reality, you're not really getting nothing out of that lesson plan because it's information that I don't remember even using for this company. Did they teach me about taxes? No. Did they teach me about savings? No.
But they taught you how to follow the rules, go with the flow, listen to you. Exactly. Show up every day. That's what school is essentially showing you.
The routine of school, yes, I understand that there's a routine that we all need. Right. But the routine, as far as like how it's set up, it's more set up so that you could actually follow the 9 to 5. It's not set up to actually be a critical thinker. It's not set up to actually start thinking out out of the box. And I think that's what a lot of people fall into, because we are taught that, hey, we are needing to learn this to this, and it's going to get you this. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Yeah. You start getting into these little career paths, like you were saying, the health assistants or whatever, and then you think, oh, it's a safety net because they're going to pay me a certain amount of money, like the $40,000 to $50,000, the average that what people make, and they think, oh, that's sufficient. But then you actually start paying your mortgage, you actually start paying your insurance, and then you're like, well, where's my money? I'm like, well, unfortunately, that's what you thought you were needing, and unfortunately, because inflation too.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get inflation in there and you're done.
Yeah, and exactly. And a lot of people start learning later through life via experience and via in necessity. That's where people start to understand as well. But unfortunately, we should start learning that at a younger age as well.
Yeah, and the problem today too is you have. It's okay to quit. Like I kick myself in the butt. Like I tell my kids, like I dropped out of high school in 12th grade. Why?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were almost
the last
done.
year.
I had like 15 credits to go. I just back in my day, you just had to show up. Just take attendance. I'm here, right?
I'm Todd.
So when you say things you learned in school you haven't applied, I haven't applied a damn thing I learned in school because I wasn't paying attention. That's not a good one.
That's not a good one.
School is for fools.
Right. But like we just had this conversation the other day. Like we have Bible study and I'm missing it today because I'm here with you, the champ.
Hey,
right?
good man. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Right. But it's like us trying to understand the Bible, trying to understand the verse and doing our little searches to try to break down the passage and then share the experience and stuff. But we had this conversation the other day, and you were right on it, right, with Roger and Danny. Roger is like the hardest working, measures 10 times before cutting, very OCD, very like, and I'm talking to him all the time, like, dude, you need to get out of your industry and get into something, find out what you need to make, and let's find something and talk about it. Because he always laughs at me, like, he's like, oh, another, like, now you want to clean trash cans. Oh, my God. Like, who's going to pay for that? And he goes,
you'd be surprised.
Yeah, right. You don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
And then I'm like, oh, what about curbing, right? The turf and stuff like that. And he's like, what do you know about that? And I'm like, well, there's Google and YouTube, right? But, like, in our house, I'm like, the pastor said it the other week, and he says, look, man, because he's on fire, our pastor at Westside Christian Fellowship. Plug, go check them out.
Yeah,
Plug.
He was talking about, look, man, he was saying the harvesting and tilling the soil. And if you go back into like where our grandparents had come from, mine were from Nebraska, Scotland, they were in a coal mine, right? So back to the tilling and the harvesting. And I've always said, it was a really weird relationship with my mom when she lived with me and I was getting older. I'm more now. She's more jukebox. So she wasn't even 8-track. She was on the jukebox.
She couldn't, because they couldn't afford it.
Yeah, it was
too expensive.
Yeah, right. So those were in the bars, and that's where everybody grew up.
Yeah,
I grew
music
up
was
in the bar.
expensive.
Yeah, I grew up in the bar. Like after baseball practice, go sit in the booth. We'll let you know when we're done, right? And that was that 70s was a trip.
Hey, were they still smoking? Were they still smoking in the bars?
They were. Okay. I was smoking. I was 7 years old.
Oh my goodness.
I had a Pall Mall and had it in my baseball sleeve, right?
Oh man.
No, but like we were talking about, I said it's a delicate balance. I said, but we're gonna give, and I tell my kids, especially Richard and Mel, I said, look, one day you're gonna say it, and I said, and I hope I'm here to say it. You know what? I get it now. Why you were so hard and so focused and so in our backside, right? I'm not an easy guy to get along with, and I'm not, I tell them, look, I said, we had Devin and we had Jewel. You guys came in midway, young kids in a bad situation with a lot of baggage that we had to unpack and figure out, and our relationships are still growing till today. So there's going to be different treatment in how we interact with Devin and Jewel versus you guys or whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, the energy and effort that we're put into them, we're putting into you. You may not appreciate it, you may not get it, but someday you're going to get it. Because I told my wife, I said, look, and I told him on the little Bible study, I said, we've been plowing and we've been getting the soil ready. Like, Devin, it's time for the rain to come. It's time for you to show up.
Beautiful.
You got to show up and put out, right? And that's what I told him. I said, you got to take this company in a direction that you're able to attest to what you had done with it. Even though it was a good start, right? Mm-hmm. God bless us very well with that. I said, but in your endeavors, right, you're going to have to show up. I'm going to be here, but I'm going to be at the river. Like, yeah, I probably wouldn't do that.
Hey, look, so this
Omar,
is, my camera died.
That's all right.
That's okay. I just want to interject on this because I loved what you said, that analogy right there of the plowing the fields and then the rain comes.
It came from the pastor.
Oh, no, I
stole it from him.
Hey, it's okay. Steal it, man. It's wisdom. I wanted to ask you, so then you're a farmer. You've always been a farmer.
I guess
you plant
right?
you plant seeds.
Amen.
Because that's what you're doing to all the people that you love in your life.
See, somebody's getting it.
Hey, I'm paying attention.
It's just the three of us. Right?
No, yeah, and that's I think that's a beautiful analogy right there. You are a farmer,
and there's when you look at it, that's why I look like this. This is my farmer outfit. I knew that topic was going to come up, right? But I used to, one of my old bosses, he used to come up. We opened up Countrywide up here like in 2003, and they used to show up every now and then in their nice ties and their Lexuses and have big town hall meetings. And my boss said, "Let me ask you this, guys: are leaders born or are they taught?" And I said, leaders are born. Mm. Can they be taught? Yeah. And so it was a big debate, right? Mm-hmm. I think in my experience in corporate world, I was in a call center all my life, collections, subprime stuff. There are people that are going to be absolutely happy working 9 to 5, and they've got the little nice Lexus, and they're making a decent wage, and they've got to work on holidays, and hats off to you. Mm-hmm. We need worker bees.
That's right.
Not everybody is going to want to climb the corporate ladder. Mm-hmm.
Or even your ladder.
Yeah. All right.
Irvin will do it, though.
No. He's still probably got fiberglass. That was a good one. This guy's sharp over here.
Hey, man, I'm listening.
Keep this guy around, would you, right? Made me lose my damn train of thought. I was all serious.
Sorry, man. I had to. I was like, man, I'm going to lose this.
And then when I was a farmer planting seeds after cultivating the dirt with my bare hands, these brawny hands, I did try out for Brawny before I came. Oh, you guys are too young for Brawny.
No. I remember. Okay. I could see it.
But damn it.
I know. Go back. You were a farmer,
right? But then some people need to be managed.
Yeah,
that's right. The bottom line. So thank God for the people that are hitting you up, right? In our family, I have nieces. When they call Maribel, I'm like, oh, they don't want my wife. She's going to give it to you straight.
Yeah.
Ooh.
When I'm around, and we got all kinds of different ethnicities in our family, right? So I always say stupid things that I probably shouldn't say because people will take it the wrong way. But it's our family.
Yeah.
We roast.
Yeah.
Like when I rolled into the family, dude, I was a white boy wearing winos and Dickie shorts, and I was wearing dress flowers in the hair that I had left, and I didn't have much left. And Roger's like, what did you just pull out a palm comb? What is this guy, right? They crashed on me probably for 10 of the 20 years.
That's right.
Right?
There you go.
But there's, and I tell my kids, I said, certain people need things put in line for them. Mm-hmm. Danny, I believe, is one of the most creative people that I know. But he needs to have that either mentorship, that soundboard, whatever you want to call it. He needs that discipline. Like I tell him, I said, man, I used to tell him this. Ask him about this story. I said, playground.
He's told me.
Okay,
or he told me.
You better throw some credit. But when I was at Price Club back in the day, these big buff guys that were on steroids, they got all the ladies, right? And I was like, is it the steroids or is it? They would go to the beach with a camera and they would tell the hot chicks they were from some fake magazine, and they'd take pictures and they'd hook up later and they'd party.
Hell yeah.
Right? And they'd hook up. And so at 140 pounds and looking like Vanilla Ice on crack, I didn't get much play. But there's people that need that channeled, and they grow. And there's nothing wrong with it. But like I tell Danny, I said, your goals are great, but unless you put them on paper and you take action, and trust me, going from like a first VP level, having many people to execute my vision, down to I have a vision and then I've got to execute it. It's hard because there's so much to be done and there's so many distractions, and it's hard to move forward. So I'm glad that you guys have that relationship where he comes to you to get square. Because like I said, in our family, depending on what they want to hear, they're going to call what aunt or what uncle. Right. And I'm a straight shooter too. And it's not that my way is the right way or whatever the case is, but you got to call it what it is sometimes, and when people are growing, there's a verse in Proverbs. I was thinking about it when I was coming over here, and I wish I highlighted it, but it's basically saying if you don't take the rod to your children, you hate them. Like, you have to discipline, and you have to guide and coach and mentor those people. And there's a point where they become the more sharper ones, and you fade into trying to figure out technology. And
that's right.
They're giving you the advice, right? But it's crazy, the lack of dynamics in families, and you don't see it. You just evolve, right? There's more people probably. Like I said, I bought my first house for $109,000, and they gave me $10,000 cash back to live in Palmdale.
Wow.
I was like,
What?
hell yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
True story, right on RN60.
Jesus.
My house that I live in right now, we paid $280 for it. Right now it's going for like $600.
Yeah. It's
Try
a
buying that.
big house.
You ain't getting that no more. Where are you going to go?
Can't even get a trailer.
Not for that.
No, yeah, I know. I see some trailers, the camping trailers are $160,000. I'm like, wow. But like, my family would laugh at me. I'm like, Rosemont, it's the next spot. They're like,
That's right.
They're
No,
like,
no, you're not
Rosemont,
wrong.
You're crazy.
Oh, no, you're not wrong.
And then I'm like, now I'm like Cal City, and they're like, I don't want to say anything bad about Cal City.
No, say it.
I like Cal City. We'll be out there Friday doing one of our former pastors' pigeon guard. Mark, I hope you don't ever hear this. No, but I tell people, like, Cal City, like my son, he wants to buy commercial buildings and things like that. And I'm like, those days, I don't want to say they're gone. But dang, in California, like, I looked up houses in Virginia where my daughter's going to school.
Oh, man.
Like, literally, when I tell you could get a fixer upper, like a 3+2, I mean, it needs work, and it might have been built in like 1918 or whatever, with land, like $58,000.
Wow.
Like, nice houses. I don't know what the neighborhood is, right? Because you know Zillow,
Yeah.
right? It looks nice, but they might have like shooting every night. I don't know. Right? But like $220,000 for like these nice. They don't have fences, right?
Yeah.
And then I just saw like this episode of Cops where this guy stole the car and drove through the backyard. I was like, that's why you have fences, so people don't steal cop cars, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like the loss of like, people can't. Like, it sounds like that movie. You want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's hard to take criticism.
Yeah.
Right? My wife tries to tell me, I lose it. And then I'm a big baby. And then I give her an attitude. And then, like, I got to tell her, fast forward to like 37 minutes and 50 seconds. I know it, but I'm one of those guys. I do go to bed angry. And then I might send her a text like, sorry about that.
No, that's beautiful,
With
man.
an emoji, right? But I think you lost that. Who do you go to? Who do you soundboard off of?
Yeah.
My dad died when I was 14 going on 15.
Oh, wow.
In Arleta, already doing some sketchy things. My mom backed me up. Like, I was in 12th grade, and my mom was still, I was like in 9th grade when he passed away, right? All the way in 12th grade, all the trouble I was in high school. She's like, you don't understand, but he lost his dad 5 years ago, right? I was still using that crutch, man.
Oh,
because it was like I was the baby, you know what I mean? And like, sometimes you need to be punched in the face. And I tell my son, he'll probably get pissed that I say this. I'll look at pictures of a job he did, and I say, wow, Santa Monica, there's some waves on the materials crap. He don't cuss, but there's my cuss word. He's like,
there you go. The first one.
The material's horrible. And I'm like, a good technician never blames his tools. Well, you don't even work on the roof no more. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't give you no feedback. Right? But when this is yours, I've never had a call back. I've had people call me back to come check because they still hear pigeons, but I've never had them call me back and say, hey, this thing's falling apart. Or there's a bunch of pigeon crap stuck against the mesh and you said you were going to clean it out. Because there's a certain, as you start delegating out, there's a certain loss, right? And I tell them, I don't want you to lose that. This is yours.
That's right.
Like, own it, right? So if I'm giving you feedback, like, you got it. And there was another Proverbs that talked about feedback. You got to accept it. It's hard. So I'm glad at least Danny's like got a springboard to punch him in the face. Because I'll tell him, I'm like, you got a great idea, but unless you're taking action on it, it's just an idea.
Yeah, I tell all the guys that come through, and of course I've had to let go of my friends for a couple of years. I did let go of Danny for a couple of years too, just because of how busy. It's not because I was doing it intentionally. It was literally just because when I started the company, it was a 12-hour thing, you know, like
day,
12 to 16-hour days where I'm trying to figure things out. I'm trying to build a team. I'm trying to mentor, trying to do the training, trying to do the pamphlets, trying to get new clients. So it literally ate up all my whole life was just doing the business. And now, of course, I'm doing the things that I really want to do.
But what did it come down to? A choice.
Yeah, it came down to me doing it for sure. But I had to push my friends away because I didn't have the time to kind of like either go hang out with them, hang out with them, or just like now I see Danny because he comes to the studio and he uses the studio too to do his own podcast. But of course, it's more of just the whole comparison that I was telling you is like he sees what I have now and he sees what he doesn't have, and he kind of sees like, oh, if I would have continued doing this, I would have done this. I'm like, okay, the should'ves and would'ves. 100%. I get it. But now it's a time now. Like you're still, I get it. You're not in your early 20s. You're not in your mid 20s anymore. And unfortunately, we can't go back in time and just fix those things. You have to go off of what you have now. And you're still healthy. You don't have a lot of responsibilities. You have choices to make as a matured person now. And of course, I always tell them, if you have anything that you need, if you have any questions, I am here for you. And I think that's something that he respects a lot. And I think it's something that I think a lot of the guys that come through, I tell them the same thing, because I know for sure I seek mentorship through other older male counterparts, as far as like yourself, or if not, someone that I see in business. And I ask them questions. That's how I learned my business, by asking questions. But I sought these people, you know, out. And because they're seeking me, I'm more than happy to help, you know, and like.
Well, you're a good man, because a lot of people over the years have like reached out to me on the solar thing, and I got to be honest, like, I'm like, figure it out, homeboy. Like,
when it comes down to helping them navigate, I'm talking about in general life, you know, questions as far as like, because guys don't have someone to either banter, have a conversation with, as far as like when it comes to relationships, you know, because a lot of guys are lost too when it comes to relationships. Everybody thinks that we're all within the same realms of thinking with male and women and men think the same. And I'm like, no, we think differently. We navigate life. Our experiences are completely different. And I think those are conversations that I have with them, and I'm more than happy to argue with them, and if I need to argue with them, because it's something that I'm a guy and you're a guy, and if you're my friend and if you can't take this argument, cool, we're not going to talk. But if
we're not going to talk about it, we're just not going to talk about it.
Or if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. And the same thing when it comes to business too. Like Danny's asking me about, what do you think about this? What about this? And I always tell him, like, look, if it sounds attractive, it's more than likely you're not going to make money. Understand, just like how you're talking about the tattoos with your son. If it sounds attractive, because so many people are now wanting to do it, you don't have negotiation to actually make those margins where you want them to make them. Smart, just like you, when you came in to do the Solarcleann, it doesn't sound attractive because nobody really knows about it. Like, oh, I'm going to clean solar panels. I'm like, what is that? You're asking questions of the idea, what it is. So it's not even attractive on the idea. It's the same thing with Omar. He's starting with his cleaning company. Cleaning company. I'm like, cleaning company? Who wants to clean houses? It doesn't sound attractive. But I told him he's in a position now because too many people are in this box where they feel entitled or they're comfortable, that he could make his business thrive just on that aspect of that thought. Just in that thought process, if he continues doing what he's doing right now, his business will thrive because it's not attractive to most people. And then like the necessity that I had, I just had to work.
I like that you said that, bro, because I think this is the one thing. I've been doing this business since, I want to say November. I started it last year, November, really started picking up in January. And the one thing that I've noticed is that the bar to entry is very low because nobody answers their phones. Like when I was doing market research myself, I realized, none of these companies answer the phone. It goes straight to voicemail. And I'm like, so I mean, I'm already a step ahead because I'm on top of my stuff. Like I look at my phone. Like I came to do sound check and like I got a call. Somebody called and I was like, bro, I'm sorry, I gotta go handle this real quick.
And I'm not offended in any way because I'm the same way. well, luckily I have an assistant now that answers my calls. So
someone's got the big bucks.
Yeah, Big Daddy over there.
right. So luckily I have that now to have, as far as like for myself, but I'm the same way. If you're on top of your stuff, as far as like what you're doing with your business, you're going to thrive. Too many people kind of put it in, I'll get it whenever I can, or I'll get to you whenever I can, or
you do
I'm
get
too
a little
tired.
displacement, right? Like me, like the money started flowing, the reputation was going good, and like I wasn't paying attention to Facebook ads, and like I told my wife, I said I could always tell when I'm not doing what I need to do and you're not doing, because she does a lot of the sharing through Facebook and different ways to keep us out there and known. And like we take a lot of vacations because we like camping and like living for today and the experiences and all of that stuff. And I know when we slow up, right? And when you take, you did get how do you call it, displacent. And my son tells me, he's like, Dad, you it's not a bad thing. I mean, you've worked all these years, you deserve it. But I'm gonna hang back a little bit this year because I don't want the things slow down before we go on vacation. And then when we come back, it's slow to get ramped back up. I want to keep this going for us, not just for me, but you do get displacent on that. And one of the things that I told Devin, and like my wife, one of the little spats we had, she's like, why are you so like hung up on this? You want to have this little empire, whatever the case is. I said, I didn't wake up and say, I'm getting out of corporate America. I'm going to start Solarcleann, and then I'm going to start Mr. Clean Turf, and then I wanted to clean trash cans.
Bro, I saw the same TikTok video.
Yeah,
I swear.
There's a guy out here doing it, and he's hustling, man, right? He's doing it, right? Good for him. Go get it, boy.
There you go.
And then I'm like, do it so then that way when I come in and I'm competition, you've done all the hard work. I don't have to do all the hard. But I'm always thinking, and I said, I want to be that company that we establish out of necessity, because the things that people probably could do that they just don't have time to do or they don't want to do, like window cleaning, and then like the turf, like some of the turf jobs I get, there's dog crap everywhere, and I'm like, leave it alone.
Hey, I got a guy who could pick that up for you.
There you go.
Yeah, somebody that drives around.
That's a business. That's what I'm saying. I know a guy.
I'm like, his car must smell like hell. He's got all those trees hanging down from the window. Don't mind them. And he Ubers too. He's like, don't mind the smell in the back. It's just dog crap.
It's just dog crap.
Yeah, but it's like the back to your sounding boards, and it's I think sometimes like Devin, he doesn't. If you told him what I told him, he would take it from you. There's just sometimes you don't want to hear your mom or dad.
There's a wall.
You need somebody, and sometimes we get too involved, right? Devin told me a little something and we don't know everything. So Andy just got a new car, and he got a car that has all the bells and the whistles and stuff like that. In Roger's nature, he's like, "Why? Look at this one. This one's only 40 grand. Why are you going to get the one that's 60 grand or whatever?" Right? Yeah. We insert ourselves sometimes into your guys's, whether you invite us in or not. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I know I do that all the time, right? My family's just brass enough to just be like, Dad, really? Like, I didn't ask for your opinion. But it's like sometimes you don't want to hear. And I'm that guy that's going to be like, I told you so. Yeah. Like, I told you so. Yeah. Right? And the crazy thing about these little businesses and cleaning, I said, the hard part is finding people you could trust that have, you know what I mean, to do it. Oh, yeah. Like, if you're in somebody's house and stuff. But like, I looked at it, and I just looked back at when my sister was helping us, and Roger was helping us, and my brother was helping us, and like, we were out, man. We were out, and that's an ego blow, dude. I came from, a humble upbringing, Social Security. Dad was disabled, died early. Mom was a hard worker, spoiled the hell out of me when she didn't have the cash. But I was a spoiled brat, right? And I was a little bully too. Imagine that, me being a bully, right?
I can't see it.
Not that all kids that are bullies are dummies, but I was kind of a dumb kid. So the way I figured that out is I'd just beat you. You're going to laugh at me that I don't know what 6 times 9 is? I'll just beat you on the playground.
I'll just beat you up.
Yeah. That's right. And so I look at these little, and I get excited. Like I told Danny, dude, this turf cleaning thing, dude, I want to train you. And I'm trying to shove this turf thing down his throat because I'm like, dude, we'll 60-40 it. And I'm thinking, I'll do all the Instagram, all that stuff. You make great videos, make me some videos, do all this and that. And, he could have just said no, but Danny, he sees a shiny object, he gets involved and he likes it. And then it kind of faded out. Why did it fade out? Because it wasn't his passion.
Yeah.
And like my wife tells me today, she goes, this is kind of like crazy. I'm like, well, I hope you do too. But she's like, I want to find my passion. And I'm like, you're the best wife and house mom. Like, people forget like how
that's
hard
passionate
to run. Like she does
hard.
Marty's lash lifts. She's doing new lash lifts right now, so she's trying to get that started. But here's the funny thing is like she's like, oh, you know, can we get some business cards and some 4x6 things like your door hanger? She's asking me information, but not asking for my help. Because you know what I'll do? I'll take the whole damn thing over.
Yeah.
And then
she wants to do it herself.
Then it's my thing, right?
Yeah.
And so she told me, oh, don't worry, Joel's going to help me with the design of the card. And I'm like, oh, let's call, you know, George of Ventura Graphics, and they'll do an amazing job. And so see how I just inserted myself and I'm already like on the phone trying to solve her problems?
Yeah.
She needs to bring that up, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes we get involved, but I get excited over back to that community, back to the family. And if you only shared my passions on doing the things that people don't want to do, you can make money and be done by like 12 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and you don't have large, you go as far as you want to go, and you're making good money, and it's all within the family. You know what I mean? But it's hard to shove your ideas,
vision.
Down somebody else's throat. So good thing you're helping people out. Like,
I do my best, just because there are things that I know I was seeking out, you know, when I was going through the path that I was going through, you know, like as far as like I got lucky, you know, running into the real estate photography, videography.
Right.
I always say that the people that I first met were literally the people that I still use or still use me.
Are they still getting it for like $75?
No. They bring it up all the time too. But I got lucky because they were guiding me and they were mentoring me as far as like, okay, Irvin, understand that all the people that are smiling at you, all the people that are shaking your hands, they're only shaking your hands, they're only smiling at you for one reason, because they understand that you're new and they just want to use you because they know how green you are. And I was very green going into the business, because back when I started, there wasn't there wasn't a platform to copy, you know, to say, oh, this is how much you really charge, this is how much a package is. I was going in new where I was like, okay, this is how I think I should charge, because it took me this long and it took me this long to edit. And then that's kind of where I was kind of going by just trial and error. And luckily I got to meet these business people from the beginning, and they pulled me aside and said, that's cool. Understand, this is what you need to look for. This is what you basically just keep an eye on this. And when you see this, it means this. And they were already telling me the ins and outs of business. So when it comes down to when people come in and they ask me advice, as far as like when it comes to business too, 100% I want to give it all out, but I'm not going to give all my secrets out as far as like everything, because now I do see businesses doing exactly what I'm doing. And I know where they're coming in from the ideas, because it is a copycat, which I 100% is capitalism.
You've made it a lot easier though.
Which is, it's fine. You know, like I congratulate those people, like, go do your thing. You know, there's more business for everybody. My ego is not that big enough for me to say, oh, you know, like I'm going to downgrade their work or whatever. 100% people need to eat and everything. I congratulate if they're striving and everything.
It's a hard pill to swallow. So you got to be a little bit unique in who you are as a human, because I'll tell you what, my wife's told me since day one, there are going to be other people. You just got to worry about being you. Do you, go out there, try to close those deals. And at the end of the day, if there's 50 other people doing what you're doing, they're going to pick. Some people are just, it's the price. And some people are all like the personality. Me, like Roger's the same way. Like if I'm getting quotes on something and somebody's a little bit higher than the rest of them, but I feel a connection and I feel good about it, right? May not never see that salesman again, but I felt good about the experience, I'll pay a little bit more. So my wife, it seriously has been a struggle of mine to see other people come in the industry, because it's like I make videos and I don't post them because like I'm having a bad day and I'm like, okay, this dude's the area expert. He's got 14 posts and all of them are memes. Like the dude just showed up on the scene and he's the customer's choice, right? Pigeon eviction.
Yeah.
Here I go. I'm about to get PO'd. Pigeon evictions, that's Birdman, baby. There's Birdman-isms that are out there all day.
Yeah.
There's some people that come in, they're like, dude, you're a knucklehead, dude. I love that, the stuff that comes out your mouth. It's hilarious, man. Like,
Oh, bro, I'd hire you just because you made me laugh.
yeah, they're like, you're a
It's easy.
knucklehead. And then some of the youngsters that come up, they're like, dude, that's hilarious, right? What you say. I'm like, that's just me putting out content and being me. But I think Instagram and all that stuff, other people, it's cleaning solar panels, like a million people have had the idea. So I'm not no genius. I know a lot of people in the game and they do really well. And I know a lot of people that came in the game and they were the area experts and they faded out right away, right? But it's still a hard pill to digest when you see your area. Like if you see an HVAC company, like I know somebody that runs like All Heart, like the owner, he's a cool cat. I did his solar system. I'm like, how do you compete with every other van is an HVAC or plumbing, right? Everybody's a landscape. Everybody's
everyone's a landscaper. Everyone's a plumber. Everybody
Detailer.
Detailer.
Yeah. How do you compete, right? And then like
You answer the phone.
yeah, I tell you, like I pay a lot of money for Google Ads, and I tell my wife, I said, we cannot. That's another I was going to talk to you about. Like, I have my hours on Google and all that stuff. People do not care. You know what I mean? I don't. I do. I'll cut it off because guess what? Just what I said earlier, I'm a little more comfortable. I'm a little bit more branded.
Yeah.
I could wait till Monday. But in certain areas, you can't.
Yeah.
So if that lead comes in, we got a guy in Vegas and we got a guy in Inland Empire, right? And these are guys that we trained up because they reached out to us to get material. They wanted to get on the roof. They wanted to see how we do it because they saw our videos and they liked the content and saw what it was. And we have great relationships. The other area experts, they're doing their own things, taking off solar panels, doing crazy things. Right? I'm like, oh, that's going to bite you in the butt, right? But it's crazy the how quick you can lose your thought process. Like I just thought. What was I talking about? I was so pissed off.
I love when that happens. No, emotions will do that.
Back to the Birdmanism, right? Like pigeon evictions. Like my buddy was like, I met a guy when we first started. He used to come all the way from Menifee. He would send his wife up to the 138 and the 15 freeway to give me 2 pieces of material.
Jesus.
Because I didn't have enough money to buy 2 rolls. I thought I could stretch it. I didn't. Great guy, great gal. But damn, I keep losing my thought. Oh, but he was like, hey, we got to get everybody on. As they come aboard, we got to train them. This is pest abatement. And I'm like, pest abatement?
Pest abatement?
Yeah, hey, this is Todd the Birdman doing another pest abatement. I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
That was like, what?
I'm like, dude,
what did you say?
Yeah, I used to manage subprime collections. I was like, pay your home or we'll take your loan. That sounds bad to all your real estate buddies out there, right? But I was that guy with Countrywide, and we had to do what we had to do. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I was like, pigeon evictions, dude. If they ain't paying rent, they got to go, right? So there's all these little isms. And there was even one guy in a different state, he probably wouldn't see this, but like we talked, right? And like he followed me and I started following him and we talked about products and stuff like that. And they're interested in some of the stuff coming down the line. And then I was going through Instagram and he's like, hey, this is so-and-so. And he said his name, the Birdman. I was like, what?
Birdman.
I know there's plenty of Birdmans out there, but I'm like,
I was gonna say
There's only
Harvey
one
Birdman.
Birdman.
What was that? I'm sure you never watched Saturday morning cartoons. The Harvey Birdman.
1970, 70 to 75. I watched cartoons.
Okay, there you go. That was during that time.
Was it?
I want to say it was. What was that Harvey? Forget about
I
it.
don't know.
It was a terrible
He was too
reference.
young.
I failed. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would be changing to my camera, but I think it died.
The battery died.
I
It's all
thought
right.
so.
I
Yeah.
had so many things to do. I'm always busy. Sorry.
Hey,
on my
it's all right, bro. Don't worry.
today.
No one needs to see my face.
No, but that's kudos to you because it's taken to this time to do what my wife said 8 years ago. Do you worry about you? Have you made it easier for the next guys to come in?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the good thing though is you make it look easy. So a lot of the people that don't seek your advice are going to come in. They're going to undercut you. Some of the people are going to go cheap on you. You lose a couple clients, but they're going to come back. And that's 8 years of what I see is the people that take the shortcut and the cheaper guy. There's consequences to it. Some of the people know how to do what we're doing and they just charge less and that's on them. But, for the risks and the longevity, like I said, thank God in October when it got slow, we were able to get all the way through to this is the first month that we're putting black on the books. I don't even know if these people track their stuff.
Yeah.
Right. It's just, I know this is how I feed a family. That's it.
Yeah.
When the money don't come in, it's scary. So it's taken me many years to be able to, like, if they reached out to me, I was always cool with them. First thing I say is, what area do you service? Right. I'm
That's
like,
right.
oh, you're in Rialto or Fontana. Okay, cool. Even though that's a shared area that I go to, I'll train you up. No worries. And I'll give you all my info. The guy that was down here from Steve, he's up north. He bought material. And he was like, yeah, man, you're doing a podcast? I said, oh, it's my friend. He's been trying to get me to come on. I'm nervous, right? And he's like, you nervous? In front of it.
That's right. That's what I said, man.
He goes, look at your Instagram. Everything's a picture of your face. I go, oh, my God, it is.
Yeah,
my turf cleanup, every post I have is, I was like, I can't find the one I'm looking for because I all start off with my stupid face. I'm like, I got to figure something else out. But you do make it easier for the next one. And like, I'm finally matured enough now listening to my wife. It's hard to listen and take the feedback to say, we're going to keep doing us. God's never forsaken us. So just keep being you. And it's, right? It's going to come.
I love that.
It's going to come. So you're a little... Back to like, I don't know, probably 40 minutes ago. Right?
Go rewind. Go back to.
There was a point like, my wife says, "You always look pissed off at the end." And I said, "Because I don't want nobody like talking to me. Like, what do I need new friends for?" But like I've always had that kind of, when you grow up in our leader, right? You're like, everything's suspect. Man.
Oh yeah, you can't.
What do you
trust,
want? Why are you trying to be my homie, dude? Right? Like, hey,
back
too
up.
close to me in
Back
line,
up, fool.
dude. Yeah,
That's right.
it's like, what the heck, man? So I remember when you had a goatee, you were hard. You know what I mean? And then when I came into work one day, they're like, "Are you growing a beard?" I'm like, yeah, goatee. And they're like, oh, goatee. Remember corporate America? This is back in the day. Remember when police didn't have tattoos and they only had the mustache to their lip?
Yeah.
That's how old I am. So like I had a goatee and they're like, are you going to keep that? Like, you look suspect. And I'm like, I'm still the same dude. So that's when I got into the tattoos. I said, I'm going to sleeve up from here on up, man. And it's funny how times change and how things are more accepted.
Yeah,
now,
I do want to get tattoos eventually.
Irvin with tattoos?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I've been wanting tattoos for the longest time since I was younger because I come from the art.
Right.
Well, my first creativity, as far as like when it comes to my brain, it comes from drawing.
Gotcha.
From drawing, and then came into like painting, and then from there it came in develop into music. But of course, it's always going back to the foundation of where even photography is coming from, which is drawing. That's where my eye comes from.
Gotcha.
That makes sense.
And of course, I like imagery, and I've always wanted a tattoo. And when I first started my guitar business or whatever, my teaching business, I only had money for that and that alone. So I was always saving my money. I'm like, oh, one day, if I have, I will have $1,000 or $2,000 to spend. And then I'll like, okay, well, I have $2,000 to spend. I'll spend it on that Gibson right there.
There you go. I was just going to say the guitar that's right there.
So it always went back to music or if not my amps and my strings, whatever. And then I started photography, so I would spend it on my lenses. I started on cameras, batteries, whatever.
These are nice cameras, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, we got multiple camera angles.
It's not a priority, right?
Yeah, and of course I have my studio. Now I do have money saved up. And
well, here's the good thing. Two good things.
Well, hold on. Before I finish, before you give me advice, before you give me advice of getting tattoos. So I was actually going to pull the trigger. So one of my newest friends, Ramses, he has his own podcast. It's cool as well. Shade of Brown. They've been on the pod at least twice. I've been on theirs twice as well. He's also in the same situation where he's in the Dream Act. So he has the Dream Act whole work permit that I'm under right now. Right. And I had just renewed it. And we were talking about it, and he had gotten married last year, going through the whole paperwork and going through immigration, all this stuff. Yeah. And I had just randomly asked him, hey, Ramses, would you want one day to get a tattoo? And he's like, bro, I need to talk to you if you're going to get a tattoo. I'm like, what's up? If you're planning to get a tattoo, even if it's a heart, even if I love America, even if it's a flag, don't do it, because it's seen as if you're going to be gang related for immigration.
Right.
So whatever it is, it could be a sunflower, it could be literally anything. It could be gang related in your situation. So understand that you will be denied if you go into the citizenship program at one point. So he's like, don't get a tattoo. So there you go. That's my limitation of why I'm not getting a tattoo right now.
I was gonna say, well, it sounds like excuses. No, I was gonna.
That's right.
Oh, yes.
He had that one. Like he's
Sorry, I just came back. It was wild. He said this one before.
Yeah,
that's right.
about this
Excuses.
Right. That's a good excuse, though.
Excuses.
I was like,
I want to go back to Mexico one day.
I'm like,
what, you don't want to leave your entire setup with me, dude? I'll take care of it for you. Don't worry.
Babysitter.
I'm like, there's numbing cream, and I told you my son's trying to be a tattoo artist, so I'll hook you up for free, dude. You might not. That one might look gang related because it'll look like it came out of prison, right? Yeah, I heard something that, like, I don't know, something along the lines, and then somebody was like, oh, it's the tattoo guy. My son got his first tattoo, and Abel, he's a great guy. Known him for forever. He does all of the things that I had done way back in the day. But he was saying that one of his friends wanted like Mayan type of artwork, but that's tagged to gang affiliation somehow through the prisons or whatever the case is, and he wouldn't do it. He's like, I won't put that on you because I know the background. I'm like, so yeah, if you know, they'll give you any reason to be like, give you the eye.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean?
Yeah,
it's crazy, right? Like, I don't know.
It is what it is. You know, things happen for a reason, and of course, you know, if it does happen where I do get a green card at one point, I'll get my face tattooed.
Damn, the face? You
I don't think I'll go that far.
Yeah, I would.
Just to rebel.
You know, it's funny. I've always really liked the teardrop tattoo.
Oh, damn.
But I'm like, no, because I think it's cool. Like, you think, oh, like, I'm emotional. I'm a crybaby. Like,
if you're going into someone's house to clean it, right? With a little teardrop, they're gonna be like, this dude's gonna clean me out, man.
You know what? I already get looks because so like a lot of the cleaning again is done by me, my brother-in-law. It's you know, I bring in my brother now. He's 19. I get him, you know, $15 an hour so he can like work for his own stuff. I shit you not. I had for the first time this old lady. She was just like, so has anyone ever told you anything about, you know, two guys showing up for a cleaning job? And I'm like, damn, dude, like. Come on, man! Yeah. Like, what, guys can't clean?
You're like, the pillowcases kind of gave it away. You're gonna take all their good silver.
But I didn't think about that. I was like, oh, that's right. My brother's like 6 foot something. Yeah, you know, I got this beard and long hair. Yeah. Like, oh, I'm coming into this home, like, and I'm like, hey, I'm here to clean your house.
That's so crazy. Just the people. That's another podcast in itself. Like, yeah, no, people older. I don't even want to say older people. Like, I have a customer and my friend George, he has a detailing company, and when it's slower, he's like, hey, you got any work? And I told him, yeah, I got some turf work. So he was helping me get it going last year. And we're in Encino, right? And the questions she was talking to him, like it was like, so, like, I don't think she really, I think that's her normal, who she is. Nice lady, but she's like, so where were you born?
Oh, my God.
Like, were you born here?
Yeah.
To her, rolled right off her tongue.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, gosh.
Oh my God.
I was like, whoa, man. And then, you know, just certain things that she would said to him or whatever the case is. But yeah, there's people out there, man, that are still kind of
in their old school mentality. I don't take offense to it anymore. I think I've kind of encountered it too many times to where now it's kind of like, it's kind of like normalized in my head. I think it's more of just the idea that we think that they're coming in from some sort of negative side as far as like how they're thinking or how they're talking. Wait till he gets his paperwork. He's gonna have a different opinion.
He's gonna have a different opinion.
Because there are.
He's like, I'm American now.
Right. There are certain areas like I'm gonna say Acton. They're very you know, I'm gonna say more into your skin color tone.
This is it, right?
The lumberjack skin color.
And they're kind of going into like more either Midwest or Southern accent, kind of like, because it's all ranch style out there.
Oh yeah.
And I've encountered people with deep accents, and they're like, "Hey boy," and that's how they're talking to me.
They're rural for a reason.
They're calling me boy. I'm like, "Hey boy," and like, and then I'm like,
and in their mind, they don't. think
and then they're not thinking nothing at all. That's their culture. I would assume.
Right.
I'm going to go off of the idea. I'm like, okay, let me have an interaction with you first before I even judge you, because I'm already judging you. So we're already doing this dance of negativity. So let me go in with the benefit of the doubt that
let it roll.
You know, that you're just coming in as if I was another guy that you're meeting at a bar or at a restaurant. and that's what your dialogue is, you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I go after. And of course, that guy was super nice. Like, I got to meet his wife. He had a Chihuahua that was super mean to everybody, but I started petting it, and right away he
Chihuahua?
started complimenting me, right? He started complimenting me. He's like, "Oh, this dog never likes anybody," and blah blah blah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and all of a sudden he's like, "Oh," and like I said, he's super nice guy. But if you were to
awesome.
hear his tone, and like I said, he
Right away you could get defensive.
similar look to Todd or whatever.
Wow.
You start to look at this
Hey, boy.
this idea of what this person is, you know, because we're so
quick. Yeah, I don't know what you call that, but it's.
I shoot from the hip. That's what it is.
I hope he didn't shoot from the hip, man. Yeah, that's crazy. No, I feel what you're saying on that, and it's like you could get defensive right away, and or you could roll with the punches and see how things line out. That's a trip.
Yeah, and it's just like the way that you are approaching yourself too, like the way that you, like I said, being stoic as a man is very important. You know, like checking your own ego as well is very important. I'm running my own business, so let's say if he was a racist, or let's say he was that person that I might have assumed in the beginning when I heard his voice or when I heard his accent or whatever, maybe I wouldn't have seen him anymore, which I haven't seen him anymore, but I remember him being a nice guy.
There you go.
I'm like, this guy was a really good guy. I got to hear his story, you know, where he's moving and all that stuff. But I wouldn't have known that if I would have acted on the half of my ego where I know is filled with negativity, because once again, we are pushed these narratives online, these narratives on like TV
all day,
and all this stuff. So everybody hates everybody without actually getting to know
Maybe he
one.
just watched Yellowstone or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is where all this came in. I started watching Yellowstone. Grew a beard.
And you just grew a beard.
Yeah, I was like, now I'm watching The Chosen, and I keep seeing Jesus over here. It's too bad the camera died. Jesus is here.
Jesus.
Do you know what's funny? You're not the first one to say that. My family from Mexico, they're like, "Oh my God, tienes la cara de Jesús." And I'm like,
Can I get a translator from acting?
He's like, they were like, "Oh my Lord, you have the face of Jesus."
I got Jesus and Santa here, so there you go. Diversity.
We got to come up with something for you over there. That's crazy.
I could think of it. We're still here.
We'll think of something.
Yeah,
we'll
we'll think of
brainstorm.
something about it.
So leave it in the comments. Actually, what do you think Irvin looks like?
An immigrant. What are you talking about? An immigrant? I just from the real brand right now.
That's cool. You could like openly talk about it, right? Like people, they're protected, right? And there's immigration's a huge issue. Look, on the political front, I'm more conservative because I think I'm older and I pay a little bit more attention. Like I don't want to be like I'm the old grumpy guy, right? But I swear it's like both sides are crazy in their own way.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
The
Yeah,
pendulum
absolutely.
could swing totally this way and that way, but it's like if there's one thing I've always said, and back to the neighborhood when we had brown and black and Mexican and whites that thought they were brown and
black. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Hey,
It's
I
like-
hung out with them too.
Yeah, it's like everybody was a melting pot, but we never talked about politics and religions, right? But I always said, look, man, because my dad was a blue collar where he was an electrician when he was healthy, and then he got sick, and we lived on Social Security. So I kind of had an understanding that the government was paying our way. But it's not not an honor badge to be at school. I was a baby, so I was spoiled, so I did get extra clothes, right? My mom would hook me up when we didn't have the money and just say, don't show your brothers. And I'm like, we go to the same school. Like,
Yeah.
they're gonna
What am I
see,
supposed
like,
to do?
My new OP, right? But I had hand-me-downs, and that's how everybody I knew was raised on like hand-me-downs. And you were the youngest, you wore everybody else's clothes and all that. But I've always said you got to have protect. As soon as I was old enough to understand like borders and all that, my mom was an immigrant. She came over on a work visa at 18, and it was like a proud moment when she got her paperwork. But she got her paperwork, and you have to have strong borders. You got to have good education. You got to take care of the kids, and you got to take care of the seniors. So I've always said we got to be protected at the borders because that's just security, and there's a process to get in. And I know a lot of people that had came in a different way, and they've worked and they've busted their asses. So it does break my heart when I see these little Tic Tacs, chicks married to a Marine, got 6 kids, and been here 20 years, and during a former president, right, they deported her,
Oh,
right?
man.
Yeah, so it's crazy how screwed up things are. when, but I've always said, hey, if we have safe borders, man, that keeps us safe. That makes me feel good. And big military. I like big military. I respect those guys.
Hey, no one will fuck with you when you have a bigger gun than them, right?
Amen. There's so much madness in the world. I'm like, strong borders. You got to have a strong military. You got to take care of the kids and you got to take care of the elders, because you hit on something earlier and I lost it, but there's people I know that work at Home Depot that should be retired comfortably. They worked at Lockheed. They made great money back in the day. They had a 401k plan and all that stuff. They had the retirements. My neighbor, they were both nurses, and they're penny pinching type of people. This inflation will put them on the damn streets. And that's whether you're Republican, conservative, Democrat, or whatever the case is. Stop the madness. Look at the facts, man. Like this is the stuff that is another podcast, and we'd have all kinds of views.
Let's have a part two. Let's do a part two.
My business might end, right?
I love it.
I can hear Todd talk all day, bro.
Here's the thing: I would care less as far as like when it comes to the topics. There are certain things that I say that may sound controversial to certain people, and like I said, there was one comment. I loved it. It was a hater. I'm like, oh, red pill something. I'm like, bro.
Oh, I saw that.
I was like, bro, I'm the brownest person that I know.
You're the brown pill.
I'm
Take the brown
literally
pill.
like the immigrant coming into this country, and you're calling me the conservative. I'm like, where does it? But once again, anything could offend anybody. Yeah. So if there's anything that offends you, by all means, be offended. It's not going to affect me. Just don't listen to my podcast, please.
So maybe you put that out. You know how disclaimer. It says, like, yes. Todd Graves was here. Please take viewer discretion's advice. Soft ears, turn off now. Right?
No, I think I saw that comment, and I think that was a friend of mine who's. I think he was directing that comment at me.
No. Red pill means more of the conservative, because I was talking about men and women as far as like when the differences between what we were talking about, because how I was saying men are the ones that provide and protect and technically the leaders and everything. And then of course you're kind of going off of the idea that I was kind of more of the, no, you're saying all men are this and all men are that. And I'm like, no, I'm just breaking down the biology of men. And I think that's a lot of, these are topics that aren't really announced anymore, so people aren't used to hearing these things. And I know it sounds mean, and I know it sounds too direct to certain people, because once again, everyone's getting softer and softer.
There you go.
And I'm not the type of person to kind of soften the words, or I'm not going to give you word salad. I'm just going to say it this is how it is, unless it is a girl, because I know they get emotional. Unless you're,
no, I mean,
unless you're a friend of mine.
We just got like 15 more views.
Right. Unless you
take the brown pill, boys.
Here's the thing. I know how they want to hear things. It has to be a little bit softer. I'm not going to talk to them the way that I spoke to Omar. Right. That's not how I'm going to speak to a lady that I'm trying to speak to, because it's going to sound mean. Right. It's going to sound way too direct, and they may cry. Yeah, and I don't want this to cry. Like I'm not in that position.
I'm not coming to you for advice.
Hey, no, you come to me. You come to me. I'll hear you.
Yeah,
I'm a little softer.
He's a little softer. Yeah. But once again, those are the things that I'm pretty sure some young gentleman on the YouTube must have heard something that I said, and I'm pretty sure he's the type of guy that isn't really doing too much for himself, because it's normally those guys that are going to have the time to comment. If I don't have the time because I'm doing the things that I need to do, regardless if I disagree with you, I don't have time to comment on anything. If I agree or disagree, I have too much time to spend on my stuff. My purpose is my purpose. And if I'm following my purpose, I don't have time for anybody, as far as like if I disagree.
I still delete the ones on mine. I'm like, what?
I'm about it. I'm like,
no, I love it. I love it. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, thank you. Because now the algorithm's going to push it, and now people are going to watch it even more. Yeah. So I didn't feel any type of way. I just saw it. I'm like, oh, I just left it alone. And that was it. And I love the idea that 3-hour podcast got views, because it was a 3-hour podcast. That's I'm like, long, bro, that was a long ass podcast. Bro, but we didn't feel it.
I did not feel it, bro.
We didn't feel that podcast, but cool. I loved it. But when you're saying about like, when we talk about politics, or if someone might say something about you, if you may say something, say it. Like I would, like, to me, like, That's the idea of my podcast. I want to have open communication. I want to learn how to communicate better.
Right.
But so the idea is, one, I want to communicate better with other people, but I also want to have people to actually learn how to communicate without any incentive of saying, oh, I might be judged, or I might get canceled, or might get blah, blah, blah. Who cares? At this point, I know who you are. Like I said, diversity. I got Jesus, I got Santa, and I got the guy that's coming in from Mexico.
Wait, Jesus, Santa's not white. No, but you're right. It used to be, I was trying to think of the word, but it was more admirable when you were like our parents, like you're not to be like, see how I'm like dancing around saying manhood?
Yeah.
Like your character.
Don't be scared. Say it. Say it.
Dang, being a man.
Yeah.
Like I told my kids, I said, at 14, I didn't really know my dad too much, right? I saw what he did. I liked things he did. I didn't like things he did. But other than that, I didn't really know him. I wish I really did. I said, but man, he was nostalgic. When he would tell a story and he had his non-filtered Pall Mall, and you know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
There was,
Hell yeah.
but people respected. I mean, he was crippled up with his hands and psoriasis and arthritis and this and that, but they respect him because even though you could have pushed him over with a pinky, right? Like he had, how do you say it? He had
a presence.
Kind of, yeah, presence. And you said it earlier, like you have core value. Like he had like something that was like, you knew where he was coming from. And he had the balls to say it, right? And it was okay. That's Raj. That's his point of view, right? But today, like you said earlier, like people have gotten too soft that I will dance around. I have very strong beliefs. Like I see all of this stuff about all of the different things that are going on, and I have very strong beliefs.
I do too. And I say it out loud. I am like, very outspoken on anything as far as like, if you give me a topic, I'll say it. If you're mad or if you get emotional about it, like Omar did on the last one.
Hey, that's okay. I'll accept it. Hey, but I prefer shit like this.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying.
He's back here though, so
exactly.
He's not that butthurt
and
about
by the way, we were texting that same day, or if not the day before. And I'm like, Omar,
did you text him and say, dude, I'm sorry, are we still friends?
No, I basically said, dude, I love the podcast because I listen to every single podcast that I do. I have to listen to it again. I'm listening right now. I'm listening to you to listen. I'm actually listening to you so that I could respond correctly. I'm actively listening. But when I'm actually watching the podcast, when I'm editing it, I'm actually listening as if I was an audience member. And that podcast for me was very entertaining. And I was in the podcast. I'm like, this is for me. I love this. Like, I get it. We're kind of going back and forth. We're disagreeing because he's saying about words, it sounds, and blah, blah, blah. But I get
really philosophical. So sometimes like, just to be devil's advocate, I'll give you a different point of view, and then I'll get real emotional and passionate about it because again, that's what ends up happening when you genuinely believe.
Good dialogue,
But I don't genuinely believe everything I say. Sometimes, sometimes a farmer will go into the field and he'll plant certain seeds just to see if it'll grow. And sometimes he might not even care about the seed. It might become a squash, and he's like, "Oh shit, it became squash. I wonder what this seed's got. Let's just fucking throw that in the dirt." You know? And that's kind of how I operate. That's why I was like, "Oh man, we're both
pretty
farmers,
cool." I hope I don't get canceled for being on here. It's like,
no, we're good.
I think we're pretty good.
I knew he was, man. Nah. That's kind of crazy because, like I was saying earlier, like I have a certain. I can't help the fact that I'm bald. Right? I could.
I have a beard, I guess, and tattoos.
So my neighbor, he shows up. He went through a divorce. I haven't seen him a lot because the wife was in and the wife left, and then his older kids were there and all this stuff. He'll never see this, but finally he shows up the other day, and I didn't have the time for him. I had to go somewhere. But he saw me and I saw him, and I was like, damn, I got to say what's up to him. So I went down there and I was looking at him and I was like, this dude used to look like me. Like he was bald, right? Like cul-de-sac. And I'm looking at his hair blowing the wind and I'm like, am I tripping?
Wait a minute.
Everything he said, I didn't know what he said because I was trying to figure out, did this dude have hair before? Did he just grow that all back? And they make wigs so good now.
Wow.
I was like, wow, right? I'm like, but yeah, it's like I told you before, like I and then I confirmed it with my son. He goes, no, he had a cul-de-sac. I said, dude's got hair,
Beautiful.
man. My wife's like, yeah, he's single. Right. He's single now. He's trying to get some, right?
That's right. You need some hair, I guess.
Yeah, I was like,
or money.
Oh yeah, amen. Right. boat season.
I mean, if you have one or the other, you're pretty good.
Yeah, go to the river.
If you got
You'll
money,
see.
you could get the hair. So
There you go. There you go. You could buy a nice, expensive.
What do you do when
wig.
you don't have money? Because it's been a really bad winter. No, just kidding. I'm married. But
Hey,
that's right. Hey. But like
That was a joke.
wifey, she would listen. She goes through Instagram like this. I'm like, what are you doing? Is your phone stuck? And I look, and she's liking everything. I'm like, you like everything? I said, you can't like everything. That sounded like Trump. You like everything. But anyway, back to Dan. Quit jumping in.
That's right.
I'm trying to remember. Then I look and I see a bald head. I go, oh, now I remember.
That's right, Dan.
So I when you're dealt the certain cards, you go with it, right?
Yeah.
So I've got this certain look, and like my wife says, I always look mean at the gym and all of that stuff. So like sometimes, like I've created my own.
Mm-hmm.
I've set myself up. Mm-hmm. If I was in acting, right, like you said, there's more like these kind of guys out there.
Boy.
But it's like I like the kind of the way that I look in the beard and the roughness and the toughness and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, like, you know what I mean? Like I have a customer that hit me up yesterday, and she asked me, she's asked for a lot of weird things. Like, hey, do you know somebody that welds? Hey, do you? I guess when you click, you find them resourceful, I guess. So I hooked her up with a welder, right? And they hooked up their stuff. And so I've helped her with some other things at the house. Really cool people. And then she goes, hey, know anybody with a truck? And I'm like, shit. Yeah, I got it. I got two of them. But I know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, help me move something.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And so I was like, I don't want to deal with it, right? And my wife's like, I told her, I said, oh, well, I'm home, but I'm waiting for this customer. And she was like, why? Right? And normally my wife's the opposite side. Yeah, go help somebody, serve somebody, right? But she was like, why, right? And it's like, I was relieved when she finally texted me back and said, oh, it's because she lives on the east side. This toy thing for her kids was on the west side. And I just came back from the west side. So then I was going to have to go back and then go back. Disassemble it, put it in the truck, take it over there. And I couldn't leave it unassembled, right? So I'm like, so when she said that she didn't need me, I told my wife, I said, see, I look like a champ, man. You know what I mean? I don't know how I got on that damn topic from looking a certain way to, I don't know, dude.
Because you were talking about going to acting.
Acting? Oh, no, acting.
Or no,
Because you look like a white guy that lives in Acton, and you like the roughness and toughness of that look, and
see,
and then all of a sudden it went to like
a 2-hour podcast.
It went into the idea of going from east side to west side.
No, but like I guess like when people see me, they have a persona, but I built that persona and I wanted that persona. But when they get to know me, that's where I was going. I'm a decent guy. I found myself.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Like I try to, not all the time, right? But I'll do a good deed every now and then. But if you were to see me, what your perception is, kind of like you're saying.
There you go.
Is exactly what, just leave me alone.
Yeah.
And that's sad because I was saying like so many people are more alone longer. And then I'll be at church like, nobody's even said what's up to me today. But then I'm over here like, grumpy. But that could be troubling if I was to say, I believe in a strong border.
Sorry.
And that's not me looking at you saying, I hope you get deported, right?
No, I just changed to your camera angle the minute you were like, I think there should be strong borders.
There should be a strong border. 2024 is going to be very different, right?
And someone would look at you, yes, because of the way you look and think, oh, this guy's an asshole.
But then I would be like, why are they? Because I'm only looking at the soft guy. I just tried to help that lady the other day with a damn toy set. Why am I a racist? And then my niece would be like, because. Oh, so here's another.
That's right.
The call center, right? So mind you, like Countrywide was a very prestigious company. So you come out to Lancaster. So you're going to have a lot of ethnicity. You got this big, bald, white guy doing all the hiring, right? And so it was always funny when somebody says, you're firing me because I'm a certain race.
That's right.
Like, look out on the floor. The whole floor's, I'm the only white dude here, right? But it's so crazy, like the perceptions that could be drawn. Right. But I always say stupid things. And my thing, like I always say, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Like
I like
whether
that
it's
one.
Ronnie Coleman or Lightweight, whatever, or Jersey Shore. I just don't want to say that I used to watch that. But I used to say,
Sorry, you said it.
It's still going on. Right?
Oh, man.
It's longer than this podcast.
Oh my goodness.
But I'd always say, "What's up, Cracker Wheat?" I'd always say, "What's up, Cracker?" Right?
Cracker Wheat?
Yeah. I had to change it to Cracker Wheat. So I'm that stubborn.
Cracker Wheat.
I used to say Cracker, like, "What's up, Cracker?" Instead of dude.
Yeah.
Right. Well, somebody of a different ethnicity took me to HR over saying Cracker. And they're like, "You need to stop because you sound racist." I'm like, "My wife's Mexican.
Yeah.
I have blended kids.
Yeah.
I live in East Palmville
Yeah.
by choice. I could live in a much more whiter neighborhood if I want, next to Irving."
Right.
That's right.
We live like 5 minutes away. What are you talking about?
You're on the east side
We're
of me.
literally neighbors.
He's real hood. He lives by Vallarta.
Yeah, it's true. I could see the Vallarta sign literally by my window.
So you live off of R.
I live on 50th.
You're like, "Can you turn that thing off?"
50th.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Where the park is at.
Yeah.
The whatever park.
Oh yeah, I have some
yeah.
students out
There you
there.
go, there you go.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Actually, I shouldn't say that on the phone.
I know.
Oh no. Whoops.
I live on the west side.
Just edit out. Just edit
Edit
that
out.
out.
Another
left,
part.
and the first right, you hang it right, and you'll see my
I live in
Toyota out there. I live in
I live in
boy.
What?
So HR drags me through the mud, and then I just went out there and I changed it to Cracker Wheat. I'm like, excuse my language, F you. Like, dude, like, I am not, right? But, like, back to our families and stuff like that, they always know what I'm going to say. And it might not be appropriate, but it's real. And it's funny and it's comical, and they expect it. When I meet somebody's new girlfriend, I'm like, I'm the token white guy in the family.
Hell yeah.
Right? You got to have one wife. There's the black guy. There's the Peruvian, right? There's Roger, right? You want to be his friend, bring him some Coors Light. Or he's drinking Ultras lately. I don't know. Yeah, but it's just, I've built this look that, you know, it's kind of weird, and now I'm older, and I was talking about being alone more often and things like that, and it's like you don't have a lot of chance for free, how would I say, like, free speech, man. And it's not just because I believe in strong borders doesn't mean there shouldn't be a way to get in here. And do I believe the whole process needs to be overrode? Everything needs to be rewrote, right? It's
Amen to that, brother.
horrible. You know what I mean? And you're not a teacher, are you?
Yeah, he is.
I was.
Or he was.
I'm a recovering teacher.
I
was just
I'm in
joking.
recovery.
Right? It's just like it. I do hold back a lot more with my family. I tell them where the bear poops in the woods. When I was a kid, I thought I was a Democrat because Democrats used to take care of the old and take care of like people that need it. Like my dad, he needed the service. He was a vet, so he got VA benefits and things like that. And they took care of the workers. The unions were different back then, right? The unions today are in it for themselves. The unions that were there to protect the worker, they're pretty much bankrupting, right? Like it's crazy. You put all that money into it, and you think you're going to retire, and then some politician. There you go.
It was close.
Decides the pendulum swing, and back to your point on the education. Is there a reason we need to be over in Ukraine? And that's not to say, hey, you're not a Christian because you don't want to reach out and help people and all that. We don't know other than what's fed to us. Do we need to be over there and helping? Yeah. Is there other forces pushing the others away and making it unfair for them? And is it something we should be involved in? I mean, you get lost in really like being able to say what you want to say. So again, hopefully they get as lost in my statements as I do.
No,
and they can't figure
I
it out.
agree.
You know what I
As
mean?
far as like what you're trying to say, I think the educational system for me, what I understood when I wanted to be a teacher, because I wanted to be a teacher at one point too. Like I was actually getting my credentials while
And you're like, damn, they don't pay.
right. No, that's exactly what
Deal with these punk kids?
That's
Right.
exactly
That's
what I
right.
said. I was teaching at 2 private schools while I was getting my credentials. I was writing music. I was playing with my band. I was
Nice.
literally doing living music,
Yeah.
everything. But I was also looking at my check. I was like, what am I spending in school? And then what am I actually going to get later on to babysit these kids? Because at the end of the day, it becomes babysitting. It becomes babysitting.
God damn it, dude! Sorry, I'm in the same. I am in the same boat as. I now teach like I want to say 8 people now, and I teach music as well. But I was at a music store, which still didn't pay as well. But now I'm making all the money. But
Amen.
I don't want to do it anymore. You know what I
Wow.
mean? It's just it's glorified babysitting.
Yeah.
Just like how he says, even
Yeah.
if you're doing it privately, it's like most of the time, unless somebody wants it, wants it. they're not going to listen to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
that's crazy.
even if they think they want it.
Yeah, but the thing that I did learn when I was actually going to school, and I would actually say my education comes from experience, and actually I would say from certain professors at ABC, because there are professors that actually want to teach at college levels. Teachers that are doing elementary, junior high, and high school, they kind of get into the cycle of like, I have to pay my student loans, and this is why I'm doing it, and I'm stuck because I got married and I have a morttage, and I have a car payment. I have literally now I have to teach because this is it. Amen. There's nothing else that I could do. But when I started going to actual AVC, there's more critical thinking as far as like when my English professor was actually going and we're reading novels and everything. And I think it became more of like, when you're actually going to school, it's to actually teach yourself how to learn. And that's all it is.
Yeah,
Nice.
So from that experience of from basically building my company or building the little company that I had when I was teaching privately, it became that it was I was teaching myself how to learn something new so it could benefit me. So I was going off of the little foundation of like mathematics and actually grammar, how to write. There is foundations of everything, but absolutely. There's too much of like unnecessary information that we're being taught that I didn't care about enough that I was just sitting there and they're telling me to sit there, and I was just anxious to leave, and I was fiddling my thumbs, or I was drawing on a piece of paper, and I was just wasting my time. And those are the things that we have to question now when it comes to the school system. Like, what exactly are we having these kids do for all these years, and then having to repeat the same thing when they go to college? Because when your first 2 years, you're doing your general ed. General ed is basically high school. It's basically you're going to you're doing algebra, you're doing English, you're doing whatever it is until you go into your BA. I'm like, what exactly are we doing all those years?
Yeah, that's the schools and like our pastor says, you got to get involved. Like you see these people get involved and they end up arrested in certain states, right, as terrorists. It's crazy that you can't voice your opinion or have an opinion. They say freedom of speech, but it's like back to the trade schools and all that. There's people that are high school educated plumbers making a few $100,000 a year. They don't teach you about that stuff, right? You know what I mean?
Why would you get in debt if you can just do that, right?
Yeah, right. And it's like the cost of school is so much. Like you said, you get into these professions because your heart, right? And then when you're in it, you're like, oh shit, I don't want to say where I live now because until I see the
he lives in Acton too.
He lives in Acton, boy.
But the kids that go to school today, right? Oh my God! This one day we're in our little office at the house, and me, my son, and my wife, and you could see everybody walking by, and my dog stands up and looks over the fence, and it barks. It's a boxer, right? Yeah. He's white. And so this kid in an ROTC uniform, like a little
military
Air Force dude, right?
It's the high school stuff, right?
Yeah.
ROTC.
Throws a rock and like almost smashes it. Like it misses my dog, but hits the window.
Wow.
So remember I told you my wife's really meek and mild and stuff. She was like, get in the car. And so we bone out, right? So the kids today, I guess the moral of the story, and then I'll finish the story. The kids today, you couldn't pay teachers enough to really like fulfill their passion to teach the kids without an agenda, without like, I don't know, there's one flag and that's the United States and that's that flag. You don't need all these different things in classrooms. I do believe you need to bring schools, like I think I've been taught a lot by our pastors, but schools were created back in the day to teach the gospel, and it was a core fundamental. Like if you didn't know the commandments and the testaments and stuff like that, you were looked at like you were, I don't want to say a retard, but people took pride in that. But there was more time back in those days. There wasn't phones. There wasn't fidgety things and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's like the kids today, I don't think you could pay teachers enough to fulfill what was in their heart to be a teacher. But anyway, we got in the car, we drove around, we found that kid, and I jumped out. And guess what? So nobody else knew. He just almost threw a rock through our window, right? And I got all these rocks and I was like, where are these rocks coming from? Big, bald white guy in the face of a teenage Mexican kid, right? And so car stops, right? Mexican lady want to want to give it to me. And then my wife rolls down the window.
Híjole.
Yeah, gives it to her. That's not like my wife. My wife's so
hell
quiet,
yeah.
right?
There you go.
And so,
Maribel?
yeah, and she's quiet, right?
Kudos on Maribel.
Very Hispanic looking, short. Looks like my tia, you know, like.
Dang,
bro.
you look like a tia.
I love
But
that.
it's like, you know, she's just a mild, meek, just nice. But that really upset her, right? But back to the kids today and
the way you look.
Yeah, you know, it's like, there I was, and I was like, I was about to put hands, and I told him, I said, there's two ways we could take this. Like, I flashed back to that. I said, I ain't gonna knock you out. I said, but my son goes to the school and he saw you. He'll take care of you. Or you could just admit what you did and call it square, dude. Like, just own up to it. But I think we've got such a society that even if you were caught doing it, I didn't do it.
Yeah, the accountability is no longer there.
And this guy's, I said, dude, you're in a uniform. Like I would assume, like, you've got a code of ethics and things like that, and you're throwing rocks at dogs. Look, I get it. I was a kid, dude, but you hit my damn window. I said, I'm not paying for that. And then so we went back and forth, and then the cars were piling up, and all everybody saw was like a big bald white dude in a teenage Mexican kid's face. They didn't care to sort out this is my beef, leave it alone. Everybody's just got their opinion and jumped in. But back to the teachers, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I tell my kids, like, back to the houses and the affordabilities and all of that. I said, man, it's crazy. Like, and if you don't have that core value of your family or your friends or your soundboards, as you get older, like my son who's 18, you know, he's got a lot of friends, right? And I said, you know, that old saying, you want to see your future, show me your friends. Right?
I like that.
My mom used to tell me, like, your friends are suspect. I knew they were hell. They were bad people. One or two of them are still friends today, like maybe 4 or 5 of them, right? They're all very successful, right? I said, but I did run with a shady crew of people. And it's so important when you're young to be that cool cat, to be the center of attention, to act out, to lash out. Now they've got the platform where they could cuss out teachers and do all that stuff. And the school ain't going to do anything. Just like people going into, because of, what's his name, Gadsden or whatever, they going in and just walking out with racks of clothes, right? And people ain't doing anything. I said, shit, if I was there, I'd trip this.
Yeah.
That's 3 cuss words in a minute, like in 30 seconds. But it's like, we've dummied it down, and it was just on the news last night that they're scratching their heads going, there's a sharp increase in these kinds of thefts. And you're like, what? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, all over. Like, the lady in what was it, Chicago, that just got voted out, the mayor, she thought she was doing a good job. They're like hundreds of murders a week out there. Like, come on, man. That's another podcast.
Something's got to change. I feel that.
Yeah, no, I think what happened is we're trying to create this utopia of, like, we want to make everyone happy.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's not possible. Like, there has to be a give to everything. Yeah. There has to be law and order. You know, like, there are certain things when it comes to immigration, I would want there to be change as far as, like, the border. There has to be secure, of course.
He's like, I just want my damn papers.
Right. but it all comes
Give
down
them to me.
It all comes down to the paperwork. For me, it literally becomes the process of, like, are you actually, once again, the perception as far as, like, they see a white guy and then the little Hispanic guy, it's the whole border thing. It's physical, but what exactly are we doing with the process as far as, like, how are we bringing in people to actually come in legally? And those are the questions that people aren't really asking. Yeah. People aren't risking their lives for the I want to do it because it's an adventure, you know, or just to say that I did it. There is an actual reason, legitimate reasons, you know, and of course there are bad people that are coming through. Unfortunately, that's the reason why you want secure borders. Right. But the actual reason, as far as, like, what exactly are we doing to make that process where it's actually a process where people could actually take, and those are the questions that most people don't have. Right now, I'm in limbo. Yeah, I've been literally, I would say I renewed my work permit 2 weeks ago, $600. I renew it.
That's where they want you, I think.
I've renewed it at least, I'm going to say 5 to 6 times.
Wow.
So I'm in this loop of, like, there is no process for me.
Steady flow of cash.
Literally no process of, like, the next process is, you go take a test or you'll do this. There's nothing. It's limbo. I'm in a loop of limbo, and those are questions.
If you ever call, ain't nobody got the answer.
Yeah, there's
for you.
nothing to ask as far as, like, what we could actually do. So those are the things that I would say, let's first fix the paperwork as far as like what it is. What do I need to do? How many more times do I need to pay $600 for this permit? Because it's just a permit that allows me to have a social security number or work permit, or literally just to have my business legitimate. Or if not, I'll just be doing it under the table. So either I'm paying taxes, because I do pay taxes, and I pay a lot of taxes. In California, you have your own little business, you have to pay so much taxes. But of course, I'm in this little group too. Like I'm saying, like there's no process of actually doing it legitimately. And I understand why people are coming in when they don't have a process to go through. And those are the things that aren't asked. As far as like the physical, for sure, it needs to be secured. There needs to be military. But why is it that there is no process where people are kind of going from A to B, where of course you're asking poor people already that barely know how to read, that to go through this long-term process that they barely understand, the legal system barely understands. And
those questions, man.
And you're asking these people to actually go through the process where you don't even understand how to actually go and navigate these processes. So now that I'm in this country, I'm educated, I have a business, I pay money, taxes like I'm saying, or I pay the work permit, what's the next step? I haven't had the next step for the last God knows how many years. But that's what my only argument when it comes to the actual border being secure and actually the next process, which is the paperwork. For me, it's the paperwork. The paperwork will literally fix most of the problems when it comes to the actual process of the physical. First, it comes to the paperwork because it becomes the law and order. Law has to be fixed first, and then the order up for as far as like the security.
Irving dropping in facts.
They got to say no. They got to turn away, but they need to process, right? And a good percentage, I would have to assume, I don't know, I haven't studied it, right? But people have relatives that have come from different places, and they're in that minutia. And there's a percentage of the people that are like, F it, I'm going to go across. They're going to give me a court date. I'm not going to show up. And I'm just going to, that's the life that I'm living. But I'm going to risk that for whatever their reason is, whatever their cause is, better life, send money home, whatever the case is. But I agree with you. It's you don't know, right? Like, we did foster care for years, and the BS and the people that you can't get to, and when you want to get to, and you're telling them gravely issues that, unfortunately kids end up, stuck in boxes and die, little kids and stuff like that. That they don't, the people that own those jobs, there's no accountability to them because the policy, like you're saying, it's not written, it's not clear. Somebody knows what's up, whether it's a revenue stream, whether it's to hold you in limbo or whatever the case is. At some point, like, somebody's got to rewrite that. Is it a monstrous task? Yeah, but people that are coming from other countries, they know. Like, if you look at folks that come in and they get work visas and they get small business loans and things like that, right? This guy from Acton, I'm not getting that. I can't get that business loan, right? And so it's like people know the system before they come, and it's like, do I deal with all that BS, and do I go and get turned away, or do I go and end up in this minutia of never-ending documents, right? And sit there and pay. Like I said, that one lady, we watched this whole show on it. We watched both sides of this documentary, and it was really good because even though I had certain strong beliefs on border security and this and that and turning some of the people away and stuff like that, you cannot help but feel like, wow, dude, you've been here, you've been working, you've been paying your taxes, you're a good person, you're not from MS-13.
Right?
Yes, that's right. Mala Salvatrucha, Holmes.
Oh my goodness.
it's like you're a good person. Like, what the hell? And they're sending, those are the people that they send back. Look, you got Danny D walking in over here. We've been talking about that.
Hey, Danny,
dude,
you want to sit in the couch? You want to sit on the couch?
You want to hear
Danny?
all the things we've been talking about?
Could you go to camera number either mine or whoever Todd, so that they could walk through?
There you go.
Go.
Wait, hold on. If I do Todd's,
go, and go.
Run.
Just go.
You're good. Right over here, bud.
Just be careful with the wires.
Oh, Lord.
We got Danny in the house.
I want to close that door for immigration purposes.
Or you want to close the door first? All right, go for it.
Yeah,
Don't trip over the cord. He's not paid
cords.
his insurance this month until his immigration documents are signed.
What you guys been doing, man?
We've been chilling, bro.
Man,
We've been chilling.
I started off living in East Palmdale. Now I live in Acton.
Yeah, now he lives in Acton.
and I'm Santa Claus. So that's how far.
And we got Jesus and Santa Claus.
Jesus and Santa Claus.
So far it's Jesus and Santa Claus.
We got Danny in the house.
Hey, did you guys clear up the story with this guy? Have you ever laid the guy out?
Yeah. We actually were talking about as far as like the controversy and basically bantering and arguments and all this other stuff. Yeah, no.
You were gonna lay out the dude in front of his son.
Wait, what?
What
happened?
Say that
Remember,
again.
remember the dude that you did the lessons for? You said you were about to go lay him out.
Oh, that's right.
You met Danny. You met
did
Danny.
meet him that
You
day.
met Danny.
Oh no! You know what I ended up doing?
About to lay out.
I'm gonna tell you this story real quick.
Sorry, Danny's like not
I'm
on the
taking away
microphone.
the name
Danny's
Jesus.
not on the microphone. I should have connected. I didn't know Danny was going to come through. I don't have another camera that could actually punch in. The camera that Omar is actually looking at and shooting towards Danny, it's dead. So
It's dead, or else
my
they'd be
bad.
able to see my
Yeah,
boys
there you
over
go.
here.
My
But
bad. They're on
no,
the-
you know what? I ended up laying him down. Actually, I ended up showing up. He paid me, and then proceeded to cancel every appointment we had for like the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then I just finally just blocked his number and kept his money. That's all.
Yeah,
That's just what I did. So that's what ended up happening. He ended up paying me, but he only got 2 lessons out of it. So. Yes, he was here on that day I was
Yeah.
handling that business, and I was mad.
Yeah, that was like a couple days after our podcast, right? Because you brought my
Yeah.
guitar back.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
And I was
yeah.
about to leave to Porter Ranch.
No way,
yeah.
Jose. I've only had one customer like try not to pay me,
Ugh.
and it was. I don't think it was not trying to pay me. They different culture, gated community, very nice wife, very different husband. So I talked to her like 4 times, came out 2 times, gave her a written estimate, right quote, everything's legit. That's what it's going to cost. This is what we're going to do. When we were done, I had to get out, go home and get to Vegas because we were doing work in Vegas. So I had like timelines. And then he's like, well, did you bring me an invoice? And I'm like, this is like 2020, man. Invoice. What do you want me to, like, you got it in your, I've explained to your wife what we do is we don't collect any deposits or any monies. We give you an invoice. It's basically a quote.
Yeah.
We come out, we do all of the work with no money. And then when we're done, you pay me, right? And then that triggers the system to say paid with a 0 balance, which I've explained to your wife 4 times. Remember when and I was telling her that, not to be an a-hole, but I was like, remember that? Because he was like, well, unless you give me a hard copy of an invoice that I could review, I said, it's gonna get sideways up.
Oh, wow.
He was only like 90
man.
pounds, so I was like, I got real brave. But I had to plead with the wife. I was like, dude, what is this? And I'm
Yeah.
on the phone with my wife. She's like, well, I'm at Costco. I'm like, you need to send this invoice.
Yeah.
And that was before my like customer. Now I can send it from
Yeah,
my phone.
electronically. Yeah.
Oh my Lord. But he didn't want to budge.
Yeah, but those experiences are the experiences that you actually learn from as far as like, okay, I don't want to deal with this headache again. So that you start going and start navigating. Hey,
So do I racially profile people?
right from there.
From the start.
I would hope that Omar starts building a system where it's an electronic system.
I
where
already
like,
did. Squarespace,
There you
baby.
go. Perfect.
I send
use
invoice.
the same thing.
You do the same thing?
I use the same thing.
Pay the fee, yeah.
Yeah.
I
I do
use
it.
the same thing. It does it for me. I'm like, bro, I'm not going to deal with people like invoices like electronically. I need your cell phone number. I need your email. Blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah. Here you go. Please pay me. My assistant's not going to send you anything until it's no longer pending. And
Right.
that's it. I am not, there's no negotiation because I was too nice in the beginning. But of course, people do take advantage. Like, oh, no, I'll pay
So
next
when
week.
you
blah,
do
blah,
big events or whatever, like if you do events, do you collect anything up front or is it just
I
when
do
you're
a
done?
deposit, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I was like, man, you're a better person than me.
No, I do.
On that kind of stuff. Because, they'd be like, oh, that picture, I don't look that fat. Oh, I'm not paying this
Yeah.
guy.
No, when it comes to the real estate, it's I do the work, and then of course because it's the same clients that I've had in the
Yeah,
past,
yeah,
and
you trust them.
everything is the town. When it comes to real estate, everything's fairly announced everywhere.
Right.
So if someone does something,
Oh, it gets around.
it gets around.
Right.
So of course I'm the main guy when it comes to photography, videography. So
Yeah.
if they hear that they didn't pay me,
Right.
it goes around and it's really bad for the reputation of the
Yeah,
realtor.
good.
So it looks worse on them. So, but I don't want to deal with that either. So I know and I understand it's business.
Yeah.
I've had it where I used to be way too nice because they were old customers and their friends. And I'm
Right,
like,
right, right.
oh yeah, I understand. But no longer. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm no longer having to wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I've had a customer pay for 3 months. They were just lagging. We're calling and calling and calling. Nothing. Literally, we had to send them an email saying, hey, if this isn't getting paid, we are going to take legal ramifications. And then all of a sudden, the invoice is paid. I'm like, wow, it's a miracle.
See, that's a good thing about Google. You could just go download a document that looks official. And
That's right. That's right.
I'm about to sue you, right? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but those are lessons that we all learn via experience, you know, like
We live and we learn.
we live in
everybody tells me, oh man, you should, because when it gets busy, I just have a problem asking somebody for, like, mine aren't like big events and stuff like yours. It's a service being done. So I kind of I just have a problem. Like when we get busy and we're 3 weeks out, sometimes we lose those customers because they'll see somebody else had an ad or somebody knocked on their door and they might do it for cheaper or the same price and they want it done now. So the wife's like, when you fill, because I could kind of gauge, they'll say yeah, and then they'll call and cancel like the night before, which I've got staff allocated to it. Now I got to try to fill that void so I don't lose a day of production. But the wife's like, you know, you just got to be a little bit more business centric. And when you get to a certain threshold, set that threshold, whether it's 2 weeks. And then that way it's like, hey, once we're booked out 2 weeks, I do have to collect a deposit and then collect the deposit. We've got the system to track it. So then I could send them a new quote that shows the deposit and all that stuff. It's just, maybe I'll try that this year. I kind of feel like there's a guy that he's a customer today. He had to have he called me over and says, hey, my roof's leaking. I have solar. There's pigeons underneath it. The solar company, it's in litigation to fix it because I'm blaming them. I need you to come and check it. So the solar company came and removed the panels. And then we removed the waste. And then the solar company came back, then removed the last piece of the rack. And then they're starting to fix the roof where they think it might be leaking. And when I was out of town and I sent one of my guys over and he took care of it and he was there for 5 hours. It was a royal mess. And the guy asked me, he goes, he's a really nice guy. He goes, do you want any deposit or anything? And I'm like, even though like right now it's really slow and I'm like, I could use that money. It was kind of like poor judgment. I was like, nah, we're good. Like I swallowed it. Like, you should be okay to be like, you know, it's not written on my face that it's been slow for 4 months and I need money. Right. So then today I followed up with him just to say, hey man, it's been a couple of weeks. How's everything going with the company and the litigation and all that? And then when we were in closing, he goes, hey man, your guy really did a great job. And he was here for hours. You sure I can't pay you? And I was like I said, this is the first month we've been in the black. And instead of saying, nah, it's good, he goes, because it looks like it might go on for a while. I said, let's just split it 50-50. Because when they put the solar back, I need to go put the guard and wash the panels. So the second piece is done.
There you go.
So I didn't have a problem today asking for the money, which I was like, yeah, that's what my wife said. Thank God. But the guy that just picked up a bunch of material from me, I was like, sweat it, dude. Like, he's got like 4 or 5 hours to drive home. I'm like, dude, I know he's good for it. So I'm like, just go ahead, drive home, be safe. I'll, you know, because he was like, do you got a credit card? I said, I could do it manually or you could call me and I could do it on the computer. And then he's like, yeah, all right. Well, I'll just, you know, we'll hook up tomorrow, whatever the case is. So it's like on one hand, I'm like, give me the money. And on the other hand, I'm like,
as far as like when it comes to my business, there are certain people that I do give leniency to, but those are the customers that I've actually have had so many years of experiences where I'm like, look, I already know where you live.
Right.
So just in case, you know, but
Pull up, fool.
But of course, you can't be too lenient to too many people too, because they will take advantage. And unfortunately, circumstances do happen in their families or in their lives that, unfortunately, then it leads into them not paying you for whatever reason. Like I said, circumstances do happen, but of course, I still have to pay my employees. I have to pay my
You're already
stuff.
out.
You know, exactly. So I can't be too nice. And those are the things that I had to learn. I have lost customers that were good friends of mine because I have fees, you know, cancellation fees. If you cancel on me last minute, there is a cancellation fee. And I've literally, hey, these are my policies now. I've even emailed them to them. If you didn't read the email, I'm sorry. It was not my fault, but these are my policies. And I would announce them out loud. I'm like, hey, they would ask me like, hey, why are you charging me this fee? I'm like, look, I have to pay my photographer for the time that was spent at the time that you canceled because he was already there. He drove. That means I literally had him on hold for you. He couldn't do anything else. He couldn't go out and make more money or he couldn't make me more money. So there has to be some sort of accountability on their end as well. But remember, I'm coming in where photography, when it comes to the realm of real estate photography, real estate videography, there isn't a lot of rules and regulation and policies when it comes to the photographer or the creative side.
Right.
So everybody was going into the idea, I'm like, oh, they're just photographers. They just take pictures and they're not really a business. And I'm coming in, I'm like, no, that's going to change now because now I need to make money for my business, my studio. It's expensive to run this. So if certain things happen, I need to get paid regardless if it cancels or it doesn't cancel. And like I said, I've had to... There are certain people that let me go as friends too, and as business or just literally just using me because they didn't want to pay a cancellation fee. I'm like, look, it's not, it has nothing personal. It's only business. You know, you're a business, I'm a business, and we just have to look at it that way. I'm sorry that I cannot just say, hey, because you're a pal or because you're an old friend of mine, I'm just going to let it go. I'm like, this guy needs to get paid, and I'm looking after this guy because it's his time, you know?
Yeah, because then he's going to stay with you for longer periods of time.
Exactly.
Do you ever feel cheap?
Cheap? What do you mean?
Yeah, like sometimes, you know, I've got a lot of great customers, right? But sometimes, like, they don't know. Just what you said. They don't know I just spent $3,000 on Google ads. They don't know that I had to, you know, repair the van, that whatever they don't know the insurance that I paid for coverage and stuff like that. But sometimes when I'm with a customer, I think they think it's not a business. It's very cliquish, which it is. It's a very niche market. But sometimes they look at it like, maybe it's me. Sometimes I walk away based off of the interaction, and I feel like they look at me really cheap, like I'm not a business. And I'm not going to go into it. I just kind of have those feelings because they're like, you know, this old dude rolling around with his kid in a van with a picture of a cartoon.
Bro, I feel that too. And I just started my business. So like I go into these houses and they look at me and they're just like, so wait, you were
gonna, like, Jesus is here.
Jesus is gonna clean my dishes.
Jesus and Juan is over here, the big boulder shoulder Juan.
And I've been doing a good job of not getting emotional.
Is that a self issue or is that like
No. I think it is. It's an authority issue.
I'm like, this is a business. I make good money. I feed my family.
But I think some people will look at you and think, oh, there's a big bald Santa looking guy over here. Sorry, wrong one. There you go. No, they might look at you and think this doesn't look professional. Maybe this guy's got tattoos, or he's too bald, and his beard's too big, his kid's too, I don't know, young. And then they start looking at you with the eyes of, you're a novice. You're just doing this on the side. This is your side hustle.
Have I been to your house before or what?
No.
You're exactly the customer.
Really?
No, I think it all comes down to the perception that you're giving yourself as well. I think a lot of the things that we see in other people are literally just imagination. It's in our head sometimes.
Right.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, he was coming with it, dude. I'm like, dang, dude.
Yeah, I go off of the self-accountability as far as more of just like, instead of looking at the person that you're perceiving that perception off of, look at yourself. Like, what it is more of like, is it really that they're looking at me this way, or is it really that I'm just feeling this way?
Just having one of those moments.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments where like, okay, I understand that I am self-employed, because the idea of what we're taught, remember, is that I have to wear a tie to be professional. Right. You know, that idea, it's an image.
I got to cut my hair.
That image that I don't have, because that's what I was taught, that this was the profession.
Yeah,
that was the business.
House cleaners that are men, they're going to steal everything.
You're not wrong, dude.
That's what they taught me in Pacheco Junior High.
Exactly,
they said, if two Mexican guys come to your house saying they're the cleaning crew, lock the door.
Dude, I swear.
I guess I just have.
That's how I feel.
Days.
Like when I walk in, I'm just like, they look at me sometimes like that, and then I get in my like professional, softer voice, and then they hear me, and then they look at me, and they watch me, and then they're like, oh, okay, oh, thank God.
After they put away their jewelry,
and they lock their doors, you know.
It's like just what you're saying. Like my boss used to say when I was in corporate, dress for the next position. Because I used to wear Doc Martens with like Dickie pants and like. Just like I was still trying to hold on to my youth, trying to be an executive. But then I was like suited and booted in the end. But I feel like I wear a long sleeve and a shirt now to protect my skin because it's all trash from the sun. But like I'm kind of dirty, right? So I sometimes think like if I went to a mechanic, right, and he was clean and his nails were clean and all that, and he's trying to get me for 2 G's.
Oh no!
Versus Danny with dirty nails and you know what I mean?
His sweatpants.
And ripped jeans and
It still got grease on it.
still greasy. You feel better. So like on sometimes I feel like don't mistake the poop that's all over me for not being like a solid outfit. You know
absolutely.
what I mean? Yeah. And it's like I guess I just have some days, and I try to protect Devin because remember that guy yelled at me and kicked me off the porch, right? I said, just can't beat up everybody. Yeah. Right. But I was just wondering because there was a couple things I was writing down like after we were talking in the gym or whatever the case is, and there's certain things that I've experienced, and then there's certain things that I see other people doing, like the new experts, right? Also I've never found, and I don't know about your industry because you're like an innovator in the industry, right? And you figured out how to set your pricing and all that. The folks that live off of like 30% off if you book now. Like to me, I'm trying to build a brand. I'm like, I'm gonna charge you 30% more if you call me. You know what I mean? Like, so that was one of the things I wrote down is like, what is your feeling on companies or maybe people in your industry that are like, hey, I'll give you 30% off, or I've got the best price. This guy literally said, I've got the best prices in town, but act now because prices are going up next month. I said, I'm so confused because his business model was to be the cheap guy because we're all too expensive is what I was getting out of it. But then in the end, he says, but you have to book now because I'm raising my prices next month.
No, that's a beautiful marketing tactic. It's fear tactics.
Fear.
It's just trying to get you to have FOMO, which is fear of missing out. It's a psychological thing.
Yeah, it is. It's like the store that's running out of business but never runs out of business.
Yes,
all
dude.
the furniture places, right?
You know, that's all it really is. I think that's more of a tactic that's fairly old, and it only lasts for so long too because people actually
catch
will
on.
go off of the quality of the work because like I said, there are companies that are coming up and are actually trying to copycat off of what I'm doing.
Right.
Of course, my clients will go off of the shiny and they'll like, it's a little bit cheaper and it looks just similar to, but the service is different. And that's where it all comes down to. Like I always guarantee like this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to guarantee it's going to be delivered the following day as long as the invoice is paid. And that's it. That's what I'm going to tell them. It's so simple. Like I am not going to put bells and whistles on everything. This is what I'm offering. This is what I've offered, and that's it. There's nothing else. But once again, I am a little bit pricier compared to the ones that are coming up because they're the competitors, right?
Done that,
Capitalism. It happens. It's gonna happen regardless if I want to happen or don't want it to happen. But for me, it's just it all comes down to the service, and of course, I get a little upset when I see my past clients go to the next company. I'm like, okay, it hits a little bit here, a little nerve here and there, because I know I've done so well for so many years and so many listings, and I've done so much, and I've sacrificed so many things because I went and did this, and I basically moved this furniture for them. They weren't even there, and I moved this and that. So I did above and beyond so many times, and then all of a sudden, this new person comes in because they have this new thing or they're pitching them this new, like you're saying, the fear tactics, like, this 20% off because of blah, 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 summer extravaganza and blah, blah, blah. And
that's when you get the pictures of the dirty laundry. And I often wonder that, like your pictures are very clean, but I see some of the maybe they're going with the other guys. Some of the pictures you're like, was that taken with a Polaroid or what? Like that house is trash, dude. Like I've seen some where they've even digitally put in furniture, and I'm like, "Whoa, that's pretty trippy, right?" Yeah. But then you see the cheap guy, and you're like, "Whoa, so close, but not close enough."
Not close enough,
I mean?
exactly.
And it to me, I get what you're saying because like with us, like when I sell material, like sometimes people will call me in a bind, and I know where they're going. They're going to Amazon, right? And I'm like, "Does Jeff Bezos answer the phone?" I just answered the phone. So what's up? Like, where are you getting your material? I'm about the same price. I just don't do free shipping. I'm a small business. Wouldn't you want to support me? I walked you through like 5 different issues that nobody else could, right? Because I answer the phone. So like with customers, I tell them the same thing. I said, try me. To your point earlier, when you call, we're going to answer. I have a guy literally like this. I don't want to go, but I have to go. So on our washers, they're black washers and they're aluminum J-hooks that go through the mesh and clip the panel. And when it comes out, the lock washer goes up and we bend that up and we cut it off. I kid you not. The silver that you could see is less than, I don't know, it's really small, but it's about that big. And it's a little piece of aluminum. And we use a lot of them so that way we could warranty it, like winds, rain, snow, and all that stuff. He called me back, or he texted me. He didn't even call me. He texted me and says, my HOA says that every one of those have to be painted black. My first response was, ain't my problem. Right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the business side is like, I said, all right, well, the weather's really horrible right now, so getting up on the roof and painting anything's not a good idea, so I'll hit you next. So I got to go like next week. But it's, I tell him when you call, I said, I know that there's no pigeons going to be underneath there. I know the spikes are not going to fall off. But if you hear or you think you see something, you call me, I'm going to be there. And that's what really pulls through, because I tell him, I said, if you're going to do any, like, I don't lead in to let them know that anybody else exists, right? I'm the only guy. I said, there are others that do it. We call them chucks and trucks, and they're seasonal, and you call them right now. They're not going to come out when it's 34 degrees and get on your roof. But when you call me, I'm going to pick up the phone. And I said, if you are going to try to shop, do your due diligence, make sure the material and everything. I give them a little list, and I kind of be their friend, right? Make sure that they're doing X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. I said, but at the end of the day, where are they coming from? Do you think a guy from, there's a guy way up in like Gilroy, way up there. He just quotes $900, $900. And then when he gets there, he upsells them, because he's like, well, 900 is a standard price, but you've got a whole bunch of other issues. And then they try to upsell him, right? I said, do you think that guy that drove 4 or 5 hours to get here is going to come back when you heard a bird? I know that it's a non-issue, but you don't know. So when you call me, one, I'm going to answer, and two, I'm going to come back out, right? Yeah. And it's cool because it does work, and it does, like a lady just called today. It's been raining. Everybody thinks rain cleans panels. Right. I'm over that. Yeah. Very rarely are you going to hear me, rain don't clean. I used to say that a lot, but everybody's saying it now, right? And it's like, so I'm just like, next, right? Like, I'm like, rain don't clean dirty panels, nor does rain dirty clean panels. Next thing I know, everybody's saying it, right? And so I'm like, whatever. They're all, I'm sure they all had the thought too. I'm not just the original creator of everything, right? But the lady calls, says, I need to get my panels clean. You do them every year. And now I've got my neighbors. So it's like, she knows. Like, we called her back and we told her, like, hey, with all the rain, all the surface dust is gone. I need income, right? But I'm honest enough to like build that core base where these other knuckleheads, that they're just so cheap. And so, I tell them, I say, good luck, and unfortunately we lose some of those. Yeah. But then we pick them back up when the system fails.
Oh, for sure.
So yes, amen to that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, even right now, like the listings right now are a little low as far as like the markets. It's fairly on the loopy side as far as like where everything's at when it comes to everything. But what's going on? My business is flourishing. Like, nice. I'm literally I have listings to give away to my guys compared to these other guys that are coming in with the cheaper prices, because I did the legwork. When the other day I saw you at the gym and it was raining, I'm like, oh, I don't have nothing to do. But whenever I have nothing to do, there's always something to do. Amen. I'm like, I am going to go to offices and give out pamphlets and start basically pitching, because there's always something to do. Yeah. These other guys, they're just sitting at home, just kind of like either posting something on Instagram or Facebook, which is fine.
30% off.
And you could definitely do that and get
rainy day special.
Get some customers, but that person-to-person customer service, I think that's something that's missing, and that's something that they don't have. And I'm willing to go into the rain and drive wherever I need to drive and just do a little sales pitch. I'm like, here's my pamphlet, like whenever you need somebody or whatever. But those are the things that are missed right now. As far as like what we need to do is like just continue doing what you're doing as far as like the customer service and building those relationships, because most people are just kind of selling their product, but they're not actually selling a relationship. And I think that's what you're doing. You're selling a relationship with the actual customer, saying, hey, I am here for you whenever you need something. I am 30, 20 minutes away. this other guy, he's driving 4 or 5 hours away. Yeah, he's giving you a better price as far as like the imagination as far as the price that he's giving you, but understand he's not going to come back if there is something smaller to be serviced. He's not going to drive 4 or 5 hours away for just that small little thing just to service that one thing. I am here for you, and that's what in reality that's what you want to keep pushing.
That's the big thing that I try. Like Devin always says, man, you take a long time on your inspections. And I'm like, because if they do talk to somebody else, I want them to remember us. The reason that I got a cartoon logo back in the day is I thought it was ingenious. The guy from AC Garage Doors, Anthony, the owner, really cool cat, helped me a lot when I was first starting out with questions and answers and strategies and things. His son drew that for him as just like a sticker to give out, right? And I said, I don't want to like bite what you got going on, but you know, you don't have it on your trucks or anything. And I need something that somebody's going to really remember. But that's really what I'm selling is like Maribel's, one of her cousins, he does antiques stuff. Real cool cat, Ray. He told me one day, and it kind of stung. I was at a home show, and he goes, you don't have a business. You got a service. What happens if you get hurt? Oof. And I was like, dang, dude. Like, yeah, because it was me, and I only did it. I did it all by me. Yeah. And so I was like, wow, that really got me thinking. Like, and then the wife would say, look, I would get upset and worked up when they went with somebody else or more people were joining. She goes, just what you said. Look, when not anybody, but, you know, other people do what you do. Do they do it with the same passion, the same drive, the same follow-up and all that? You got to continue just being you and sell yourself on that. So that's why I tell Devin, I said it's not, sometimes we're asking people for $3,000, $4,000, right? And so if that takes breaking down the barriers of talking to them, like with me, because I'm older, I could talk about a lot of things. The guy I was talking to yesterday, we were talking about where he grew up in Echo Park and the San Fernando Valley, like the different churches he's tried, the different churches that we've been through and all of that stuff. It was a real easy connection, right? But Devin being young and 21, he's getting it now. Like when I was in the hospital and I had all these accounts booked for inspections, I was sweating that the business would stop. He went out and closed all of them. I said, what am I doing here? I should be at the river. I should be out, dude. But to your point, the branding of it, sometimes it's hard to remember, but it's also hard to, like I said, when I show my son wavy pictures, like he takes it as like I'm attacking him, right? But I'm like, dude, this is your brand. Like when people put stuff on Instagram, I'm like, ooh. I wouldn't do that. This guy just the other day was running an ad. Now the customer may not catch it because the slides were going fast enough, but I caught that sucker and I was like, I'm gonna save that one. They drilled right into the panels. That guy knows. He knows, but it's a Solar World panel that doesn't have a lip to attach it to. But I've been in it, so I know how to do that. Yeah. And you'd be surprised if I told you how I did it. You'd be like, "Are you kidding me?" But it's something that simple. Being in the seat for so many years, I figured it out. Yeah. Will I share it with my closest friends? Absolutely. Yeah. With that guy, absolutely not. Yeah. He cold called me. He had his wife send me things. They sent things through our eating up our Google ads, trying to find out pricing when he was trying to figure out how to start his business. Yeah. Holy burritos. But I don't know what the hell I was talking about.
Just the customer service.
Yeah,
as far
customer
as like
service.
And the amount of effort you put in. Because you're the CEO answering the phone.
Yeah. That's something else I was thinking about the other day, or today actually, as I was thinking of the things you might ask. And when you said, give me your introduction on who you are, I had like a really cool script. Yeah. But I don't remember it. But I was thinking that, like, that was another thing. Like, these guys are, like, area experts, and they've got, we talked about that, and that they've got a 10-year warranty, and they've been in business for, like, 4 months. Yeah. Like, I want to, like, call them and say, how are you going to have a 10-year warranty when you've been in business for 4 months? Yeah. Like, beautiful. Yeah, see that? Yeah. And then I'm like, I know some people that have had an Instagram for 4 years, but they've got the equivalent of maybe 1 year worth of work over 4 years because they're not focused. They're on other things. So it's like, exactly. I'm like, let your tenure match your warranty or your expertise. Don't say you're an expert, dude, just because you've had an Instagram for whatever.
Yeah, and actually going off of Instagram, because I'm actually more on the social media side. If you look at both my Instagrams for when it comes to Pacheco Productions and InView Media has less followers than Pacheco Productions. Of course, Pacheco Productions has been around since I've been around.
Right.
So InView Media doesn't have that many followers. And of course, the algorithm is a little bit harder to actually grow now.
Right.
But when it comes down to the money that is growing from InView Media is so much more than Pacheco Productions, because I'm putting the efforts as
Which
far
one am I on right now?
Pacheco Productions.
Pacheco.
The cheap one.
The cheap one.
The one
I got the
that has
30% off.
The 30% off.
30% off. Rainy day special.
Yes, but once again, it comes down to the experience that you're saying as far as like the tenured. I do put a lot of effort on InView Medias when it comes down to the system side, the actual business side. When it comes to Pacheco Productions,
Right.
it's more of the imagination as far as like what I could do certain things like this and then implement it later on when a business little thing comes in my head. I'm like, oh, this is a business, and now I'm going to put it in here.
Right.
Now I'm making money on this side.
Yeah.
But this is me being me, being, the imagination.
Just genuine,
And then from there,
Yeah,
I'm picking up ideas, because you had mentioned, hey, you're doing like the memorial stuff and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's really cool. I dig that.
And this is the same room that we're doing it in. Of course, that wasn't technically I'm going to actually give credit to one of my team members. They brought it up to me as far as like the idea, like, hey, why don't we bring in not just business people, we bring in just people that want to speak to their parents, that they may just want to give a couple words to, as far as like that way their grandkids later on, or their great grandkids could then later on see the conversation as far as like how their grandma or grandpa was at the time, that at the age that they were in.
Right.
We posted that video, and all of a sudden we started getting
Oh, I bet.
questions.
It was a
And
lead video.
luckily
Yeah.
we already had a package already. And that the day that I was already putting my packages, Danny was actually here. I was breaking down the packages. My assistant had called me and like, oh, what should we do, this and this and this? And I'm like, in my head, while Danny was here, I was doing it in my head. I'm like, oh, for this much, we should do 250. For this much, we should do 6 something. And she was asking, well, what if this is, but I was already kind of going off of my experience from other projects.
Right.
But
right.
it came down to the idea. I'm like, hey, one day I want to have my own podcast, but for fun.
Right.
The imagination
Yeah.
side, as far as like just me being me as a creative. But then again, I have to feed myself, and then has to go into the business side. InView Media is the business. This is me just being me. And then from there, it kind of grows into that business.
Right.
But
Yeah.
don't go off of the actual followers though. Because once again, Pacheco Productions has more followers, makes less money.
Right. Different focus.
InView Media has less followers, but makes a ton of money.
He's been asked this before.
That's how you do it. You fake it till you make it, and then everybody will believe it.
No, I was going to ask you, because it's like with the pivoting, like when something slows down, like I already saw like what you were putting out in the content, and I'd already known you'd said, hey man, I go out and I hustle, because just because something's not there for the day doesn't mean the work stops, right? You gotta continue to pivot. Like I think you got a great setup and a great mindset to pivot, and like I was talking to Steve downstairs. Like with coming up with Solarcleann, that was just because I was in the solar industry, and it was an opportunity, and there was a need, and we fulfilled it, and we're very blessed and successful. And then the turf thing, it's like I wanted to keep it separate, right? Because I don't want to be one of those guys that's a jack of all trades. And his van reads solar panels, turf cleaning, dog poop scooping. But then I met somebody that has a business like that, and I still don't like that, but he was like, it's easier for me to manage all of my stuff. But I did see that you had 2 different ones, and then you were like, well, we could go on the personal one, or we could go on the professional one. And I'm like, I'm more comfortable with like this than Solarcleann will help you sell your property by 35%.
It's the Birdman.
It's the Birdman, because realtors are cheap and they won't spend one thing. There's like 5,000 pigeons on. Oh yeah, they're just here for the day because we got popcorn, right? They'll sell that house in a minute, right? But like I that's how I like the different focus, and it does take 2 different hats and 2 different focuses, and 4 social, 5, 6 social media platforms and stuff. And like something like this is like, I've always seen when Danny was doing it, I was like, that's cool. I wish I had a setup that I was able to do that for the solar stuff. But then one side of me is like, I don't want to be the guy in solar, right? Like you're doing it for like like good commentary. You enjoy it. There's like the art side of it. You never know. Like I told Danny this a million times. I said, if I ever had like I tell everybody, so I'll tell you too. If I ever had like a TV show, it'd be like, what's your story? Like this, like everybody has a story.
Yeah, everybody's got a story.
Right?
Yeah.
Like why is Jesus at 30,
in the corner,
36 years old, cleaning people's houses?
Yeah.
Damn, he was close. 36?
36. How old are you?
32.
32. Damn, I was thinking of Danny then.
Oh, damn. Danny's younger too.
No, I know Danny's. I asked him his age the other day. But it's like everybody has a story and everybody's been through something, or maybe they haven't. Maybe they just had a great life, right? But it's so interesting. But there's so many people in the solar game and in solar groups through Facebook and stuff. I look at it and I unfollow them just because of the nonsense and the stuff that's there. But I dig the separation, but growing too at the same time. Because it's like, I'm always thinking of different things. Do I wrap that up under one umbrella at some point as the LLC? And then everything's like yours. It would be an overall production company that has NBC, ABC, and Telemundo.
I love that.
But
He lives in Acton.
yeah, boy. But
Telemundo.
Telemundo. And like I said, I did think about the house cleaning stuff, but I was like, man, you just can't find good people
Yeah.
that are going to show up unless you do it yourself.
That's why I'm doing it myself,
Yeah.
and I bring my little brother to teach
Amen.
him some
There you
work
go.
ethic.
There you
That's
go.
why I'm doing it.
yeah, that's crazy.
But I think the idea of when we're doing certain things, for me specifically, I've never really kind of went too narrow as far as like too focus as far as
Right.
like having a specific thing, because I started photography for fun. It was
Right.
literally for fun. It became a business because people started to notice the work that I was doing. And then from there, I started to develop the skills of like, oh, pricing again.
yeah, amen.
And then, of course, it came down to the videography. Like, oh, there was a need for a wedding videographers out here because there isn't wedding videographers out here. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll become a wedding videographer.
Right.
I had one camera, and then Danny let me borrow his camera. So I now have two cameras.
Right.
And I made like $100. I'm like, okay, well, now there's a need for this. And I started building.
Right.
But it came down to first, do it for fun because
Right.
you enjoy it. And then from there, because I was coming in from the creativity side as far as like music, I knew that this was going to become a hobby that I was at one point going to hate, but I needed to love first.
Right.
So
True.
from
Yeah.
that love, I understood that I was going to hate it, but I had to understand that my love has to be greater than that hate, and it has to start with that first.
Dang,
So-
that's some deep stuff, boy.
That was good. I like that.
So when it
I'm like, do I have a comeback to that? I'm like, no, I was broke and I needed money to feed my family. I love pigeon crap. And like when you're spraying it and the poop goes back in your mouth, right?
Oh, I love it.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's coming in from the creative side though. This is literally my creative mind thinking. I'm
Nice.
like, okay, I want to do a podcast because I enjoy Joe Rogan's podcast when I first saw him, and I'm like, bro, this is so cool. At the time, I was very quiet and very reserved, and I'm like, one day I will learn how to speak properly. And of course, the people that I was bringing in, they were all professionals, and they were like very just super amazing people where they're just coming in willingly. I'm like, okay, I'm so down to do whatever you say. Just let's do it. They didn't even understand what a podcast was at the time yet. And I just did it. It was a smaller, my friend Boudica lend me his little lobby in front of his studio. And I was bringing in my cameras and I was doing everything myself. And of course, once my business grew, I had to let it go. And then of course, now that I have more time, I'm doing it again. But once again, it came down to the idea that I wanted to do it because I wanted to do it. There was the want. And now all of a sudden, now I'm selling the podcast to businesses, and now to what you mentioned, what I posted, I think it was yesterday, when it comes to the memorials of families and all this stuff, and it's selling. I'm like, if I wouldn't have done something that I felt uncomfortable doing, but I in my head knew that, bro, this looks cool, like just the image, I'm like, I want to do that.
Right.
And if I would have stuck to the idea, I'm like, no, you're not a good speaker, or you're too shy, or you're too this, it wouldn't have never grown into this, what it is now. And then I'm actually allowing my friends to do their same thing, as far as like when Danny has his own podcast, my assistant Ariana has her own podcast, and my other friends, they come in here, I'm like, bro, go do it. Like I want you guys to do exactly what I'm doing because I enjoy it. of course they get more leniency because they're friends, and of course the business people, of course I need to make money, but that's what
you're a good mentor.
But that's what I want to do though. I want to make sure that they do what they need to do as far as like what they enjoy doing, because they might be the next person that influences the next person off of whatever it is that they're going to come off of.
That's a pretty crazy approach. Because if you think about it, right, most business minded, not saying you're not business minded, the first thing I think of when like, I know you're doing this, thought it like hobby, fun, great stuff, you enjoy it, but I've never really heard any success stories as I see going down now that your approach was for the love of it, right? Like people will say that as a cliche. Well, I loved football and that's why I played it all my life. You're full of crap. You wanted a multi-million-dollar contract.
That's right.
Right. Nobody goes to practice. Like I hated practice as baseball, right? But because the first thing I always think, and like I always jump into things ahead, like with my wife and her little lash business and all that. I want to solve problems. But the first thing I'm thinking, like, we literally got in an argument when she told me, oh, I'm going to start doing it and this and that. And I'm like, that's great. How much does the stuff cost? Okay. How much are you charging? How many people are you? Right away, I'm doing the math.
Yeah.
Because I want to know, me, that's just me. I'm not being mean, but she took it as, why do you always have to insert yourself with the money of it? Maybe this is just, remember I told you, she was like, I hope I could find my purpose, because it seems like you found your purpose, your calling, right?
Yeah.
But to hear you say that, like, I hope people caught that, right? Because it's 7 hours and 57 minutes into this thing. These things are like crunching my skull. To it. No, but like and it's hard to do without.
So I've been waiting to use that one, dude.
The rhythms have dropped off like 4 hours ago.
I love it.
All the lights start turning on.
Hey, it's haunted, so we're good. We have company.
We see a missing ad for the Birdman missing for 3 days.
Still doing the podcast.
I've got a good point here somewhere. I'm going to get to it. That's someday this week, this month. But like people, like the first thing I tell Danny is, how are you going to monetize that? Like I want to know, just not because I'm not supporting just what you said, but if people listened long enough, like it's not cliche, because I know you, that it's not cliche that you got to love it and build it and then you could monetize it, right? Like how you pivoted from day one with the photography to the videos to the drones, from the weddings, scaling it and all of that stuff. It was out of a love, but you also said it was also out of a necessity. So it's probably hard for people to comprehend that are in those jobs that we're talking about. But I hope they didn't miss the fact that, like, you can't. I think Snoop Dogg said it, and I don't even like Snoop Dogg. Scrawny,
scrawny little pothead.
Yeah, like, hey man, Snoop D-O-double. This is T-O-double-D.
Oh.
But not that I don't like him, but I don't care for him. But he had said if you're doing it for the money, you're doing it for the wrong reason, because it will fail and it will burn out. So I think this will have great success in that old Field of Dreams movie, right? If you build it,
they will come.
Yeah.
Yes.
You said that without saying it. But since I'm from Acton,
boy,
that's what I got out of it, boy. Because it's hard for somebody to say I'm doing it. Like if you told your dad, right, I'm going to do a podcast and we're not even going to have a script. I told my son, I said, what do you think he's going to ask me? He's like, oh, they just free flow. I said,
there you go.
I need to see the script like 48 hours in advance so I can rehearse, right? I was so nervous coming in here, right?
And look at you. Right? You've been talking for 7 hours, bro.
We need to order some food or whatever.
Some Chipotle.
Yes,
that's right. Holy shit.
But
you've been doing great, honestly.
You're
if you thought you weren't going to do it, dude, and look, you didn't even have a script.
We'll have like 2 or 3. It might just be my family. Okay. Right, they give the likes, but
hey, like it.
It's crazy because
share it or dislike it. Who cares?
I don't care.
Yeah,
comment
please
on
comment.
it.
You know that dude's racist, man. Look at him. Lumberjack.
So bald. Please, Omar's friend, please comment again. I don't care.
Yeah, call Jesus's house cleaning. We clean everything out with 2 pillow casings.
Oh no, Jesus is not here.
But it's crazy. Like if you were to talk to some of the people today. Like they're either you got to go to school for something to be successful, or that's like the only way, or they don't care enough to have it. It sounds crazy, but that's just how in tune are people today, parents with technology and things. Like when is it going to bring money? I think everybody's always just worried about the money, the money. But I do see why it's separated. I do see the success, and I do see like it'll come.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's value to it.
Yeah, for me, it's always the foundation. Like, you have to understand that you have to seek your foundation. As far as your foundation is money, unfortunately, that's what it is. We live in the world where we have to basically pay for our living. You know, we were born here for free, but we don't live for free, unfortunately. So what did I do? I worked all day in the morning in the rain. You know, I mentioned, and I got here. I started setting up. I was still setting up when you got here because I was running a little late because I had to work. Last time that Omar came through, I was literally near Vegas, and then I had to drive back, set up, but first things come, you know, the necessities,
right,
and then comes the things that I enjoy doing. I could have gone to the gym. I should have gone to the gym because I wasn't able to go to the gym. I was supposed to go to the gym, but now it's just not going to happen.
Now you're talking for 7 hours.
I'm going to need to go in the morning tomorrow.
I will be there tomorrow to make sure that you're there.
I think I have to go to Long Beach tomorrow too.
He ain't going tomorrow.
But right. And I still have to edit after this. But those are the things that I think a lot of people don't understand, that I do things out of passion too, but I also understand that I had to take care of business first.
Right.
From that, it then carries on to my passions. I could have just basically done anything else, like watch TV or watched a movie or gone hung out with my friends or whatever. But those don't really, they don't fulfill me in any way. Like I continue doing things that I enjoy doing with purpose. If I'm going to go talk to somebody, it's going to with purpose. I've seen you at the gym. I like talking to you.
Yeah, my son gets pissed off.
Yeah, he's just waiting while we're just talking for a good couple minutes. Why not do it with the purpose? You know, I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy the dialogue. Let's record it. You know, like I love the idea of like, hey, I love the idea that Todd has certain experiences that I don't have because he is an older person. You know, like as far as like let
me tell you this: if I was single, this would be the new taking pictures at the beach to get chicks.
Oh, the
podcast.
I'd be in the gym. My wife signed off a long time ago. I know this. I'd be like, look, I'm a local podcast legend. Got a nice studio.
Look, Irvin used to do it with guitars. Now he's doing it with podcasts.
I see him just like this, bring, with that long, flowy locks.
You like Joe Rogan?
He's like, I heard about some Keith Sweat. Do you like Keith Sweat?
No, don't ask for Snoop Dogg. No Snoop Dogg, please.
No Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, but I enjoy this. I literally enjoy all the podcasts that I've had from like day one. Even though I go back on my old podcast, I'm like, bro, you didn't know how to speak. Like literally, the dialogue isn't really there, but I still enjoy looking back, and I'm like, there you go. That was day one, and now look at where it's at now. Like literally,
do you look at it like kind of?
Sometimes I do. Because,
I cringe.
Sometimes I do. I honestly do. But we all have our insecurities as far as like how we speak, how we sound, how we look.
I was so much younger. I was like, dang, go back. It's hard to go back in Instagram all the way back to like 2016. But I'm all, hey, it's Todd with Solarcleann. I'm solar stocking. And I was like, what the hell is that? Yeah. But at the time, I had my bent up hat, and I thought, I am the man.
That's right.
I got my own business.
The Birdman.
The Birdman.
My boss is calling me like, hey, man, you got any appointments today? I need you in the Home Depot. I'm like, be right there. It's horrible.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but those are insecurities too, because honestly, no one really cares.
Yeah.
People
this
that
guy's like Dr. Phil, but like the Mexican version.
Yes!
The Mexican version.
Oh, man.
I'm coming home with a purpose, and those dishes better be done.
Oh, damn.
My wife's going to beat your ass.
Damn.
No, Maribel, please don't listen to this.
She could unplug that stair stepper, dude. You're going to eat it tomorrow.
Mi tía.
La tia's mad.
Yo, man.
No, I think it's very important. But of course, I like to read and I like to educate myself as far as like when it comes to human behavior. So it kind of goes hand in hand now as far as like what the talking points goes off of. Of course, I'm going to respect what you're saying because you are the elder. You know, you're the Santa Claus of the room.
That's right.
So
see that?
Respect the beard.
Yeah,
respect that, Danny.
Respect the beard. Yeah, but I enjoy the topics that come into the actual podcast. Like I said, it doesn't have to be where I agree with everything that someone comes in and talks, and I'm going to listen. And of course, if I disagree, I am going to disagree, and I'm going to let you have it as well. But unfortunately, everything that you've said so far, I've agreed on, except for the border. I'm a little like, all right.
I'm like,
all right, you want the border, start building yourself.
He got pissed when I asked him if he needed a social security. I know a guy.
He hasn't let it go. He hasn't let it go. Right? This guy.
Do you have can you have your LLC or no?
Yeah, I have an LLC.
Okay, just use your. Do you got a tax identification number?
Yeah, I have a S corp.
There you go. That's it. Hey, that's all you need.
Hey, it's the same amount of numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
And after 2 years, you could get.
No, I have a social. Yeah.
Where'd you get it?
I got it in LA. You know, a guy from a newspaper is like, "Hey, you want a social?" No, it comes with the Dream Act. It's a little. It's a.
That would keep track.
Shit,
Make sure you're paying. Hey, the sad thing is they do a lot of that so they could suck down your money, and that's just sad.
It is.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. But that's what I'm saying. It all comes down to the paperwork. You know, like if you want to keep law and order, first follow the paperwork and then actually see where it all comes down to. Unfortunately, we follow the more of the actual anything that's tangible as far as like physical, that we kind of gravitate towards that more rather than hey, let's actually fix the policies first. And like I said, I do agree with the whole security thing because we do need to secure the country.
Yeah, it's like when I joke that when you get older, you pay more attention to politics. Like my son today, he has his own opinion. Like we don't believe in everything the same way. But he has his beliefs. You know, it really, like I said, there's corruption on both sides. So you just got to go with the worser. I hate to say it, worser of the two evils. Right?
Sorry, you said it, man. They both fucking suck.
Yeah,
and
they change narratives.
They do.
I was watching one of my favorite movies right now is Lincoln, the actual movie.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, the dialogue is amazing, and you have to actually look back on how Democrats were. They were going against the idea of like not with the actual amendment at the time. They wanted to keep slavery.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's Democrats.
That's Democrat.
You would think that's more of a Republican corporate money greed.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
But of course, they always change the narratives going on behalf of what their delegates are going after, because that's what they're really wanting going after is the actual voters. And unfortunately, they don't even believe what they're actually going towards or against. You know, it's unfortunate. It's just politics.
Yeah. It's just you. Like I asked my family, like my wife never voted, but she had a strong opinion about presidents and things like that ever since we got together. And she didn't agree with everything. Even Danny's dad had different views of things years ago, but we're that way. How you're saying, like we could go back and forth. We don't have to agree, and we still go home and we still love each other, and that's the best thing about the relationship.
Beautiful. I love that.
But it's like you have to pay attention and you have to vote, whether it's corrupt, whether it's fraud, whether it's whatever. Like they always say, you only got one thing that nobody could take away from you, and that's your right to vote. You know, and you've got to pay attention to that stuff and those policies and the school boards and you got to find kind of what you're saying. Like my mom used to say, choose your battles wisely, right? And you can't be in every battle, or you'll just be an uptight person or whatever the case is. But you start back where we started 9 hours ago. The family, right? The base, your values. What are your values? Your values could be different than mine. That's fine, right? But do you have a core set? Do you have a belief? Do you have
principles?
Principles. Yeah, it comes down at the end of the day. I was thinking, me and the wife were talking, and she turned around. I think it was this morning when she was cooking breakfast. After she did the dishes.
Damn.
No, just kidding. I do the dishes.
Damn.
Roger would be like, dude, you're so full of crap. You do the dishes.
He does the dishes.
He does the dishes.
The bird man. Call Omar. Call Jesus. You'll
bro,
do the
I'll
dishes.
do your dishes, bro. Just call me, dude.
You guys get me so far, I'll try. I don't know what else to say. But she was like, oh, we're just blessed to have good kids. And I'm like, the age of the kids that we have today, I was horrible. But it comes down to, I believe, like family structure, core values. But at the end of the day, it's choice. So I got to give credit to Richie and Mel and Jewel and Devin that they're making the choices to be the way they are.
Yeah.
We believe in Christ. We go to church. We have Bible studies. But it doesn't mean we're weirdos and we're going to operate a cult or whatever the case is. It's like I said, we all have stories. That's another, like I could spend another 5 hours just talking about growing up and the cool things about then versus now that suck. But the kids make a choice. You better listen to this.
He's with his headphones on.
Yeah. No, it comes down to like you got good structure and you've got good, hopefully, discipline. Like Danny tells you a lot. I hope, right.
Danny says yes a lot.
Yeah, Danny said, yeah, we'll go get that dirt bike. Don't worry about it. Let's go rip it down. But it comes down to a choice. There's plenty of things to. You know how hard it was when I sobered up when I was like 19 years old. And I would have a bad day. Like I used to just go grab some beers and some Funyuns and just get trashed, and then that would lead to like a 3-day bender, right? But it's so hard being responsible and living up to I would say somebody else's expectation, but like you got to have a moral compass, and it goes back to that family, that base, that your friends are important, but they're not as important as family. Like they say, blood's thicker than water, but there's some people that are not blood, but they're just as good as your family. You know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
Just having that core base, man. Because like I said, at some point, it's like I made a choice to be a dad. We made a choice to get into foster. We made a choice to adopt. Right? Has it been a walk through the park? No. We made a choice to risk it and start a business. It worked. I got excited and started another business. It's working. Right? That's not the end all. And it may from the outside seem easy, but if you start at the core, right, with your family and good friend base and support systems, I think, I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm trying to say.
I guess what you're trying to say is you're
staying still.
Monkey see, monkey do.
No, when you pursue your purpose, as far as like your purpose is family values and your morals and your compass, it literally starts to follow itself. I think that's another topic that we had brought up last time too. Like when you start to follow, I guess your own purpose or your North Star, as far as like what you're really trying to seek for yourself, it literally starts to seek itself to you. Like it starts to chase you, but you have to actually do the work first.
Right.
Your foundation is that.
Yep.
And then from there, it literally starts to build itself. Like it kind of like stumbles into like what it becomes. Like I didn't know my photography was going to become until it became what it was. If you would have told me 6-7 years ago, hey, you're gonna have a studio and you're gonna have this and you're gonna have that and you're gonna have employees and you're gonna have an LLC. I didn't even know what an LLC was back then.
Right.
I would have said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it would have got derailed. Like I was thinking about that today too, because our pastor said, like if you really knew what God had in plan for you, whether you believe it or not, but just what you said, when people make that statement, I was thinking about that today, and I said, if somebody would have told me I would have been a first vice president, I would, in the stuff that I was in at his age, I would have been like, no way. But if it was like, it is destined, it is set, this is what it's going to be. Me knowing me, I would have screwed that up. I know me. Like I told my wife way back in the day, I said, don't let me screw this one up because I feel this one, but I'm going to F things up. And that's just me, my insecurities, my jealousies, whatever those things that I was going through when we met, like I felt it enough to tell her. And I'll tell you what, man, a white chick, she would have been gone a long time ago. She would have had my ranch and acting.
Oh my goodness.
You want to be happy, man? Marry a Mexican chick. They're gonna whoop you up.
Amen to that, baby. That's right.
100%. And this is not, I'm not trying to sound, as far as like, I'm
But
not
you
going
can't get
into any
papers.
other teams or whatever, but I do believe the core family as far as what you're saying. I think the culture, I don't know if it's the religion, I don't know if it's just literally just the culture. The truth and nail kind of thing, as far as like you're gonna be in it and that's it. And I think it's been kind of it's been the terms as far as like, if you're unhappy, just quit. Right. I think it's so easy to quit now because it's been told,
it's been
just
taught.
quit. It's okay to quit. No.
No, it's not.
It's not. That's not what marriage is. It's no longer about just your happiness. You have a family. It's going to affect people around you.
Amen. Yeah.
And I think that's something that it has derailed now. And unfortunately, in my community, even in Hispanic, the culture, the first generation, because I'm literally zero generation. As far as like what I know, I'm zero generation. I was born in Mexico, but I grew up here.
Right.
I do see myself as an American. American culture. I'm Americanized already.
Right.
as far as like when it comes to dating now, and I think this is a conversation we had before also.
we did have this one.
It's
How long did that conversation go?
3 hours. 3 long hours.
But off camera, 7 hours.
7 hours. I do believe in the idea of gender roles, and I think that's something that we kind of we've kind of been teaching people it's wrong to be this way, it's wrong to be that way.
Right.
And I think it comes down to the foundation, of course, like you're going to work under the sun, and your wife is basically putting those morals that you follow as well to your kids.
Right.
And it's important that they follow that compass as far as like as a unit.
I believe so.
And unfortunately, because we're being taught that is wrong, that you as a man, that you're going to do this, and you as a woman, you're going to do this. Me now, being the person that I'm growing into, because I've developed, my business, I have money now, I have to be careful. I am now dating. And from that dating, I'm now noticing that it's easier to get a girlfriend. But when it comes to the whole wife material, it's very hard to actually see that now in people.
Today's world.
Because everybody is now seeking certain things that is basically just have been, it's almost an illusion.
Right.
It's an illusion that it's been highlighted on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook or YouTube. And unfortunately, because of that, you can't have a discussion on it. Those topics, it gets very emotional to certain people, especially if that's what they grow up on, the dialogue of like, oh, this is wrong. This is what you could do everything. You could have everything. And unfortunately, that's not what reality is. Like there's certain sacrifices that need to be given or taken.
Absolutely.
When it comes to marriage. And I understand this because once again, I do want to have a family one day. And I understand that having a family is just about my happiness. It's literally about their happiness.
Yeah, you're definitely when you make that decision, right? Like I told the wife, I said, I know you're the one. Like we just can't screw this up, and we screwed up a lot. She screwed up, I screwed up. We never were perfect and in harmony and all of this stuff. And you'll see us today, and you'll be like, oh, they're a great couple, but we've been through some hard and some rough times, self-inflicted pain and all that stuff. But the one thing I'm right there with you on that is like I'm grateful, I should say. Like I was searching for somebody, one that was going to put up, and I don't think I'm a difficult guy, but I was very career driven at the time. She was a front end, just a normal employee or whatever the case is. There was a lot of back and forth giving and taking, but like if you're in it for the right reasons, and it's kind of hard to say that too, right? Like know your role. Like
no. Say it, bro. That's what I've been saying.
I know. I was like, I thought I was literally say that. Did I just hear him say?
They need to hear it. Por favor.
No, por favor. And it's like that. Like I don't know. Like I am honestly blessed, and my wife. Like I used to have the energy in the morning, wake up. On the weekends, she'd be sleeping in. I would clean all downstairs to surprise her and all that stuff. After 20 years, I'm like, nah, you could do that. We got 4 kids. They could do it. Right? You take advantage of that. But I truly believe, like, I chose to be married. I chose to have kids. Life happens, and you make some mistakes, and you end up kind of in different directions in careers. And I'm so grateful that what happened to me that was self-inflicted, that exited me out of the mortgage industry. It was hard, and we just had to keep faith, and we liquidated, and we had her, we had her dad, and we had family and all that stuff. But it was always the understanding of like I struggled with, I gotta be that man. I gotta show the kid. Like I tell my kids, if you see them, like I'll say, hey, everything you ever want to know about hitching a trailer and they're afraid to ask, like I'll show them hitch a trailer, change a tire. When I had other foster kids and I was doing my breaks, I'd bring them out and show them, whether they use it or not, whatever. But I made the choice, and I want to make sure that they're as best prepared. But you can't do that if you have somebody competing for the title, right? Titles, like I was joking earlier, like, yeah, I'm a CEO, I'm a CFO, I'm whatever. I own this business, right? But what does that mean? Like, I'm a small business. I live month to month. I have a savings. I hopefully have a future. But who am I trying to impress?
Exactly.
At the end of the day, I want to provide for my wife. I want to provide direction for my kids, and I want to be able to provide a better. And I go back to, I don't want to say my dad being absent and passing away was a major issue, but it was a major issue because I didn't have accountability. I had my mom babied me. She allowed me to get away with murder, and I got away with murder. So, knowing your role sounds bad, but women are built differently. Like you said, they 100%. Communicate differently. We communicate differently. We should be the provider, the protector. Like, when we go on vacation and we're in frickin' Playa del Carmen or wherever, we're in Rosarito after 9/11. I got 2 little kids and a petite little wife. It goes down. I'm going down swinging. You know what I mean? Like, just like they were saying, like back in the day with the whole burning of the bras and all that stuff. And it was like, well, the reason women didn't have the right to vote is because it was looked at as an equal of like, if you got a right to vote, then you got to register for draft.
100%.
I would never say you have to put a woman into war. 100%. Hell no. The women, I just saw a thing on the women, they call them the Bettys or something like that, or they did all the riveting on the planes and the tanks and all that. Those women were hardcore, but they knew their role. They did it because they were patriots. They did it because their men were out over in Germany or wherever the hell they were at. But they still went home and they still did the laundry. They still did it. My wife wakes up, she cooks, she cleans, she does everything. She wants to. She understands. Like, that's like, I tell her, I'll help you out, and I do help out around the house inside. I don't tell her come outside and pull weeds and pick up dog shit and hey, let's go out and get on the roof and make money. Yeah. We're blessed that I got to a certain part in my career in corporate that she could stay home and focus on the kids. And I'll tell you, the kids acted a certain way when I acted a certain way. And when I was out left doing what I shouldn't be doing, the kids saw it and they responded to it. So
monkey
the only way
see,
to
monkey
say that,
do.
yeah, amen.
That's right.
Is to bring it back together. And it just so happened that when we got out of the mortgage, got into the solar, and then later got into our own stuff, we valued ourselves so much more. And then it didn't become a roles thing because we were in it for the right reasons. We were, like my wife told me the other day, like I was having like a moment or whatever driving up the freeway, and she's like, "Do you think like I've ever thought of you not being in the picture?" And I was like, "Whoa, yeah, I think about that." No, I don't know why I was having I was like kind of in a depressed state, and but she was like, "No, that's never, ever, ever been in." But we as men, we we get grumpy, we get sad.
Yeah.
But knowing your role, there's nothing wrong with it. I would rather work 2 jobs than have my wife stay at home with kids, young kids, and raise them until they're into school and daycare. And then if she wants to do something, then do it. Go
100%.
Get it. Right?
Absolutely.
That's the one thing that I kind of have a conversation, and I don't want to bring up her name or anything, but unfortunately it just comes up to conversations because once again, I'm a guy that I like to speak my mind, that's who I am now. And going back to the whole voting thing, I brought that up too. I'm like, look, these men, they weren't choosing to go to war. They were drafted. Yeah. They weren't saying, I'm a man and this is my title and I'm in a ditch and I'm better than you and this is why I'm going to oppress you and this is why I make more money than you and I'm literally dying in a ditch. Yeah. No, they were saying, I'm doing this to defend my family, to keep them safe. Yep. This is who I am. When people were dying in Titanic, the women were the feminists. They were like, hey, men first too, and equality. No, women are first.
Such a good example.
That was a good one.
Women and children, they're the future.
That's right.
Unfortunately, we are number 2 to them in the sense of life.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because the whole idea, remember, it's an idea that is given. It's an image, the title, it's imaginary, you know, like the whole, we have to compete with one another. And of course, like what you're saying, like your wife is now seeking her purpose as far as like she wants to do 1000%. I would do the same thing for my wife if she wants to go do whatever she wants, if she wants to go pursue teaching or she wants to go do this, but what comes first? Family comes first.
Amen.
If we're going to have kids, family comes first. If I have to work, like you said, 2-3 jobs to support that family.
You do work 4 jobs.
I have to work that 3 to 4 jobs. That's why I'm doing the things that I'm doing now because I can't be there right now. I'm doing 12, 16-hour days. I'm not going to be able to cater to my kids. I'm not going to be able to cater to a wife the way that she needs to be catered to because they want the attention. They want to go out. They want experiences. I don't have that time right now. I have to focus on what I need to build so that one day I will then have my foundation. Now I have employees. Now I have my assistant. Now it's being built to the point where I could take maybe a weekend off. I could
Right.
take a couple of days off. If my kids get sick, I have to go. You know, it's getting there.
Yeah.
But it comes down to family comes first.
Yeah.
You know, and
But
then
at least you've got that thought process now, and it may take a little longer to weed through the candidates. I
Yeah.
don't know how to say it any
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
Like, well, I got nieces and nephews, and I see how they treat. Like, I've got nephews that
Yeah.
treat their girlfriends really well.
yeah.
And I laugh about it because I'm like, dude, you down in Bel Air, Beverly Hills, and all that. I was like, Chili's, like,
Yeah.
what is that? Like, I was like, yeah, what?
Yeah.
Like Chili's?
Yeah.
How much? What?
Yeah.
$15 for a chicken sandwich?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Shit.
Ask my wife.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I would be like, hey, let me make you dinner.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'll make
I'd
you
rather make
spaghetti
you
and
dinner.
chicken.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oof.
Because it's like, do the due diligence.
No. And then
Do
of
the due
course,
diligence.
I was on
Absolutely.
another podcast, I guess a month ago, and they were asking me about dating advice because I do go on dates. And,
Yeah.
like I treat it almost
know
like as a
when you got
business.
time.
Like literally, I do it as a business now. Like
Dating's a business.
dating is a business because I now have to
Can
understand.
you state your purpose?
Lay down the nuggets for a
Yeah,
potential
so as far as like
CEO.
what I repeated on that podcast, when it comes to the first dates, I don't do sit-ins. I do activities because sit-ins is
yeah.
basically an interview.
It's a stress. Yeah.
Do the sit-in maybe the second date or maybe the third date if you get to the third date. But the first date, it's you have to break the ice quick. Try to not spend more than $30. I know that sounds cheap,
Right.
but you want to do something where she may want to get out of her comfort zone. If she wants to paint, just grab a couple paintbrushes, go to Michael's and do something in the park. My last date was I bought kites on Amazon. They were like, but for 2 kites were $10.
Right.
We flew kites. It was like a great date. Like we were just conversation back and forth. Got the second date. Okay, now it was a sit-in. But unfortunately, like what you're saying with your nephews, they like to overextend their
Right.
pockets.
Yeah.
And then they're like, okay, well, now I have to buy a house. Now I have to do this. And I'm like, yeah, but you spent all your
stress.
money
Yeah.
on things that don't really matter because that girl, maybe she's around, maybe she's not around.
Yeah.
You know, and they're just keep repeating the cycle because once again, they're being taught via the images that are being seen on Instagram or TikTok.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's just false, you know, like for
Yeah.
both parties, you know, like girls need to understand you like, okay, you have the choice to pick. You make the choice to pick out of all the candidates of guys. We are the ones seeking.
I know. We're the ones. Like,
We're just
we're
suckers
the-
over here.
We're
Right.
the dummies looking,
Yeah.
trying
We're
to
the
finish the
dummies.
race, right?
That's right.
And they're the ones picking the winners.
Yeah.
But for some reason,
They pick the loser.
unfortunately, they have this idea of a man,
Yeah.
and it's a false idea
Yeah.
because men understand what they want to hear, men understand what they want to see,
Yeah.
and certain men are really good at putting that facade.
Right in
yeah.
front of
You
oh,
know?
yeah.
Yeah.
But once again, women have to understand how to pick these men a little bit better because when it comes down to the idea, when it doesn't work out, and
Yeah.
unfortunately it happens sometimes with kids, you have to take accountability for
Right.
those choices.
Yep.
You pick the loser. I'm so sorry you picked the loser. Unfortunately, like these guys that may come through, now you have to now lower your standards.
Yeah, and that's, you see that a lot from what my experience. You see those girls that had the false ideas and the false, marrying the quarterback or the Studley guy or the guy that perceived to have it all together. Later in life now, whether they have kids or they don't have kids, now searching for that true value guy. And those are finally swept up, right? Like I saw some interview the other day, the girl was talking about that, like, the girls mess around at younger ages trying to live this life, right? Because it's portrayed that that's how men should be paying, and the girls should be able to go and hoop it up whenever they want, and the men just sit at home and shut up and take care of their needs. But those things, those never, they're not for the wrong reasons. And then those guys get picked up, they get picked up, and then those chicks are middle-aged, finding it hard to find somebody that gives two
Give
whats about their
two
needs.
poops.
Yeah, because it's like,
Yeah.
I tell my wife, I said, I ain't got no time. Like, everybody goes through like the 7-year itch and, your wandering eyes and all that stuff. I said, I couldn't even imagine dating today with all of what you just said.
Damn.
Like, dude, I'm a big, bald, white guy with like skin cancer scars on my head. Imagine me landing a hottie like I've got at home, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I wouldn't want the drama that comes with it and the false pretense. Oh,
Yeah.
you're a business owner. You should be afforded. You should be able to afford. Yeah, I probably could, but there's a lot of things. There's like, $15,000 worth of material hitting next month. There's a lot. You know what I mean? That's funny that you say you operate it as a business.
Yeah, it is a business transaction. At the end of the day, it has to become a business transaction because I will take most of the weight as far as like if there is a marriage that happens or whatever. And
you're going to be the photographer,
the videographer, the manager,
and the groom, man. Gee, right? Hopefully you don't open up a catering service. Right? You'll be over there serving you.
Oh, bro, right? I could see Irvin in his tugs. Just hold on, wait a second. Let me set up this camera really quick. All right, let's go. Take the show.
Yeah, but those are the principles that I believe in. As far as like when it comes to family values, I'm 100% towards family values. I think that's one of the things that will kind of allow society to kind of go more into the paths where like, okay, these are the rights and wrongs as far as like what we need to seek. But unfortunately, we're being divided as far as both husband and wives. And I think wives are the ones that actually put the family together as far as like the morals and the values. That's where they seek as far as like the nurturing side, as far as like they go after like, oh, I need a confidant. Here's your mom. I speak to my mom all the time. Right. I don't really speak to my dad because he was always working. Right. My mom was always there at the house, family comes first. Amen. But unfortunately, like I said, the false narratives as far as like, oh, because I'm working, I'm better than a woman. No, that has nothing to, I want to give it away. I want to give you what I literally had to sweat for, and I want to give it to you to have a comfortable life. And if we do have kids, unfortunately, that becomes, it has to be the kids first.
Yeah, it has to be a priority. It's my wife used to say back in the day when we were in corporate America, like, I don't want to work. I want to raise the kids. And I was like, there's no way to do it financially because my mind was set on having wave runners and trailers and nice cars and Harleys and stuff like that. So I was like very selfish. And it took a lot of maturing to be able to say what you just said, right? To be like, all right, well, we're at a point now where you cannot work. Like when she was with like Countrywide, went to B of A, and then she got laid off or whatever. It was like, you got the choice. Right, to go find another job and be miserable, or find your role, and she nailed it, right, and you did have to like work a little harder on the savings, and you didn't do as many trips or whatever the case is, but it's hard too because you just got to remember like kind of what you said earlier. What's your why? Why are you in it? Like, you know what I mean? Like some people get in it because she's a hot chick or he's a hot dude, and but they don't have the end goal. Like I'm like, look, I'm blessed. My wife was hot when we were dating. We got married. We went to a court, right? We had little Devin. We already had Devin. I moved her into the house that I'd already had. My mom was there. I was like, thank God she's Mexican because we already had a full house. Right? Yeah, baby. My brother was living with me. My mom was living with me.
If anybody would understand, it's us as
family values. Family values.
That's what it is.
She did draw the line with my mom still doing my laundry. Don't be going through my dirty clothes, right? But yeah, it's I couldn't imagine. Like I look at my son today and I'm like, you need to go out. Yeah. But then I'm like, I'm glad you're not out.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, I was in corporate America where the whole floor was girls. I wasn't the stud muffin that I am today.
Hey, that's right.
Lumberjack. This took years. The white Santa, the biker Santa.
The brawny guy, the brawny Santa.
This took years to craft this, right? But it's like there was interaction. There was females. Today, he graduated high school and he works on a roof.
Yeah.
Where does he get social stimulation?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he ain't getting it. Yeah.
And he's I'll be at the gym and he'll get mad at me. Yeah. I'll be like, what about that chick?
Yeah.
Dad, I don't want her. What about that chick? And then my wife's like, babe, why are you like
pushing?
Right? Because it's like, you need to have that heartbreak.
Yes, 100%. And it actually becomes an amplifier for your focus too if you use it in the right way. Right. Because literally my heartbreak from high school to going to college, she broke up with me because I wasn't financially stable. And not because I wasn't able to, not because I didn't want to. Once again, my situation happened where I wasn't born here and I couldn't do the things that I wanted to do. And I would always hear from her parents too. I'm like, oh, he can't provide you this, can't provide you that. Yeah. And he's comfortable and all this stuff. She officially left me because of that reason. And second girl came around and Omar
I know her.
Yeah. So
Same situation.
Same situation. Same rhetoric as far as like what was coming in my ear.
Right.
You know, you can't have this. You can't have this because and literally it was always my fault. And I was just studying. I'm like, I'm going to go and do everything. If I get the opportunity, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Once again, heartbroken because I was none of my fault at that time as far as like that situation.
Right.
But I understood. I'm like, okay, this is what it needs to take. I understand that unfortunately it is what it is. Just work on yourself. And just like you're saying, that heartbreak literally motivated me to whatever it took. I was stressed. I was tired. I was depressed. I was anxious. I was everything in the book, but yet I used it to my benefit. That was energy for me. I'm like, okay, I know you're tired. Get up. I know you're sick. Get up. I know you're this. Get up. I don't care if you're this. Get up, and you have to keep going. And unfortunately, because like you're saying, those are the implications that we have as men. We have to take. Unfortunately, we are hard headed. We have to learn through hardships. Sometimes we are literally the means of trauma. Like if you don't have that, then you're technically comfortable, and that's where you start to see these kids. I'm like, oh, they don't really understand, and they're agreeing with everything. They're like, yes to this, yes to that, and utopia this, utopia that. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably thinks, I'll hook up with a chick, we'll date, it'll be great.
Yeah.
Print it on a shirt.
Yeah, right. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's like I tell him the same thing. You just I always bug him about it, right? Because I want, like I told my daughter, I said, that's going to college. I said, I know you.
Yeah.
I know how you are. She's already got it planned. She wants to find somebody while she's in college. She wants to get married. She wants to have 5 kids in the end. She wants to live on a ranch, and she wants to go there. I said, look, that's all good and dandy, but I don't want you incurring, this is before we realized we could afford college. I said, I don't want you to incur $140,000, $200,000 worth of debt because we don't know what college is going to cost. So slow your roll. I said, but if you get this debt, $200,000 or $140,000, and then you find somebody and you work as a nurse for 1 year, and then you get that mommy itch and you want it. I said, it's not fair to him if you're going to go and say, I want to stay at home and raise a whole flock of kids. I said, because your student debt is payable, right? So now he's got to foot the bill. You're not working. I totally respect the family and the core values and raising kids, but everything has timing and everything. So it's a hard balance, but she'll probably kill me. This kid kind of tried to get to know my daughter in high school, and she got sick to her stomach. Over the anxiety and the stress of it. But she needs to. Right? She was like, I was like, well, obviously he was ugly. It'd be
different if he had fucking pecs.
He's not on the football team then, I guess, right? Is he a violinist? Or right? But she'll probably crack up now. But she, just the emotions with that. And like I say, my sons, they need to go through it.
Yeah.
My other boy, Richard, he'll attach to anything.
Yeah.
Right? Because of his history, his past, right? He has mommy issues, as I would say. And I tell him that. And I tell my youngest daughter, I said, you have daddy issues. You don't have a dad. I want to be that dad that you desire to have, but I'm still working through our relationship and unpackaging baggage and all that stuff. And I said, and there is Jules, the queen bee of the house. Devin's always the guy that pranks everybody and laughs at everybody, right? So there's a hierarchy in the house, right?
That's fun.
And so I said, look, it's a relationship, man. It's me and you and Maribel and you, and you don't have to wait till Joel goes to college to have more interaction with us. You know me, I said, I'm there with all your sports, all of your music, your violins, all of the things you want, your track and all that stuff. I said, I'm the one that fights Maribel so you could do it. I'm in your corner when you bring me into your corner, but you can't hold things against me. But I tell her, I said, you will have daddy issues and you will latch on to the wrong guy because it's in your DNA.
Yeah.
And she was around her biological mom long enough to see all the men that had come in and out of the life. And I told her, I don't want that. It damages you.
Yeah.
That will damage you. I said, so I try to protect them. But at the same time, I it's different today because people have agendas. Like my son has a BMW. He dresses real nice. He makes decent money. He is a great guy. But he ain't going to be that guy that's going to go to the street races doing donuts and crap. He ain't going to be the guy that's going to be going to the house parties and things like that if that's that type of chick. So you really narrow that scope on what's available for them to even, one, stumble across or interact with. And like you said, interview them.
Yeah.
Can we get a background check and thumbprint, right?
It all starts with Instagram, though.
He's
for me,
dusting later,
it all
right?
starts from Instagram.
Yeah.
For me, it's like I literally look at their Instagram. Like, look, if it's just about you,
Right.
I already understand what you are about.
Like next,
But if I see your family, if I see your dad, if I see your mom, your sisters, your brothers, I'm like, okay, there's a foundation here that I could.
This guy's good.
I know.
Holy
you
shit,
need to talk
dude.
to my son because I tell him that and he's like, Dad, that's cringe.
Have him come to the podcast.
I know,
And
right?
maybe we can
Put him
do
in the
like
sweat box.
Right.
Sweat him out,
make
put
him
a
sweat
light
a
on.
little bit.
Yeah.
We can do like an intervention style podcast.
Because I'm like, I'm the same thing. Like Richie was trying to date this one chick, and he's like, yeah, she's been in the foster system, so we click or whatever. And then there was another chick that was, just screw your so-called parents. They're not your parents. And then he's like, they are my parents. They're taking care of me. Like, like I told you my situation, and they've decided to adopt us. I gave them the choice. You could stay in foster care. We'll watch you all the way out. You'll still be our kids.
Yeah.
But you stay in that system, or you could get adopted. You could carry our name. You could keep your name.
Yeah.
They wanted to carry our name and all that. So, like, there's. I said, how much do you understand about that girl's upbringing? Like, is she close to her dad? Like, same thing. Like, what Instagram shows you a lot. You know what I mean? Like, what do they look like? Like, recently, one of my youngest daughter has another sibling. That sibling is problematic. And I don't want to not have them have a relationship, but to protect my daughter because she's highly influential, right? She could be
At that age, I would say,
of course.
At 15, right? This one's all dark. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm this, I'm that. And she's all dressed like hardcore gangbanger. I said, you got to remember that chick had very bad intentions for you when you guys were together. It may seem bad that I'm not allowing that relationship to foster at this point, but I told her you could have conversation. All of my daughter's conversations towards her are so positive, so uplifting, so like spiritual with God and everything like that. But this one is always going to the back. The remember this and remember that and remember when we were here. It's just trying to draw her back in.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm
glad that you caught that though.
Yeah, there's a lot of protection and there's a lot, but like it's harder to like I don't think it'll ever be done. Like fathering, parenting.
I think it's harder now because the influence is now on screen and so viable because it's in their pockets. And like I said back then, we didn't really have the influence. We had the influence of movies or video games or whatever was at the time that our parents were trying to protect us from.
Right.
But now it's literally lyrics. Like it's actual dialogue that it's being spewed into everybody. And it's not just the youth, it's literally to adults, and like it goes into corporations, it goes into school systems, it goes into politics,
totally.
and there's always a narrative trying to like, okay, there's something there, and I know it's always money. For me, I'm always telling my guys, I'm like, look, if it's hybrid where you could sell it in both sides, there's a reason for it. I'm a business. I understand the system. You have to understand that if you could sell it to both sides, the narrative is going to get pushed even harder because there's money involved.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always money. And unfortunately, because we are so influential, because we are so divided now, and of course now the whole household of family, the unit of family is no longer really there. It's no longer really spoken about. It's easier to kind of just go into these little tribes. I'm like, okay, this is what I believe. This is what I believe. And everybody's fighting towards certain things that don't even exist.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's like women are the only ones that could have a baby.
Right.
You need a man to have a baby unless you're going to grow it in a lab. you need a dad in a house. It gives two you know what's, and you need a woman, like you said. And it's not to talk down. It's like God created the man in his image, and there's a lot of talk in the Bible, and I'm just getting through the Bible, right? But there's a lot of instruction and guidance on how you're supposed to be as the father, the husband, the leader of the house, the protector. And then there's a lot of, and that goes both ways on supporting your wife and supporting her needs, but then what you're supposed to do and what she's supposed to do. And it wasn't written that way to not work. You know what I mean?
It's a balance.
Crazy, right?
It's a balance. It's I think the idea of marriage is just the wedding. I think that's what they're going after. It's just
the party, the money.
Exactly. It goes back to money again. It's just capitalism. It's just
Van
the
Nuys
image.
Courthouse. It was like, I do, you do.
Right. And then, of course, after the marriage, then comes a divorce. And once again, the money again, because the lawyers get jumped in and the court system gets jumped in. And
then you could do it again. Another wedding, more money.
And now the kids are basically with the dad, and now it kind of cycles again.
Yep.
It all comes down to capitalism. Like, if you could sell it for both parties, it's just going to continue being sold to you. And unfortunately, because I say things direct, like I'm literally direct to everybody. Unfortunately, like I said, if it's a female,
I respect it.
If it's a female, I am a little bit more, like I'm a little bit more cushiony on the words and everything. But I will tell her the truth. I'm like, I'm not going to be your friend because we think differently.
Right.
I'm not going to lie to myself. Unfortunately, we as guys, like your son, he's doing it technically correct, where he's not going to parties and not doing stupid things. He's working on himself. He's literally going to the gym. He's actually working with you. He's seeking advice, and your wife is there when he needs them and all that stuff. And it is going to be harder for him because he's now put in a category where it's not normalized, So when he does seek that girlfriend with that good morals and values, it's almost going to be looked at, I'm like, oh, you're different, and I don't want. I want the guy that says yes to me all the time, and I'm like, no, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And hopefully, it does work out for him because, like I said, I'm now in that box too, where I'm dating, and it's like I said, it's easier to get a girlfriend, but it's harder to get a wife now.
It's they're a rare breed, like you said. It's all sort of how that's put out there, and the expectations that are out there, and it's just. I don't know. It's. I have no problem of women making six figures.
Oh no, 100%. No, I respect
get a girlfriend.
Respect it.
That ain't for me.
Yeah, 100%.
What I wanted was I wanted a wife that I could grow old with, and someday be in a trailer on the river. And now it's changed. She don't want to be in the trailer. Could have told me that last year before we dropped like 400,000.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
damn it, dude!
It wasn't that much. I'm just trying to talk shit. But me, like, right?
Sorry, I was like, you got money.
No, I got payments. But it's like I just want to, like, I know now. Like, I used to worry about, like, you'll leave me if anything ever happened. I had so many insecurities, and I caused so much of the problem. I'm just glad she stuck around, and it's like I tell my kids today. I said, on one hand, I'm happy that you're at home chilling. You're confident and comfortable with who you are. Is it going to be harder? Yeah, I said, but I can't wait for the day because you're going to need to go through all the little heartbreaks, the jealousies, the rages, and all the balonies, because you're going to be vetting through people that you think is the right one. They're not the right one. And it takes a while. But like you said earlier, when you focus on yourself and you focus on your core and building yourself, it's going to come. Right, like God made sure that we had unity and union and all that. I can't wait now. Like, get them through the college, the two girls, the two boys. Richie will probably go military. He needs the discipline. And like I tell him, I said, you don't understand it now. And one of the regrets I have is not going through high school. I only had probably like 3 more weeks. Should have just. I didn't get to go in the military. Right? That's
okay.
I made excuses not to go to the military, and I regret it, but I don't regret how my life turned out. Like, people say, "Oh, do you wish your dad?" Like,
no, man, that's good.
Like, oh, don't you wish that you how would you think things would be if you had a dad? And I said, man, I don't try to think about those things because it would be different.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be married. I wouldn't have the same kids. I'd be somewhere else, right? I'm happy with where I'm at. I just want. at the end of the day, like as we get to that point, I want the kids to have a good enough core of values, and I think they have it. Good work ethic, good education, if that's what they choose. And then when they go off and get their married and their kids and stuff like that, I just want to be the old grandpa that's like 6 hours of spoiling and then send them home.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
And have the, with these little things, like you're building a little empire, and I wish you luck on yours.
Thank you, brother.
I know with the right focus, it could happen.
Yeah.
Like I used to read this magazine, Heavy Hitters, and it was the lifestyles of the rich and unknown. These dudes, you'd be like, what?
The rich and unknown.
Yeah, it's like heavy.
I like that.
They're rich, like
but
they
you don't
made
know.
It.
Yeah,
and they clean like porta potties. Or
that's
whatever.
what I'm
like
saying.
Weird
Dude.
stuff.
Like, yeah.
Stuff. Septics.
Yeah.
They're in the right place at the right time, right? It wasn't like they were given wealth by, but my wealth, like I heard this guy say the biggest wealth or whatever, like the biggest compliment he's ever got was hearing the word dad. Like when his kids come home for Thanksgiving, they want to come home. I want them to come home. Richie and Mel, and he's going to hate me that he's in the military, but he's going to get the structure. He's going to get security clearances. He could come back, work for Lockheed Northrop, and work on his tattoo stuff, right? But, at the end of the day, that's the goal. I chose to be married, and we made the decision to be self-employed. It's not always sunshine and roses, but at the end of the day, like that's, I'm happier now, and I'm more content with who I've become than I ever was in corporate America. I'll take the struggles all day long, of being an entrepreneur and going through it, because like you said, I could work 12 hours, 16 hours a day. I could work 4.
That's right.
And make my money, and I set the pace.
Yeah.
And if I want to put my foot on it, I put my foot on it. If I want to chill through and go to Cancun, we out to Cancun. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's
that's
Todd Graves in a nutshell.
No, I love it.
I love it. We all love it here.
I love it. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming through. How many
7
hours?
It's been 9 hours actually.
How many hours?
It's 4 hours.
4
actually.
hours.
It's 4 hours.
Oh
I got the record. Really?
The record.
Broke the record, Todd, and you were nervous.
Wow, you broke Omar's record. I'm gonna get 80 views again. Please, Omar's friend, comment on the comment below.
I'm calling you out, Alex. He wants you to.
Yeah,
but we got a strategy. If we don't get a bunch of volumes interested in rednecks from Acton talking about life's lessons and entrepreneurship,
we need you for a part 2.
Yeah,
we'll break it up.
I love it.
No, we can make 5. Well, 4 hours. That's 4 episodes.
No, I love it. I'm going to keep
Coming
it the
up
same
next.
way.
That's right.
I love the conversations that are coming through, and of course the people that I'm actually picking. They're for a reason too. I'm not just gonna pick any dummy from the street too. Like I feel
privileged.
I've known Todd for a good minute. I've spoken to you. I've seen you interact with your family. I've gone to your house. I've literally seen you with Danny's dad as well. Interactions and stuff. So I 100% respect as far as like what you're doing, not only on your work but also with your family. I respect the people that are actually following their purpose. And I think that certain things that you're saying that it needs to be heard, not just for myself, but for the men that are within my age category. And then of course the men that are coming up, like a little bit younger within your sans age gap, like early 20s, mid 20s. It's important that we have these conversations. You know?
Amen. If they could stay on for 4 hours, they might get something out.
Right.
That's right.
Right. No, someone will hear it.
No, they will.
If you've got a long commute, started on
listen on Spotify
or rush hour if you're in rush hour traffic.
Do you drive the 14? You've got time for this podcast.
There you go. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you, Omar, for coming through again.
Thank you again. You can't see me no more, but I'm here still.
Yeah, we need to charge those batteries. I'm so
right.
sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys.
We believe in Jesus. He's in the switcher.
Jesus' house cleanings.
Amen.
There you go. Thank you guys so much, and please like and subscribe. And whoever Omar's friends again, please comment.
Hate comments, baby, all day.
Please.
Let's do it.
Thank you.